Batman has had many writers in his lifetime. Today's full story is the entire 3-year run by Chip Zdarsky, covering Failsafe, Zur-En-Arrh, the Batman of Gotham, Gotham War, Joker Year 1, Dark Prisons, and Dying City. Grab some popcorn, sit back, and enjoy Batman by Chip Zdarsky.
Since his return to Gotham, Batman has been on edge. He can hardly sleep without waking up from some nightmare. The problem is he doesn't dream unless he wants to. It's how he can use his subconscious to piece together a mystery of what's to come. Night falls, Batman responds to a hostage situation involving a gunman holding one of Gotham's elite hostage, telling the police to back away or he'll kill them. He swears to God he will. But that's when the lights go out, and from the shadows, Batman steps out. Not God. Not even close. Before the gunman can even turn and pull the trigger, a grappling hook is around the man's wrist, and he's thrown out of the window. However, it's already too quiet. Did he already? The gunman dangles from the outside of the apartment building, trying to get back in, but Batman crashes through the window, pulling him back in, and the man screams, "I'm sorry!" Batman throws him to the ground, telling him, "Shut up! You're just a flunky, pulling the trigger for money. Who sent you?" This is when the message went out. Penguin's message. He told the people of Gotham that he is like them, hard-working, earning what he has like any other honest American, but the elites? They never worked a hard day in their lives. This is why he's killing anyone in Gotham who has inherited over $5 million, unless they give that money to the people of the city. It is time for the elites, the ones who sit above them, who destroy the world, to pay for what they've done. Batman watches the video over and over again. This is ludicrous. Penguin was born into wealth. He's just twisting the truth. But that's when Tim Drake walks in, telling him that he heard about Colin. He knows that Colin was a friend. Bruce shrugs it off. I suppose so. When I first came back to Gotham, Colin was a wild bachelor. I'd often use him to cement Bruce Wayne's playboy status. And once he married Clara, it was over. Tim then tells him that's just it. We've all been a little concerned. Ever since you lost your fortune in the Joker War, it feels like you're never Bruce Wayne anymore. Night and day, you're out there as Batman. It's too much, even for you. It's amazing how quickly my social invitations have dried up once my bank account lost a few zeros. It's freed up time to do the job. But even still, I'm qualified enough to be invited to the Flugenheim Gala, which is surely going to be Penguin's next target. Tim looks at the invitation and states that Penguin is murdering the rich. He thinks that they're still gonna have the gala, won't they cancel it? Batman takes off his mask. No, it's the hardest part of this job. This city wants to die. Once the sun goes down, the hundreds of people gather around the entrance to the gala just as Batman expected. Batman gets in and tells Tim that with this many people, there's a 98% chance that the Penguin will use gas to kill everyone. Head to the boiler. Investigate it while I keep an eye out on the main hall. After getting his belt, Batman goes back to the party, and just as expected, Penguin welcomes everyone to the gala, even though he's pretty sure none of them deserve to be there. I would also like to welcome you all to your death! Batman asks if everything is all clear, and Tim tells him yep, injected the boiler with a neutralizing agent, just like you said. Batman quickly puts on his mask, telling Penguin, "You're too late." Tim fights his way topside with Batman closing in on Penguin, and Penguin yelling that it wasn't supposed to be like this, and Batman tells him, "This is bold, even for you. Usually you're careful, with the sheen of legitimacy." But as Batman grabs the Penguin, he begins to melt in his hands, and it's Clayface who is there, telling him, "You've doomed everyone." Suddenly the entire building begins to rumble, and Batman asks, "What game is he playing?" And Clayface tells him that Penguin didn't want to leave anything to chance. He wants everyone dead. If the gas didn't do it, the building will. Batman tells Tim to start getting everyone out, and then he turns back to Clayface, holding out a small device. I was hoping that I'd run into you again. I've also injected you with a formula that I've been working on. It'll turn your clay into an explosive. Clayface looks at him. You wouldn't. Batman tells him, try me. Save these people and tell me where Penguin is, or you'll see how serious I am. Across the room, Tim is getting ready to blow open the doors for everyone to escape. That's when one of the gunmen that he had taken down begins to get up. He points his gun, and suddenly there's the crack of a bullet being fired as Tim is shot through the neck. Batman screams, telling Clayface that he better cover everyone from the falling debris, or you're done! And with that, the whole building explodes as Batman rushes over to grab Tim to bring him to the hospital. The whole time, Batman thinks to himself that he had to do this once before in a different time, with a different soldier, with Jason Todd. He couldn't just bring Tim or Jason in. He had to remove the costume and left the authorities to pick them up because of the mission. The mission, the damned mission. A few moments later, inside of the hospital, Batman looms out of the shadows. You've made a lot of bad decisions over the years, but this is the worst. Penguin looks up from his bed coughing. Took you long enough, how's the brat? It'll take more than your goons to murder one of my men. Why'd you do it? You always skirted the line, but why this? If you can't tell, I'm dying. Mercury poisoning, I can't catch a break, unlike you and the other billionaires. My whole life I was surrounded by guys like you, rich, smug. It all came easy to you, but not to me. I earned everything that I built in my empire, the Iceberg Lounge, everything, and they still looked down on me. And now, they get to live while I... Penguin begins to cough. It's not fair. Life isn't fair, Penguin. He then tells him, you're no man of the people. Unless those people are prisoners, your final delusional days will be behind bars. Penguin laughs. I left you for last. Those sirens you hear, your allies, my enemies, the Gotham police, you're on the list. Unlike the rest, I could never kill you, but I can end you. Penguin presses the nurse's button as he takes a pill, and within seconds, the cyanide takes effect, choking the Penguin. Batman tries to stop him, but as he tries to stop the Penguin from swallowing, the nurse comes running into the room. She doesn't see Batman trying to help the Penguin. She sees Batman murdering the Penguin. Later, Barbara calls, waking Batman from his nap, asking how is he holding up. You know, with the whole... Batman stops her. What, the Batman is a murderer talk? I'm fine. Penguin grossly overestimated the damage that he could cause. If anything, it's helped me. Criminals are more scared now. Crime is down. Barbara tells him maybe, but he hasn't visited Tim in the hospital yet. He ignores her. Something is wrong. Is it itch in my brain? A mystery just trying to reach out. I'm lost. Meanwhile, over in the Batcave, there's a quiet beep that begins to get louder and louder. The computer voice says, complete activate. And suddenly a large tube bursts out of the ground. It begins to open and a robot steps out. And the computer says, online, failsafe online. Each day and each night the soldiers come out. These are the bravest young men and women that Batman has ever known, protecting their city and other cities. But tonight, one soldier in particular is still patrolling when he shouldn't be. Tim looks out over the city with Batman asking what he's doing. And Tim says the same as him, his job. Batman tells him no. You're not ready. You should have assessed the situation at the gala. You should have seen the gunman before turning his back. Tim asks him, are you serious? I was saving lives. Does me getting shot remind you of Jason? Or Alfred? You're not in charge of me. I don't even wear a bat. Tim jumps off the building and Batman tells himself that he has been uneasy as of late. It's not just because of the nightmares. He couldn't marry Selina because he couldn't afford that level of distraction. But Tim and Barbara, they deserve love and happiness. None of them truly understand that this life won't allow it. Even with Cobblepot's death, there will be more enemies, unending. But before Batman could finish this thought, a red light shines behind him and the robot Failsafe jumps in swinging, narrowly missing him. Batman tries to fight back, but the robot is too quick, catching his feet, throwing him back into the wall. Without hesitation, Batman gets to his feet, and he charges in, but Failsafe easily stops the attack, returning with one of his own. Batman knows that he can't win, and if he stays any longer, he'll more than likely die. He calls out to activate the Batmobile, but as the car speeds by, he fires his grappling hook, attaching himself, throwing some explosive batarangs to give himself some time. But as he's whipped out of the cave and tumbles onto the street, Barbara radios in asking what is going on. His vitals are all over the place. I'll live, but we've got a new enemy. Robotic. She tells him she'll scan what she can, but while Batman tries to buy her some time, Failsafe continues to completely overpower Batman, blow after blow. This is bad. I have to get away. He fires the grappling hook once more, and Failsafe grabs a hold of the cowl, and for a brief moment, sheer terror can be seen in Batman's face. A split second later, Failsafe whips Batman back to the ground, punching him. But before blacking out, Batman manages to ask, "Who are you?" "Justice, Failsafe." But before Failsafe could deliver the final blow, the rest of the Bat family race in to help. The first ones on the scene are Luke, Cassandra, and Stephanie. However, they are all dispatched within seconds of arrival. But as they fight long enough to keep a distraction, Tim hurries over, helping Batman into the Batmobile. "We gotta get you out of here." Batman tries to think and speak. "I know that name. Failsafe." But Tim tells him that he's got other things to worry about right now. At that moment, Nightwing comes in on the radio. "Sorry for being late." And then he ramps his bike over the oncoming Batmobile, launching his bike into Failsafe. Failsafe stalks through the fire and the smoke. "Little soldiers, everything is tainted." Nightwing calls out to Barbara, asking if she has anything on this thing. But as the signals are beginning to jam, Failsafe launches himself into the air, coming back down with enough force to knock everyone and everything around them back. Failsafe picks up Luke, pulling off his mask, telling him, "You cannot stop this. You should not even attempt to." Elsewhere, Tim hurries into the old Batcave, telling him, "This is crazy. We have to get you help." Batman tells him, "No, I need you here. I know what I have to do." He hobbles off into the dark with Tim asking, "What is it?" And Batman looks at him and says one word, "Alone." He begins to take off the suit and he tells himself that they wouldn't understand the lengths that he's gone to. He's softened. He's surrounded himself with children. But in his early days, God help him, in those early days, he went too far. Failsafe is familiar. But familiar doesn't mean the same thing when you have a mind that remembers everything. Batman, not just Bruce Wayne, kneels before a chest. "I did this to myself." But then Bruce's voice changes. "There's only one man who could have done this to me." Tim looks back asking, "What are you saying?" And the twisted voice tells him, "It's okay, boy. It's me. I'm the Batman." As Batman reemerges, he is now wearing a purple, red, and yellow bat suit. You see, long ago there was a situation that resulted in Batman being removed from the Justice League. He had created files on everyone within the league and how to stop them should things ever get bad. Those files ended up in the hands of Ra's al Ghul. Thankfully, that was taken care of, but angrily and rightfully so, Superman had one question for Batman. What's the contingency plan for Batman? How does the League take down the man who's planned for the League? In a world where Batman knows every move, who stops the Batman? But right now in the present, Tim's question is, who are you? Tim steps back tripping and the Batman catches him. "Careful, Robin. We don't want anything to happen to you. We still have work to do, chum." Tim is confused. What is going on? What's the costume? Why does your voice sound so different? "I am Batman, pure and simple, the Batman of Zur-En-Arrh. Your Batman called upon me to save everyone." As Zur-En-Arrh Batman opens up a hidden room within the cave, Tim looks down asking, "Bruce?" But Zur-Batman tells him, "I'm better than Bruce. He created me within his mind, a backup version of Batman stripped free of Bruce Wayne. I am his protection against psychological attacks." Bruce thought rightfully that he created a failsafe because he could never create the thing to stop Batman if he ever went too far. As Zur-Batman gives Tim a crooked smile, Tim says, "You know how to stop this, right?" "Unfortunately, I've erased my memory knowing our Batman would call on me." Tim sighs, Zur-En-Arrh. "Oh God, I read about you in the Black Case files. Of course Bruce created a contingency backup. Who created a contingency backup?" Zur-En-Arrh Batman pauses for a moment and looks up. He is here. Failsafe breaks through the cave walls and begins to scan, looking down in the hole. Zur-En-Arrh. Zur-En-Arrh Batman fires a micro rocket that grabs a hold of Failsafe for a moment, then tosses a device to Tim, telling him, "Do not hesitate, boy. Everything is on the line. The mission only ends when we're dead." And as Zur-Batman and Tim turn on their energy swords, Failsafe says, "A Batman who has lost his way is death. You must be stopped. Batman has taken a life." Failsafe kicks Tim away and Tim yells, "Batman didn't kill the penguin! He's being framed!" Failsafe knocks Zur-Batman back and Tim throws two small explosives into the air, detonating them, causing some of the cave to fall in. Zur&R Batman then gets back up, telling him that they have to stop him for good. But Tim hurries over to him, helping him up, telling him, "You might be the Batman of Zur&R, but you're still in Bruce's body, and it's already taken a massive beating. We have to get away." Tim drags Zur Batman out of the cave and into the manor, where Zur Batman pulls away, setting charges on the wall. "We need to get ready to destroy Failsafe." But as Zur Batman readies himself, Tim shouts, "That thing almost killed us!" We have to be strategic. If you really are Batman without Bruce, then you need to start acting like it. A few seconds later, Failsafe begins to walk out of the cave and the explosive charges go off, practically being ineffective. He continues to walk through the manor, tearing pictures down as he goes. Is pure Batman in more pain than Batman, more sentimental, or are you just relentless, uncaring? The clawed hand moves around the portrait of Alfred as Zur&R Batman leaps in, telling him, "Stay away from Alfred!" Zur Batman is knocked away, and Tim is too, with Failsafe telling him, "It is wrong to fight for him. Batman doesn't care about you, just his mission. Fighting me just causes your family pain." Zur Batman steps back in. "They aren't my family. They're my soldiers, my army, and the war is not done." As the two begin to battle, Failsafe says that he created him to stop him. "Your soldiers are inconsequential." But as they fight, Bruce is screaming in Zur&R's head, telling him, "Don't lose sight of who you are, of who we are. I let you out because I thought that you could deactivate Failsafe." Zur&R yells back, "You created him! I can stop him!" And Bruce tells him, "I know his tricks. He's trying to stop the Batman that he knows, the pure Batman that you are. But you are Batman as well as Bruce Wayne, and Tim isn't your soldier. He's our son!" Bruce begins to take control of his mind once more, dodging an oncoming attack from Failsafe and avoiding him. He rushes over to Tim, grabbing him, and then jumps out the window, bringing Tim to safety, telling him to get as far away as he can. And once he can, call for help. He runs back inside, telling himself that he can't do this alone, but he won't let anyone die because of him. Failsafe lashes out, grabbing a hold of him. "It's you again, isn't it? The original. It's best this way." Bruce struggles, managing to free himself. "I didn't realize that programmed you to talk so much." And then he strikes a common weak point of any android, hoping to lessen its mobility. But the attack bounces off. "Of course not. He's too damned good. Okay, plan B, get to the Batcave, set self-destruct and..." But before he could finish his thought, Failsafe grabs him. "I see the wheels turning. You think the final step is to activate self-destruct sequence. I disabled it." Bruce is thrown back once more, but all Bruce can think about at this moment right now is Dick, Tim, Jason, Damian, his legacy, his sons. He can't move. His body's giving out. This is a good death, isn't it? In this place with all these memories, it would be a good death. But Batman doesn't die. In a moment, he stops hearing Failsafe and instead he hears another voice. His voice. And when he means it, his voice is doom. The shadowy figure appears behind both of them and goes to Failsafe. "I'm going to need you to step away from my friend." Failsafe turns back to Superman. "I urge you, fly away." The shadowy figure hovers behind Failsafe, telling him, "I'm gonna need you to back away from my friend." And Failsafe turns to Superman. "I urge you to fly away." But Superman doesn't move. He holds his position, telling Failsafe to back away now. Bruce knows that this isn't going to be a typical fight for Superman because he designed Failsafe to be a failsafe for everything. A green light begins to glow as Failsafe pulls out two kryptonite daggers. "You are to leave." Superman backs off, keeping a distance as he tries to focus in on his attack. But Superman's worst case scenario plays out. Failsafe doesn't chase him. He turns back to Bruce. "Superman, don't come." But Superman either can't hear him or ignores him and rushes in anyway. Then suddenly stops. Failsafe stops just short of Bruce as a third dagger jets out of his back. It lodges itself into Superman's stomach. He pulls back, falling to his knees, but before Failsafe could continue his advance, there's a sudden tap as an arrow sticks into Failsafe's neck. Green Arrow gets ready to pull back another explosive arrow, but as his first goes off, Failsafe releases two mini rockets that blast him away. Next, Martian Manhunter takes his turn to separate the robot from the scene, but inside, Bruce can already feel his body shutting down from his beating. Superman asks, laying next to him, "What is that thing?" Bruce tells him that it is a robot designed to take out Batman. It is everything that makes Batman Batman, and it knows everything about Batman. And I'm sorry for this next part. Using what strength he has left, he rolls over, pulling out the shard of kryptonite from Superman's stomach. As the dust settles, Green Arrow rushes back in along with Tim, and the two of them begin to drag Bruce and Superman out, trying to get them help. Green Arrow sets Bruce into the Justice League jet, telling him not to worry. The jet will fly itself, and Tim asks, "What are you doing?" Green Arrow activates the hatch to close while he's just outside, telling him, "I'm gonna see if I can help stop this thing." You really think the Justice League has a shot without Green Arrow? As the jet begins to take off, the rest of the Justice League descend upon Failsafe, but the advanced robot takes out each member with minimal wounds, telling them, "Do not follow." He then rockets into the air as Green Arrow says that they need to follow it before it can catch the jet. Martian Manhunter then watches Failsafe fly away, telling him, "It isn't chasing the jet, it's heading towards Gotham." The four heroes quickly follow, but as Hawkgirl flies in, she feels a sudden pull at her wings, and she's pulled into the building. She struggles to try and free herself, asking what is this, and Martian Manhunter declares, "How can it be? Her wings are nth metal. They shouldn't even be magnetized." But just as he finishes speaking, several guns appear throughout the buildings and fire down on him, creating a ring of fire locking him down. Black Canary says she'll put it out, but as she tries to scream, several masks are shot out, one landing directly on her face, stopping her scream. Green Arrow runs over trying to pull the mask off. "I can't do it! She's gonna die!" But Failsafe turns to them. "She will not. There is enough oxygen being allowed for her to live. Just not scream." Nightwing arrives watching all of these anti-Justice League measures unfold and radios back to Barbara, telling them, "This is going too well for Failsafe. Hey, isn't this 5th and Conway?" Barbara asks, "Didn't Bruce own the block?" Nightwing realizes exactly what is going on. That's it. Failsafe lured the Justice League here. A block designed to stop them. Green Arrow looks over asking, "Okay, what part of this is supposed to stop me then?" And Failsafe rockets towards him. "I am." Back on the jet, Bruce forces himself to get back up, with Tim yelling at him to lay back down. They're almost there. Bruce readies himself, telling him, "I'm sorry, but we need to face reality. Failsafe will be coming for me, and Superman is dying. This world can't afford to lose Superman. He's its hero. He's the greatest weapon. I changed coordinates to his fortress. Everything you need to make him whole will be there." He then opens the hatch to the back of the jet, and Tim asks, "What do you think you're doing?" And Bruce turns back to him. "You're a Robin. You'll save Superman. I'm proud of you, of the man you've become, Tim. Don't worry about me. I'll survive this." Bruce then falls back out of the hatch, landing in the ocean, and begins to sink deep into the depths. But as he does, a green light begins to blink off of his belt as someone begins to swim up. In what seems like seconds, Bruce opens his eyes, sitting up, and Aquaman gives him a sigh of relief, telling him that he's okay. Bruce sits up in one of Aquaman's healing pods, and Aquaman says that it was able to fix most of his internal damage. The Sanitanium fish have been working on his external wounds. Bruce asks how long has he been out, and Aquaman tells him 2 weeks. "Everyone, is Gotham?" Aquaman sits down, telling him that he's sorry, but Gotham has fallen. Failsafe is one step ahead of everyone who tries to go in. He created robotic minions who patrol the streets looking for enemies. Some of his proteges are still out there attempting to resist, but most of them have been captured. Its eyes and ears are everywhere. Everyone assumed Batman was dead, but this Failsafe still searches every corner of the world, and soon it'll search the depths. For now, he knows he's alive. He's calling for you. He knows you can't stay away from your city. Bruce picks up his mask, looking at it, trying to think of something. Batman always has a plan. "So what's the plan, Batman?" Aquaman then says that Failsafe wants him to know. He wants the world to know that Gotham is his. Batman's going to need to come and get it. It all happened in a flash, in a moment's notice. Batman was looking at himself. No, not himself. This person says that his name is the Batman of Zur-En-Arrh. This place isn't even home. He is on his planet. But how? When did he? Again, the world changes and Batman is home. Robin and Alfred state that Professor Achilles Milo poisoned him, but maybe it was them instead. How is Batman supposed to strike fear in the hearts of villains when he himself is so scared? His mind was taken. Not once had he ever experienced something like this. It was meant to break him, to make him into a coward. But the thing is, now that he's better, he's even more scared. Imagining what could happen if someone took over his mind, the damage that they could do. He could even use the weapon of a coward, and he wouldn't know. He'd be the gun. But for every gun, there needs to be a safety. So for the next month, Batman underwent his own personal therapy, pushing himself to the absolute brink. Miles still to go. He was finally doing it. He was making sure that nobody could claim the mind of the Batman again. Then there's a flash. He goes back to when his parents went to see the mask of Zorro. Why would he think that? The phone rings, and it's Commissioner Gordon telling Batman that he needs help. Joker has been infecting people with seemingly no connection other than the fact that several of these people are security guards for Weltramexit Pharmaceuticals. However, something is off on all of the victims. They aren't smiling. Joker's toxin usually affects one portion of the mind as well as another. But here, it's a fake smile. Batman pauses. He shouldn't be here. His mind isn't ready. Does Joker know that? Is Joker mirroring his broken psyche with his fake smile? Is the Joker broken as well? Ready or not, Batman rushes Weltramex. Normally, he'd feel prepared when taking down another bad guy. But the Joker, he's unpredictable. A whirlwind of chaos. And he's still broken. While climbing up the side of the Weltramex tower, the windows explode and the Joker leans out. I thought I heard the bat flapping around out here. Batman thinks back to his therapy. The backup personality that he has been building isn't complete yet. His brain feels like it's sweating, but he can't sit in his cave while the Joker is out there. Joker needs to die. Batman thinks about it. The Joker needs to be put away. They need doctors to study and fix the Joker. Batman doesn't kill. Why did he think that? Again, Batman's mind wanders back to that night when Zorro killed people who deserved to die. But that wasn't real. He shouldn't take another life. But then there's a cry for help, snapping Batman back to reality. He was too slow because he was too weak. People died. With one doctor left, the Joker stares, holding his gun to that doctor's head. I can't wait anymore. I need to get better. See? I need my smile back. It all started when I heard some rumor of a doctor named Milo who broke my beautiful bat brain. You made him crazy. I'm supposed to be the crazy one, not the Batman. His is more of a simmering insanity. I dress as a bat, so I think I can save people insanity. But if he's as crazy as me, then I can be just as serious as him. Joker lets go of the hostage as he attacks. But rather than chase Joker, Batman tends to the doctor. Too many have died at the hands of this maniac, no more. Not. But then, he has a flashback again. His father reminding him that Zorro is a movie, that he couldn't think of anything worse than taking a life. Unless they deserved it. Do they deserve it, Batman? Because if they do, then let him in. You don't have to do anything, Batman. Bruce Wayne, the doctor's son. Your hands will be clean, your conscience pristine. It'll be so easy. Batman stands back up, the Joker beginning to laugh. Would you look at that? It took a few innocent deaths for me to get my groove back. However, as the Joker turns back, he notices something is different. This man looks like him, he smells like him, but he isn't really Batman, is he? Batman turns back with a smile. Oh, I am him, all right. I'm Batman. And tonight, the Joker dies. The Joker, he bursts out laughing again. Well, would you look at that? You're as crazy as a soup sandwich. The new persona of Batman lunges, grabbing the Joker, slamming him into the wall. The only crazy thing about me is that I've let you live until now. Is it really you? Can't have a lie down while Dr. Joker analyzes. Before he could finish, Batman grabs him, dragging him to the window. All you do is talk, talk, talk. Your final words are as meaningless as your life. But inside of Batman's mind, he asks the new persona, what are you doing? You're supposed to be in control. You're supposed to defend me from... The Batman of Zur-En-Arrh asks him, psychological attacks? Bruce. The Joker is a psychological attack. Every time we fight, he gets in our head. He's a monster, and monsters need to be slain. Letting the Joker live is a crime, and you exist. Batman exists to stop crime. Killing the Joker saves lives. Where does it end? Riddler, Two-Face, when are you going to stop killing? The Batman of Zur-En-Arrh tells him, I'll stop when they're gone. When the threat of death sends them scurrying like the cowards they are. I'll stop when everyone's been saved. But there's a voice. Joker's persona asking, what about me? I don't know what's happening, but I wasn't always like this. Something's broken in me. I can't remember what did it. I can't even hold on to that feeling from before. Maybe you should kill me. End this. But Batman saves everyone, right? It's what you do. So who are you going to save? Joker begins to cry, and a woman reaches out, telling him that it's okay. He is broken, but her son will fix him. Batman pulls off his mask, asking what is his mother, Martha Wayne, doing here? Martha tells him that he's her son, his father's son. He isn't a killer. This persona, this Batman of Zur-En-Arrh, it's nothing, hollow anger. So save the Joker, save everyone, save yourself. Batman blinks and he finds himself back in control at Weltermax. After the other Batman tosses the Joker out the window. He rushes over, firing his grappling hook, just barely catching the Joker by the foot, and he lets out a heavy sigh of relief. He catches his breath and he thinks about how all of this came to be. He's dangerous. Not much scares him. But the idea that he might be the most dangerous man alive does. He has lines that he cannot cross. He is the safety on the gun. Batman spends another week finishing his programming, making sure that the Zur-En-Arrh protocol shares Batman's lines, fail-safes, and barriers. As Batman takes off the mind device, he walks over to the workbench and begins to stitch something. Robin comes down the stairs asking if he's ready yet. Wait, what is that? The bat symbol, it's yellow. Batman finishes putting on his suit, telling him that he saw something similar. Maybe it will draw enemy fire to his fortified chest plate. Then Batman thinks that it could be something else. Maybe he just likes to be reminded that there's something lurking behind the bat. Zur-En-Arrh. As Batman begins to gain consciousness, he can hear people speaking. A man and a woman are taking his utility belt, and there's nothing he can do about it. He can hardly even move. After a bit of struggling, he sits up, telling himself to remember what happened. There was Tim, and there was Failsafe. He was in the Arctic. He thought he'd fixed Failsafe's programming, but why is he here? This is Crime Alley. Except it's not. Something's different. At that moment, another voice calls out to him, telling him to be careful or he might just go on and break that big old brain thinking too much. Batman sees Jim standing there, or at least Jim Gordon's skeleton. Batman begins to think to himself, asking if Zur-En-Arrh damaged his brain. But Jimbo answers that for him. Hardly, Bats. It's just your good old pal, Jimbo. We fight crime together, biff, bam, pow, and I'm here to help. Batman shakes his head. This isn't his Earth. Failsafe sent him here without proper acclimatization. His brain must have been scrambled from some sort of multiversal poisoning. Just need to get things straight. He has to get his clothing, assess where he is and how he can get back, piece it all together, and he needs to do the work. Jimbo begins to laugh, yelling that that's the Dark Knight detective that he knows and loves. Ha 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 ha! After getting changed, Bruce looks at his surroundings, and the one thing that sticks out the most is that there is no Wayne Tower. It's been replaced by something else. This thing feels more foreboding, darker. As Bruce begins to hear a scream in the distance, he knows that he is still in Gotham, and that he is still Batman. The next building over, Venom-enhanced police begin to knock on the doors, asking the residents a simple question. Are you sane or insane? Before even opening the door, a man's door is kicked in by a large man telling him, I am the one who judges. Now answer the question. Bruce quietly sneaks in from behind before the large man could enact his justice. And even before grabbing him, he smells the stink of venom. The two struggle for power, and Bruce manages to kick the man back and get a good look at his face. It's Harvey Dent. Of course, he would be the one to deliver justice. Dent grabs Bruce by the neck, slamming him into a table, shouting, Did you come to fight Judge Dent? You must be insane. Bruce tries to fight back the hold, but while still recovering from the displacement, he grabs a hold of Dent's thumb, breaking it, using Dent as a shield, throwing him into the other officers. But just as he clears himself a path, a voice calls out, telling him not to worry, they got him. Bruce looks out the window to see Firefly hovering there, and then he torches the entire apartment. If there's one thing that's consistent between realities, Firefly's an idiot. Batman grabs a hold of the old woman staying in the apartment, bringing her to safety. But before he could get her out, he feels a pull at the back of his neck. Dent pulls and throws Bruce by the collar, shouting that his ruling is final. Bruce tries to grab whatever he can to fight back, but the massive fist of the Venom-enhanced Harvey Dent finds its mark, cracking Bruce in the face. Dent winds up for another hit, but then he's struck in the side of the head by two small daggers. Bruce looks over to see a young girl sitting in the window with two knives telling him to move, now! He rushes back towards the window, tackling into the girl before any of the shots from the officers could land, tumbling through the fire escape, barely landing on their feet. Bruce tries to stand up, but he feels a stinging pain, where he did, in fact, get shot. The young girl tells him that they need to get him some help. The two hobble over to the nearby car, Bruce trying to piece things together. Is he alive in this multiversal dimension? Is there a Batman? As he's put into the back of the car, Skeleton Jimbo tells him that that's the $1 million question, isn't it? But later, in that abandoned apartment building, the young girl gives Bruce what he asked for, but says that she doesn't really know how to use the tweezers. He tells her it's okay, he's done this before. Too many times. He removes the bullet in his leg and he asks her what's her name. The young girl says Julia, but everyone calls her Jewel. Bruce tells her that his name is Bruce, and then he continues to ask about her situation. She doesn't answer, and he realizes that her parents aren't around. He sees it in her eyes, because a light goes out when you're an orphan. Behind them is darkness. And that's why he can tell, here, in this universe, there is no Batman. Bruce Wayne is dead. This was Failsafe's compassion, his gift to Batman. A Gotham without Batman. A Gotham to save. But back on the Prime Earth, not everyone assumed that Batman died. Tim Drake was there in the final moments, and now in the catacombs beneath Gotham City, he watches and rewatches Batman's final moments just before Failsafe shot him. John Kent says that if he'd just... But Tim says this isn't his fault. It's Batman's fault. Bruce created Failsafe and now he's gone. John still thinks that it was his fault, though. He put the gun in the Fortress of Solitude. And now that Batman's dead, but Tim Drake snaps, yelling, He's not dead! He's Batman! We've been through this before. We just need to figure out more about your gun. Failsafe destroyed it after firing. He'd only do that if that meant that we could bring Batman back, but the only person who could tell us that is... And John tells him, dead. I'm sorry, I wish I could do more. A little bit of time passes and a group of Joker's thugs kidnap a brother and sister in hopes of getting ransom money out of their wealthy father, but the lights go out and Nightwing swings in, beginning to take them out. As he begins to make his jokes, the leader of the thugs cracks Nightwing in the face, getting ready to deliver a final blow. But before he could, an R-shaped batarang shoots by, knocking the knife out of his hand. The man then yells, asking, "Do you Bat Boys have anything better to do?" The thug waits for a response from Robin, but not hearing one, he asks, "What gives? You boys never usually shut up. Looks like I'll just make you scream." As the thug charges in, Tim hits him with his staff and says that he doesn't really have anything to say. Later, after securing the two of them, Nightwing says that he appreciates the assist. He totally had it though, but it's good to see Tim. Tim responds by thanking him for helping out in Gotham. He knows how it goes. The rumors are that Batman's gone. So the smart ones, the Riddlers, the Banes, they know not to believe it. But the low-level guys, like Joker's goons, they think that this is their moment to step into the world. But the Bat family will be here to stop them. Tim goes to leave. Nightwing asks if he's okay. Tim says he isn't. Everyone keeps saying that Batman is dead, but he can't be. Batman, Bruce, he survives. It's what he does. Nightwing takes a moment. You know, you're right. Batman isn't dead. And Tim tells him thank you. He's glad that he isn't alone in thinking that. But Nightwing then tries to stop Tim, telling him that he shouldn't be wasting resources on this. It's Batman. He'll come back. Tim yells at him. "You've been away, Dick. You haven't seen the Zur-En-Arrh protocol. He's not the same Batman that he or anyone knows. He needs help." Tim then grapples away before Nightwing can stop him, when suddenly they get a radio message from John. John Kent has realized something. Toyman killed himself, but he may have left them some clues as to that gun that Failsafe used. Tim rushes back to the catacombs, reviewing the scenario where John fought against the Toyman when he attacked Metropolis. John did what he could, but people died. And besides the giant toy robots, Toyman had a gun. Sometimes it turned people into toy versions of themselves, and other times it seemingly obliterated them. Toyman killed himself, and Superman thought it was the end of it. However, that same gun was later used by Failsafe to incinerate Batman. But the readings this thing left behind are of residual multiversal energy, so it came from somewhere else, which means people must have been sent somewhere else. Batman can't be dead. The gun must have sent him somewhere, and wherever he is, he's surviving, and he needs Tim's help getting back. A voice tells him that he has a good theory. But the catch is that they're stuck in a single multiversal energy signature, the one this human toy came from. Mr. Terrific goes on stating that it's possible that Batman is out there, but it's also possible that he was sent somewhere else, and they don't have a location on Failsafe. Tim explains that Failsafe escaped after dispatching Batman. He wishes that he had more to give, but Mr. Terrific tells him that it's okay. It's enough to start. A few days later, Mr. Terrific returns with a suit, telling him that this should protect him against whatever's on the other side, but he can't guarantee that they'll be able to communicate once he's there. The suit is tethered to their universe, like a lifeline. As long as he's in it, he'll get back safely. Tim asks what about the others, and Mr. Terrific hands him a stack of discs, telling him that the suit is a beacon. Attach these to whoever comes back, and they'll snap back with the tethered. Tim puts on his helmet, telling him all right. Seems straightforward. Guess there's nothing left to do but leave our universe. So he braces himself as Mr. Terrific activates the machine, and within seconds, Tim is thrown into the multiversal stream looking for Batman. He lands on the other side trying to contact Mr. Terrific, but with no signal. He starts to look at his surroundings. The neighborhood seems quiet, but then suddenly there's a ping on his suit indicating trace multiversal energy. He follows this signal to a shed in hopes of finding Bruce, but as he opens the door, his eyes widen. Inside are dozens of people huddling together, begging for him not to hurt them. And then suddenly there's a laser that shoots right next to Tim's head. He turns back to see Toyman walking towards him. "You don't belong here! You're not one of my toys!" As Toyman gets closer, he holds his laser up, asking if Superman Jr. sent him. Maybe he should send back his bones as a warning to leave him alone. He's finally happy here and... Oh, wait! Tim hurries inside the shed, closing it, ignoring the monologue from the villain. He then tells the people inside that they don't have a lot of time. Take the discs and make sure that everyone has one, and we're out of here. One of the women takes the stack and begins to pass them out, but explains to Tim that there's one more person outside of the shed. Tim throws a small bomb that blasts a hole in the back of the shed for him to escape, and he quickly rushes to where the radar pinged, where he was tracing the multiversal energy originally. Once he gets inside the house and down the stairs and into the basement, he finds a toy version of Toyman operating on a man yelling, "I was promised more time!" Tim slows himself. "All right, Toyman, just put the knife down. It's over. I need to take this man home." "Man? This is meat. Fascinating meat. The other gave me this in exchange for secrets. Secrets about how they tick. All I want to do now is play with my toys." As the robot brings the knife to the man's neck, Tim pulls out his staff swinging, slamming the pole into the robot's neck, pinning him down. He tells himself that it isn't alive. And when he looks Bruce in the eye, he wants him to know that he never faltered. He stayed a hero. He swings again, knocking the robot to the ground. And then Toyman walks down, telling him, "We weren't hurting anyone! For the most part. Perhaps Bioman here was. But all I wanted was to be left alone." Toyman's toys flood the basement, and Tim fights his way through until he manages to get close enough to slap a disc on Toyman's shoulder, activating his suit. In a flash, everyone with a disc on them tumbles out of the rift and back to where Mr. Terrific is standing. Mr. Terrific asks if this is it, and Tim says, "Yeah, this is everybody." And as he gets up, he grabs Toyman, including this piece of trash, who's going to help us track down Batman. A little while later, Mr. Terrific begins to go over his findings, stating that it all looks to be in order, provided he's ready. Tim says he is, and then he asks, how does it work? Toyman says that his original multiverse gun was keyed to the toy universe, but their robot reprogrammed it. With the gun destroyed, he can't pinpoint the universe that Batman is in. Tim says that that's good enough for him. But before leaving, Toyman turns back asking, "I just want you to know, I am sorry. Everything here just feels like so much, all the time. Just wanted a place where I could feel like I was in control, a place filled with toys." Tim stops and looks at him. "I know. We're gonna get you some help, so you don't have to feel that way anymore." Mr. Terrific tells him that the suit is updated to get him to the right universe this time, but he'll need this neuro link to pinpoint Batman's location. All he needs to do is focus on Batman. However, because they haven't had any contact with him, it's possible that he'll be in danger. Tim steps into the machine, telling him, "That's why I redesigned the multiversal suit. I want him to see that Robin is coming to save him." Mr. Terrific hits the switch, and seconds later, Tim is back in the bleed, crossing infinite worlds, crises, potentials, and soon everything stops, and Tim finds himself in a desert. Two archaeologists stop as they see a flash of light, and as they get closer to Tim, he looks at the woman. "Mom?" Janet Drake runs over asking, "What on earth? Tim? What are you wearing? How are you here? Did your father?" Tim stops, just hugging her. "It's okay." And as she gets closer, she says, "Wait, you're not my son." "Who?" Tim stops her right there. "I'm from somewhere else, and I just needed to see you for a moment." So the two take a moment to sit down, and Tim tells her everything. As outlandish as it all may seem, but his mother has always been a believer of the world that they couldn't see. He tells her how he lost her and Dad in his world, that he works hard to make sure that it doesn't happen again. And then Janet asks if he has anyone to take care of him. He smiles. He does. He has a family, and they protect each other. And right now, he's traveling to help one of them. He gets up, getting ready to leave, but she stands up. "I don't know how this happened, this miracle, but I know now in my heart that every version of my son was a good one. Now go get your family." Tim says that he will, but before going, Janet calls out to him one last time asking, "What does the R stand for?" And Tim tells her Robin. He's Robin. Janet smiles. "Of course, just like my favorite poem. I read it at my mother's funeral. I should be alive when the Robins come. Give the one in the red cravat a memorial crumb." The two say their goodbyes, and Tim jumps back into the stream, ready to find Batman wherever he may be. After getting himself fixed up, Bruce follows Jewel to a small safe house where many of Gotham's residents are hiding out, living the best life that they can. But no one is safe. No one really. Bruce spots Jewel after welcoming some more people in, asking if everything is all right. She tells him, yeah, just. Adrenaline gets her through fighting the cops and the judges. But afterwards, her chest, it gets tight, shaky. Jimbo thinks for a second, telling him, Lord knows that you need another Robin. So how about Panic Attack? Batman and Panic Attack. Nice ring for it, right? Jewel notices Bruce staring off and asks if he sees things. But Bruce says that it's mild hallucinations from multiversal travel. Jewel laughs, telling him that that's not it, Mr. Multiverse. It's called Crane Brain, a gas that's being pumped into the city that gives Arkham's goons more of a reason to commit people. Jewel hands Bruce a few pills, telling him to take one of these in the morning and it'll set him straight in a few days. Bruce asks if everyone takes these. Jewel says only if they can get them. Only people who don't need them are sealed off in Athena Tower. Ironically, since the place that makes the pills is there too. Halliday Industries. Bruce tries to think, but the name isn't familiar. If they are this world's Wayne Enterprises, maybe they have what he needs to get home. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a receptionist is looking at her papers, stating that she is sorry, but office hours are clearly. She then quickly stops herself when she sees who is walking in. A man in white with a red mask tells her, "It's okay. I'll see myself to the judge's quarters. No need to let him know." Receptionist stammers. Of course, Red Mask, sir." Red Mask continues on into a room where Dent is sitting around a group of bodies, stating that he made quite a mess. Shouldn't these men be with him in Arkham? Red Mask continues into the room where Dent is sitting around a group of bodies. "You made quite a mess. Shouldn't these men be inside of Arkham?" Dent says that these men aren't insane. They were criminals. They needed to be punished. Red Mask makes a joke about a dead man walking all over Dent, but Dent retaliates, yelling that it wasn't Bruce Wayne. He was a creature who took his face, and... Just then, Red Mask presses a button and Dent's body begins to withdraw from the venom. Red Mask says that he will not tolerate any aggression towards him. Dent's body reverts back to its benign, small, and frail frame, and Red Mask presses the button again, telling him, "Remember, I can take it all away, Dent. Now, do me a favor and fix all of your mistakes, creature or man. Bring me Bruce Wayne, or the final verdict will be on you." Back at the safe house, Jewel explains a bit more about the Halliday Industries, that is currently led by a man named Darwin Halliday, that he is one of the only ones fighting back against Arkham's hold over the city. Bruce asks how he can get in touch with this Darwin person, and Jewel says, be rich. He's a recluse in Athena. But one false step outside and Arkham will make an example out of him. Bruce says that he could pretend to be rich. Jewel says that there's a fundraising gala in the tower next week. If he can pretend well enough, well, that'll be his best bet. In the coming days, Jewel manages to secure a fake ID and needed supplies to let Bruce slip in as one of the rich individuals. Luckily for him, pretending to be a billionaire playboy is something that he's done before. But as he mingles with the crowd, someone overhears his mention of wanting to meet Halliday, and then introduces herself. Bruce looks back and sees Selina Kyle, but not his Selina, the one of this world, reminding himself that this isn't his Selina. As the two begin to get close, Bruce goes to say his fake name, but Selina says dead before he could say it. Or at least, "You're supposed to be, Mr. Wayne." Bruce asks, "Haven't you always wanted a fresh start? Wash away your old life and fall into the unknown?" She laughs. "My life isn't a trap. I am the trap. Besides, I already thought you had your fresh start. The billionaire playboy who gave it all away to become a social worker. An insane idea. Arkham thought so too. So what's your game?" Bruce keeps up the act, stating that he made mistakes and needs his life back. And he needs help doing it. He's looking for Darwin Halliday. Selina motions to the second floor, stating that if he thinks Gotham's golden boy can keep him out of Arkham, he may need to pay tribute and see what he says. Bruce looks up at the balcony, and within a few seconds, a man turns to look down, and immediately, Bruce knows this world's Darwin Halliday is his world's Joker. Bruce breaks away. I'm sorry, I need to. And Selina pulls out her whip, grabbing a hold of him, telling him that it's been too long since he's been in upper polite society. "You must have forgotten your manners, Mr. Wayne." Before Bruce could even fight Selina off, there's a sudden crash as a large woman barrels through the wall, telling Selina to hold him. Bruce barely has enough time to realize that this woman is just a venom-enhanced punchline. Bruce rushes towards Selina to break free, barely managing to get hit by any of Punchline's attacks, delivering one of his own in the form of a small knife, and then suddenly he's struck down by a scaly fist. "Huh, I just took out Crimson. Bruce tries to fight him, but seeing his attacks do nothing, he's left with only one choice. He takes out a small bottle, throwing the liquid on Croc. Before Croc could realize what it is, Bruce lights a match, tossing it, and a flaming Croc runs out of the window. Bruce then turns to get ready and fight whoever's next, and as he looks through the crowd, he sees another familiar face, one that causes him to pause. Alfred. While Alfred is dead in his world, this Alfred is very much alive. But in that brief moment where he is stunned, Selina attacks again, Bruce going on the defensive against both Selina and Crimson, and quickly losing the fight. One of the guards fires a shot, hitting Bruce in the shoulder, causing him to stumble back and fall out the window. But using a makeshift rope, Bruce manages to catch himself. With the only option being to climb back up into the party or jumping, Bruce decides the best way to escape is down. He lets go of the rope, leaping over another abandoned building. After crashing through the skylights, Bruce picks himself back up, but in the alleyway that he has fallen down into, he hears an officer beating on a person. That officer looks over. "Who the hell are you? Get lost or you'll be next." Bruce grits his teeth, throwing himself in, unable to not help someone in need. Even though he takes a few hits himself, he gets the job done. And then he lays on the floor, realizing something. Every Gotham is his Gotham. He wants to go home, but the people of this Gotham, they need his help to strike fear into the people who need it. The skeleton Jimbo that only Bruce can see looks down at him. "So, strike fear." Bruce looks over at the hanging bat. Yes, Gotham. I shall become the Bat. The next night, a young boy sits in an abandoned warehouse crying as a venom-juiced Riddler asks his riddle. "I'm as cold as death, but I live. I'm never thirsty, but always drinking. What am I?" The young boy says that he doesn't know, and Riddler says, "Go fish, tisk tisk. Signs of cognitive decline in such a young age will fix you in Arkham." But as Riddler looks at the next child to conduct his test, everyone hears a shuffling in the rafters. Riddler pays it no mind as he looks back at the children, when suddenly there's a thud, followed by screams and calls for help. His attention is fixated on where the noises are coming from. An officer is dropped and hung by his feet as Batman looks at him. "Edward Nigma!" The Riddler begins to shoot, shouting, "How do you know my name? Stay back!" Riddler grabs a child as a shield and a batarang is thrown into his hands. Batman says, "I know many things, and I know how to hurt you." The child breaks free running and Riddler looks at him. Who are you?" Batman looks him back down. "I'm everyone who's ever been hurt. I am their vengeance. I am Batman!" Later, Selina visits Red Mask in his lab, telling him that they have a problem. A Bruce Wayne problem. Which is not Bruce Wayne. He's a good fighter and quite possibly the one who beat up the Riddler, while dressed as a bat. Red Mask takes out the picture of the Riddler in his hospital bed. Selina goes on stating that his Riddler creep was testing on children. She told him before she'd go along with his perverse cleanup, but she had one rule: no children. But before she could finish that sentence, Red Mask moves at superhuman speeds, punching Selina twice, telling her, "Children are our most precious commodity and are the fastest growing demographic of mental health disorders. You work for me. There is no deal. Now, do what I ask and bring me Bruce Wayne. Bring me this Batman." But as the word Batman begins to spread, the criminals whisper of his existence, and the people begin to think twice. However, if this world didn't have a Batman, that would mean that there wouldn't have been a Bruce Wayne. But that is exactly what Batman has to uncover. What happened to this Bruce Wayne? He begins to dig up the grave marked Bruce Wayne, and he pulls the lid off the coffin. He does find himself in there, and that's when he hears the cocking of a gun and a voice asking, "Who are you?" Bruce looks over, telling the man, "I know who you are. You're Alfred." Batman removes his cowl, and Alfred is furious. "Master Wayne is dead. I came back to see my boy to make sure his grave was still, and someone is desecrating." Batman steps out. "I am Bruce Wayne. As crazy as it sounds, I'm from another universe. Alfred Pennyworth from my universe was a kind man who stood up to evil, and you're here to do just that." Batman begins to pull his body out. "I'm sorry to do this, but I must find out what killed your Bruce Wayne. I'll do everything in my power to make things right, because an Alfred Pennyworth raised me." Later back at the hospital, Jewel looks around the corner stating that no one is coming, but they need to be quick. Batman looks to her. I appreciate your help. Jewel asks if he started one of these in his world. The Bruce Wayne here gave up his entire fortune and put it into places like this. It was the Wayne mission: food, shelter, medical. He then became a social worker. But looks like you had other things to spend your money on. Batman tells her that he did similar things in his world, plus this. He is a highly functioning multitasker. At that moment, the computer beeps, and as Batman reads the charts, he says that this Bruce Wayne was poisoned. Lung damage indicates gas. And there's something else. There's traces of multiversal energy. Jewel asks, what does that mean? Does that mean that this Bruce Wayne was from another universe as well? As Batman goes to answer, there's a rumble. Outside, Judge Dent orders his officers to cut off the block and bring the man to him. Back inside, Batman tells Jewel to go ahead and alert the staff. Help the residents get out. Jewel asks, what about him? What is he going to do? Batman begins to walk outside. I'm going to get some answers. Outside, the officers are getting ready to kick the doors in when a smoke grenade is thrown down, and several of the officers are knocked to the ground. As the smoke begins to clear, Dent yells to find him. And Batman asks, find me? Harvey, I'm everywhere. I'm Gotham. Dent turns to make his way towards Batman, pumping in more of the venom, and as he charges in with one well-placed kick, Batman knocks him off balance. But rather than dodging the next attack, Batman lets it hit, knowing the lucky shot makes people cocky. And his plan worked. Dent turns to grab a car, lifting the entire car over his head to crush Batman. But as Dent looks down, he sees Batman smiling as he holds a cable that is tied to his leg, and he pulls. The car falls back onto Dent, and he goes to pull himself out, growling, asking, do you dare stand in the way of justice? But Batman punches him. I am justice! The punches don't stop, and as the officers stare and watch, Batman asks, what are they waiting for? What are you waiting for? Tell me everything about Arkham. Tell me what you know about Darwin Holiday. But Dent has a hard time even remembering his own name. A voice tells him that the judge doesn't know anything. He just takes orders, unlike her. Bruce looks up to see Selina standing there, and he tells her that he doesn't have time for games. She says that she doesn't know anything about Holiday, but she does know about Arkham and the man running it, Red Mask. Batman pauses for a moment, reminding himself that this is not his Selina, so can he trust her? He asks who is Red Mask, but she says that she couldn't say, and she doesn't even really care. He could be another Bruce Wayne for all that matters, but he runs Arkham and runs the city. And Red Mask, he needs to be stopped. As Selina turns, Batman grabs her arm, and she pulls away, telling him not to touch her. Batman asks, does he control you like he controls the others? Are you using me to eliminate your enemy? She glares for a moment. His little experiments offend me. If he disappeared, I wouldn't shed a tear. Later, the two of them make their way through the city just as Batman did with Catwoman, familiar, yet different. But she does mention something that he has already confirmed. The gas being used must be linked to the multiversal energy. As they reach the sewer system, Batman says that he was expecting her to take him to Arkham Asylum. And Selina asks, Asylum? You must have been dead longer than I thought. That place closed up years ago. Red Mask replaced it. A lot of people don't know it, but there's a whole world under the city where the discarded go, where the insane are regulated to. You'll find Red Mask and is infected here, in the Arkham Caves. As Batman looks out on the vast network of tunnels and rooms, Selina asks, who are you? Who are you really? Batman says that he is a man who knows what she is and who she can be. Go help people. He touches down onto the lower levels, and he sees several cells lined up with the people that he knows. One with Lex Luthor in it, another with Barry Allen. The Flash begs to be let out, but Batman knows that he can't. A Flash broken from reality could kill everyone in his city in the time it takes to draw a breath. He stares and takes it in. Red Mask calls out to him that it's really an honor to meet him, and Batman looks back, calling him by his actual name. You're Darwin Halliday. Darwin laughs. This part is over. The hiding. Playing the socially minded billionaire like you. But come, let me show you my true accomplishments. Darwin takes off his mask and Batman follows. Everything is about the multiverse, isn't it? Darwin looks at him. Partly. Well, I spent my youth building up my pharmaceutical empire. I was always a chemist with a mind for numbers, a desire for more. But there are only so many mountains to climb. There is a hole inside of me, a chasm that couldn't be filled. Nobody understood. I pushed my people, so maybe it was sabotage. But one of the compounds that they were working on showed me something horrible, something beautiful. It was me, as I should be, the Joker! There are threads throughout the multiverse that connect us to different versions of ourselves. I saw who I was meant to be, elemental, uninhibited. I've seen the world through your eyes, and how everything just looks gray. Batman looks at him. The Joker is insane, and so are you. All of these experiments, this terror, to what? To see through another madman's eyes? I've seen through his eyes many times. I've seen you, the eternal game with the Joker. No, these experiments are about more than that. They're about traveling sideways through the multiverse and backwards, so that I can see through those eyes at the moment of his inception, so that I can... Batman interrupts him. So you can become him. Shatter your mind the way the Joker's was to become him. I'm tired of limitations! I'm tired of knowing I could be more. When you arrived, I thought it was a sign. I wanted to find you and see if your multiversal signature could help, but you left plenty of blood in the tower for me to examine. Darwin activates a force field, trapping Batman in it. It helped somewhat to confirm your coordinates, but also, it's about sheer numbers. That's why I've brought so many into the caves. I needed all of the multiversal energy that I could get. And now, I have the perfect conduit to infect the most people! I just wish that we had more time. As Darwin escapes, the room that Batman is locked in begins to fill with Crane Brain. But Batman quickly places an explosive on the wall, detonating it, blowing out a hole and allowing him to turn off the machine. With the gas stopped, he runs through the tunnels, radioing to Jewel that Red Mask is going to infect the city with a poisonous gas. They don't have time to clear the city. Get as many people into the Athena Tower as possible. And Selina, if you're there, help Jewel. I know you don't want people to die. You're a good person. You're the best. But a voice stops him. I've been told that I need to deal with a pest. Batman's eyes widen as this world's Ghostmaker stands before him, enhanced by Venom, already attacking him before he hardly has a chance to understand the situation. Batman dodges back, leaping out of the way of Ghostmaker. You're fast. Good. I need the challenge. As Batman is about to jump to another level, a sword is thrown through his shoulder, and Ghostmaker tells him, You're in such a rush. Don't you want to play with the infamous Ghostbreaker? It would be an honor to be killed by me. Batman begins to push the sword back out through his shoulder, and then he takes it, assuming a fighting stance. Ghostbreaker laughs. You know what you're doing. Batman deflects, and Ghostbreaker stops for a moment. Wait, you trained with Kurigai? Batman doesn't respond, keeping silent and attacking, realizing that he needs to keep Ghostbreaker off balance. That venom makes him stronger and faster. As Ghostbreaker tackles into him, throwing the two over the ledge, he struggles, asking, Who else have you trained with? Batman throws his grappling hook to catch himself, swinging it with a kick, telling him, The Shanghai Sky Spider. As he hits Ghostbreaker, throwing him off balance, he crashes into a pipe, causing him to let go and fall. It's been fun, but I wasn't really tasked with killing you, just keeping you from messing up my benefactor's plans. He has a special plan for you. Ghostbreaker presses a button and the cell doors open. Dozens of the patients come running out, one of them being Clark Kent, a rogue Superman. Batman stares, telling himself, I'm not Bruce Wayne to him. We're not friends. I'm Batman, and Batman has no fear. Batman begins to step forward, rolling his eyes, shouting, I walk as a man, but I am your nightmare! Clark begins to stumble over his words, and in a panic, he flies out of the facility. Leaving the rest of them behind, Batman begins to climb back out of the pit and into the sewers, running back into Ghostbreaker. The two men face off, and Batman resumes his fighting stance. We should do this one without blades, so we can really see what we're both made of. Ghostbreaker tosses his sword. I'm made of the very best, so let's see who else you've trained with. Fists and knees begin to fly as each lands several of their hits, but Batman already knows how Ghostmaker fights. He knows his moves and his openings. Batman spins around, wrapping himself around Ghostbreaker's back, delivering one hard-hitting punch to the side of his mask with enough power to crack the mask and send Ghostbreaker to the ground. Batman gets back up holding his side as he reaches for the controls to stop the gas, but before he could, Ghostbreaker sits up, grabbing him by the cape. The switch is pulled and then Ghostbreaker swings his sword, cutting off Batman's hand. Batman turns back, beginning to put all of his weight into the elbow, which he brings down on Ghostbreaker's face, and then the reality of his missing hand begins to set in. Meanwhile, outside, Jewel begins to help usher people to Athena, but also realizes that Darwin has more than just gas spreading throughout the city. He has man-bats, all equipped with gas-dispensing canisters. Jewel begins to fight back the man-bats to clear everyone's path, but as one turns its attention on her, she receives a bit of help in the form of a whip. Selina snaps the whip back around Man-Bat's neck, and she pulls it tight, stating, "I'm not sure why this city has started to attract rodent men, but we really need an exterminator." Meanwhile, back below the streets, in the sewers, Arkham Caves, Batman makes his way to the medical wing of the facility in search of a tool to stabilize his injury. After repurposing some of Arkham's equipment, Batman manages to make a makeshift electrocauterizing tool to close the wound. After stopping the bleeding, he fashions 3 blades to the end of his arm. But while Batman is struggling through the pain to make his way into Darwin's building, Darwin himself gets ready to take the lunge to find the moment in time that he is looking for, so that he can see through the eyes of the Joker when he first existed. He sees Batman fighting his counterpart of the Red Hood, and he's scared. He was in pain, but that pain is exquisite. Something is off. It's like the Joker was looking back at Darwin Halliday. He rips off his mask and Crimson catches him, asking him if it worked. Darwin tells her it did. He made it to the moment of creation, but Joker saw him. And most importantly, he is unchanged. He needs to go back. He needs to be fearless. Crimson prepares the machine again, and when it's ready, she lets him know. Darwin puts on his mask, stating that he was scared and the Joker is fearless. He is loved, admired, feared, but the Joker, he's beyond love and hate. He's obsession. He doesn't care what people think. He is his ID unleashed, his potential. As Darwin revisits the moment, he can see the Joker changing, but perhaps it wasn't just because of Batman. Perhaps it was because of his visit that broke the Joker. But if that's the case, Darwin yells, "No! I need something more! I need!" And the Joker says, "Need! We used to be so needy! But when it's all a joke, lay it out before you like strewn guts. There's only one need." Let that sink in! Let the joke of it all burst out for everyone to hear! You made us! Care for a fourth? Darwin throws the mask off again and Crimson asks what happened. Darwin tells her that he can't. He can't become the Joker because he's the one who created the Joker. Just then, there's a murderous Thoom from outside, and Batman throws Croc in, telling Darwin that he's finished. Crimson charges in with her knife, shouting for him to stay away, but Batman hits her with the spikes on his arm and then lands a punch that knocks her to the ground. "I was wrong, Bruce. I can never become him. It's not what I was meant to be." Batman looks at him. "You already are him. You're a murderer and a psychopath. I just crossed worlds to stop you. Like I stop him." Batman attacks, and Darwin uses his speed powers to avoid and attack him back, telling him, "My job, Batman, is to make Jokers. With you. Hasn't that thought haunted you for all of these years? That if you didn't exist as Batman, the Joker wouldn't exist either." Batman charges in head first into Darwin's stomach, stabbing him with the pointed ears. "I stopped thinking that way years ago. You've shown me something. A world without Batman is still a world with monsters. You might not look like the Joker, but you're still evil. You're still a killer. You're still the Joker. And in any universe, I stop Jokers." Just then, the door slams open again with Jewel, Selina, and Alfred. But before Batman could even talk to them, Darwin makes a break for his machine, yelling, "No! I know what I have to do now! What I need to do!" Batman runs over to the machine that Darwin passed through and sees that it's filled with multiversal energy. But without knowing where to go, he can't go home and he can't track Darwin. Selina ties Crimson up, stating good riddance. But Batman appeals to Crimson, stating that they need to know where his research was so that they can figure this out. She gives him the key code, he punches it in, and a secret room opens up with several items inside, one of them being a scanner. He could recalibrate it so that he could track down Darwin's signature. But Alfred walks up. "Surely, you're not going after him." "I need to get home first. Get what I need to stop him. Get myself back to 100%. Batman looks at his missing hand, trying to keep himself from going into shock. And he looks back at his reflection, thinking back to Failsafe. And if Zur-En-Arrh is infecting his brain still. Alfred puts his hand on Batman's shoulder. "You look so much like my Bruce. You give and never stop. But you have to stop, or the universe will do it for you. You don't need to do everything alone, my boy. I wish I'd said the same to my..." Batman stops him. "Come with me, Alfred. I can't. You're right. I can't do this alone, it's too much. I've lost my way and I've gotten trapped in the darkness, but together, we can fight the unending parade of monsters. We can help people. Together. I'm dead, aren't I? In your world. That's why you want me to join you. I would love nothing more than to join you, to help my son again, but you're not my Bruce, and I'm not your Alfred. I've spent too much time with my head in the sand here to simply leave. My Gotham needs help. It's time I did just that." Jewel says that if he's willing to call her Master Jewel, he could help her. Alfred laughs. "There I have it. On purpose." Batman takes a moment to respond, but hugs Alfred. "Thank you. No, thank you, son." Batman goes back to the terminal, and Selina asks what about her. Gonna ask if she'll go with him? "I already have a Selina. Am I like your Selina?" "My Selina is conflicted. What about you? Fighting crime from universe to universe, does it ever end?" "I fight crime where I'm needed. If crime ends, if injustice ends, so do I. The purpose is good. I could have a simple life, a wife, a family. But the emptiness inside of me would eat me alive. It's who I am. You've built an empire here. You like feeling safe. I won't make you feel that way." At that moment, Selina spins back, kicking Batman through the portal before he could finish his preparations, without his anchor back, leaving him with nothing but a tracker locked on to Darwin's trail. Moments later, he's thrown out into Gotham, but it's not his Gotham. He notices a sign that the Joker is back, and a voice asks if he has had anything to do with this. Batman looks back to see another version of himself. Batman looks at himself. Is the Joker dead? He was dead here? The alternate Batman says, "Here. Sorry, but you'll have to be more." But before he could get an answer, Batman is yanked back into the multiverse, thrown into another Gotham. He gets back up as a shadowy man walks forward, laughing. "It figures if I was brought back, so would you. It's a real treat for me after all. You got to kill me already, so now it's my turn." Joker lunges forward, revealing his fangs, tackling Batman to the ground. But before he could sink his teeth in, Batman is yanked into the multiverse again. He moves quickly from universe to universe, only to ones that have never had Jokers, suddenly existing, followed by the appearance of a man in a red mask. But these have all taken a turn. They're more evil, more wild, and as supernatural as he feared the Joker could become. And in universes where the Joker died, he returned from his grave to just wreak havoc again. However, Batman stops and he runs into a version of himself who did go too far. The Batman of the Arkham universe looks at our Batman from Prime Earth. That itch, that voice that says to let him die, to let his madness disappear under dirt and worms. But even with him gone, you've still got it in your head. You have to exorcise him. My identity is public. My life is over. And for what? To see the Joker crawl back out of his grave to terrorize the city again? If you can stop this, if you can put him back in the ground where he belongs, do it, for all our sakes. But again, Batman is yanked through the multiverse when he's pulled up by someone. He finds himself being picked up by somebody also wearing a bat suit, a futuristic suit, a suit from beyond. And a much older man steps forward with a cane. "Hello, Bruce. Looks like you're having a problem with the multiverse." And a man named Red Mask, a sane Joker. The older Bruce looks back at the computer and says that he's been jumping in and out of universes and across time, using his multiversal energy and creating Jokers wherever he goes. They've been tracking the energy as he moved, and he made landfall here a day ago. Terry here has been scouring Gotham for signs of a new Joker. Batman looks back at the young man, and Terry removes his Batman Beyond mask. Guess there's no need for secret identities with another Batman. The older Bruce tells him that they can deal with the Joker here, but they simply can't leave their universe until it's finished. They can, however, help him from involuntarily jumping from world to world. They can recalibrate his scanner, but to get home, he can use this Holt disc to return to his natural universe. At that moment, there's an explosion and a revived Joker steps through. "I'm here for Bruce!" However, before Batman can assist, he's pulled back into the time stream and thrown through multiversal universes, ones that Darwin has tainted. He meets many versions of himself. Classic versions. Versions filled with gaslight. Versions from a kingdom come. Versions where there was a world of injustice. But at the end of the day, it was all the same. Until Batman finds himself in a world that is a bit more nostalgic, almost like it's happening in the year 1966. The Batman of this universe manages to put down the revised Joker, calls our Batman chum, and tells him that he doesn't know much about the universe. But he does know one thing: every Batman needs a utility belt to fight the darkness. And with that, Batman is leaping through the multiverse again. He ends up in a universe where Batman is older, where the Dark Knight is returned. In that universe, he's assisted by this old, grizzled Bruce to create a prosthetic hand, a robot arm, to replace his injury. He's also given a new uniform, one to help him get through everything, with his new hand and his new utility belts. But eventually, Darwin and Batman, their chase comes to a conclusion as they have reached the end of the line. They have reached the end of the multiverse. As a giant Joker shark begins to chomp through a small patch of land that hardly exists, Batman says that he has enough energy to get home. To help. Darwin stops him. "Maybe I can't be him, but I have just enough energy to do what the Joker could never do." Darwin sends a shark at Batman, and as he jumps on its back, the shark slams himself into a wall. Batman manages to grab onto the side of the wall to slow his fall, but as he looks down, he sees the shark's maw opening wide, just about to swallow him. He rummages through his utility belt for something to help, and he pulls something out laughing. Haha, finally, a Batman more prepared than myself, and he sprays the shark repellent. After being sprayed with the repellent, the Joker shark swims off, and Darwin says that he needs to try one more time to get into his head. Batman climbs back up, telling him that he could have been anything. A scientist, a scholar, a helper. He always wondered what the Joker would have become if he didn't become the Joker. If his existence created the evil inside of him, but he could see it now. It's always been inside of him. Without the madness of the Joker, he's just a more pathetic evil. Darwin lunges at Batman, shouting, "I'll kill you!" And Batman cracks him with a single punch. Darwin lays on the ground, and Batman looks at the disc that he was given. It can only bring one of them back to their original universe, and he can't leave Halliday here. But he can't send him home and stay here. Batman then sits down, trying to think of something. There's always a way, except maybe there isn't for once. Even before Failsafe, Batman found himself slipping. He wasn't as fast, not as strong. The years were catching up to him. Batman wins, but now he isn't sure what to do. He always knows what to do, but is Batman slipping? Has he finally failed? Is it Batman and the Joker at the end of time, the end of the multiverse? But at that moment, at that very moment, as a light that begins to shine, he looks back and he thinks, maybe Batman needs to be lifted up by his Robin. Tim Drake appears floating down. He asks, "Is it really you? Thank God, I've seen enough Batmen to last." Batman walks up, hugging Tim before he could finish. "Thank you for coming for me, for saving me." But as all things seemingly are ending well, Tim having a way to return home, the disc able to return Halliday, there's another voice in the back of Batman's mind. The voice of Zur-En-Arrh. "Looks like our trip is at an end. Time to fight some crime." After returning from a series of jumps through the multiverse, Batman sits up in his bed in the Batacombs thinking that he's fine. Mr. Terrific looks at the charts, telling him that he does heal remarkably fast, so he's inclined to agree, though there is still some residual multiversal energy from his trip. Batman gets dressed, telling him that it's harmless. It'll dissipate with time. Thanks for sticking around, Gotham. Thanks for keeping an eye on me, Mr. Terrific. It's my pleasure, but I would be remiss if I didn't ask about... Batman looks at his hand. The hand that he has now lost and replaced with a robotic one. And he tells Mr. Terrific that he'd appreciate it if he just kept the robotic hand between them. While getting ready to leave, there's a call on the comms, and when Batman answers, Tim says that he was just checking in to see how Batman was doing. Batman tells him that he's fine, and Tim says if he says so. But maybe he should take the night off, and Batman stops him. I'm fine. Any major developments since I've been away? Tim tells him that, with the Penguin dead, 2 of his kids showed up to run the Iceberg Lounge. Then there's Selina. Batman takes a moment to himself to meditate, to center himself from everything that just recently happened. Failsafe, the robotic Batman, is still out there. Red Mask created an entire multiverse of Jokers. And then there's Zur-En-Arrh, the psychotic version of Batman in his own mind that he created as his own ultimate Batman. Zur calls out to Bruce, telling him, "My name is Batman." Bruce tells him, "No, you're a backup human operating system. Ha! I'm the real you. I was created in the event your mind was under attack. Well, it is under attack. By Batman. By your insecurities and your doubts. And when Batman has doubts, people die. I won't let that happen. You've been locked away. You don't have any power anymore." And Zur-En-Arrh laughs. That's interesting. Locked away. Instead of being destroyed. It's because you can't without destroying your own mind, Bruce. Or is it because you need me? You need me for what's coming, right? Because Batman can't be weak. Bruce shakes his head, grounding himself back to reality, realizing that during his time meditating, there were dozens of calls. Dick, Barbara, Duke, Stephanie, Clark, they all want to know how Bruce is. Bruce is hurt. Bruce is lost, but Batman isn't. Later at the Iceberg Lounge, Addison and Aiden Cobblepot have expanded upon their late father's work, creating an off-the-books back room for Gotham's high rollers. Even though Bruce has been away, it's his job to remind them that Batman still watches the streets. Just as the next hand is dealt, Batman activates the explosions and drops in on the table, calling out to Addison and Aiden, telling them that they're just as greedy as their father was. Addison yells, "In business, you're either growing or dying. Heard you already passed the ladder." Batman jumps down. "I don't die. Just ask your father if you have a Ouija board handy." Aiden, however, winds up, telling him to get away from his sister, but Batman has already predicted how Aiden would react. But what he didn't predict was how fast he actually was. So much so that before Batman could even get a footing, Aiden has already charged and thrown him into the bathroom and was choking him. He underestimated him, and now he knows Aiden can take it. Batman reaches out to grab Aiden's hand, and as he crushes it, he looks at his new hand, not realizing the strength that a robotic hand could have. He hides the surprised look, getting up, telling Addison to consider this a warning. And after leaving there, Batman radios into Babs to follow up on something that Tim mentioned. Something about Selina. Batman's informed that there was a breakout and a handful of inmates escaped, but nobody has heard from Selina since she got out of prison. It's possible that she may have skipped town. They'll keep an eye out for her for him. But there's something else. Babs asks Batman, "Did you take off your monitoring systems? I'm not getting a read on your physical condition." Batman ends the transmission. "I'm fine." Which is only partly true. Batman is fine, but Bruce Wayne is not. And this is the only way that it works out. The next day, a woman stops by a bagel and coffee shop for a late afternoon snack, when a voice calls out to her from the shadows. "Cats are creatures of habit." The woman scoffs. "Bat." After ditching the disguise, Selina says that she heard that he was back in town. Some grand adventure in space this time. Batman says that she broke out of prison. She tells him, yeah. It wasn't doing it for her anymore. It's been weeks since they've seen each other, and he's going to, what, bring her in, reprimand her? Batman says that she killed Valmont to save him. I don't like it, but you don't deserve a life in prison. We've all had to make hard choices, and you turned down my help. My lawyer, Selina. So? She asks him. I freed myself instead of using your money. I'm a ghost now, and maybe that's what I want to be for now. A fresh start, something new. Like Oswald. Batman stares. What? You may have been hung up on not being able to save him, but it was all a lie. The Penguin just wanted out. He wanted to get away from the back and forth. He faked his own death, Bruce. I wasn't sure if I should tell you, but Oswald left town and settled elsewhere. Batman stumbles back. Failsafe. The robot I created, it came after me, my family, all because it thought I killed Cobblepot, and you kept that from me. We're not supposed to have secrets from each other. She looks at him. The two of us are nothing but secrets, Bruce. Don't even pretend like we're not. I love you, but our lives? I wasn't in space. I was in another universe, another Gotham. There was a Selina there too. I couldn't help but love her as well. That's the kind of hold you have over me, and you betrayed me. She sighs. Your life. I'm not the other Selina. I'm my own person, and I didn't know that you created some damn robot to kill yourself. I didn't know either. Wow. To think I kept secrets from you. As she leaves, Batman just sits there when an alarm goes off signaling an intruder in the manor. He hurries over, looking down at the hole that Zur-En-Arrh made for himself, a cave beneath his own, a place where Failsafe was created. And then there's a noise coming from upstairs. Batman quietly sneaks out from behind the clock, hearing the voices, happy voices and laughter. He steps into the kitchen, and he sees all of his children there making breakfast. Just as he's about to ask what's going on, Jason looks at him. Yeah, they tricked me to be here too. Seconds later, Dick and Babs enter, stating that they're sorry for being late. Dick says that it was his idea to trip the sensors, figured it'd be the only way to make sure that Bruce got here in a hurry. Besides that, it's time to eat! Come on, Bruce! Bruce follows, taking in the scene, seeing so many of his children there, happy. They're all young men and women who have followed him into his life, people who still feel joy, even if it's sparingly. Then Dick walks up, stating that Tim told him about Zur-En-Arrh. Is everything all right? Yes, Zur-En-Arrh is locked away. There's nothing to worry about. Except, there is. Zur-En-Arrh has poisoned the well. He put doubt into Bruce's mind. He created Failsafe. He built a Zur-En-Arrh cave beneath the other cave. What else did Zur-En-Arrh do? He can see the end coming. No, wait, that's not it. He can feel the end coming, and he can't see it. He's blind. Blind as a bat. How does he save everyone here? Everyone that he loves. How far can Batman go? How far can Bruce go before it all burns away? But there's a little story that was added to this particular issue. It's called The Plans Below, and we see how Zur-En-Arrh operated. We need to jump back in time to a time when Zur-En-Arrh existed, but a time before Bruce knew what he was doing. As Bruce Wayne is working away at his desk, Alfred knocks on the door. I know you may think of yourself as above mere mortals, but 2 hours of sleep is not enough to. Bruce laughs. I'm fine, Alfred. I'll take my morning coffee and catty comments to go. Right now, there's work to be done. He takes his coffee down to the cave, going over Riddler's latest riddle when something changes. He seems to snap into a different personality. He turns back, activating a hidden switch that opens up a hatch to a hidden room in the cave, one with a whole new bat suit. He pulls on a purple mask, and Zur-En-Arrh, through Bruce's body, says, "Ha! Now let's see how you're coming along." Zur-En-Arrh activates Failsafe, and the robot says, "Alert mode activated." Good, what are your directives? To observe Batman via global chatter and witnessed behaviors. If there is a 95% probability that he willingly took a life, I am to eliminate Batman. Ha-ha! And how will you go about it? I will kill Batman, a conundrum, a paradox, to murder a man for the crime of murder. Zur-En-Arrh steps over into the training area. Batman isn't just a man. He's a force of nature. And if he's got a taste for blood, he'll never stop killing. That blood will run into Gotham's soil and a new world will grow in its place. Zur looks at Failsafe. Can you kill him? Failsafe shuffles out of his capsule. Yes. Show me. Zur-En-Arrh begins to spar with the robot, but soon Failsafe grabs him. I will observe and make determinations, and it appears Batman has gone too far, which means Zur grabs 2 injectors, slamming them into Failsafe. Failsafe eases back. You cannot! And Zur scoffs. Ha! Time to get back to work. My programming is incomplete. When I accomplish my mission, then what? Zur-En-Arrh tosses Failsafe back into his capsule. I'll be back with your next update. He takes off the mask, walking back to the computer, and goes through the prior night's arrest. Mugger got lucky last night. Landed a 2x4 in my chest. Be better, Bruce. Soon after that, Bruce blinks, continuing his research on the Riddler, completely unaware that he is now missing 20 minutes. Roland walks back to his small apartment, his body broken and bruised from the job with Professor Pig. The colorful villain went crazy and began to beat him. Roland sighs as he walks through the door. For her, he can take the pain. His daughter calls him from the kitchen, asking if he wants dinner. Nah, honey. Gonna hit the sack. Not wanting her to see his bruises. He heads into the bedroom, collapsing, and then looks up as he hears a meow coming from the window. At that window is a stray cat with a note pinned to its collar. If you risk your life, you deserve the rewards. It gives him an address to go to. Darkness falls. It's been months of fighting endlessly. Batman fought against Failsafe, a robot built to stop Batman, then the Red Mask, the progenitor of the Joker, and he fought against the multiverse and then Insomnia. After all of that, Batman had finally collapsed, his body falling into an exhausted sleep, and he sits there in the darkness. But he isn't alone. Zur-En-Arrh is there, reminding Batman that he is the preparation. Zur-En-Arrh smiles from behind his mental cage, a psychotic Batman ready at any time to take over Batman's body. Rest up, Bruce. Gotham needs you. They need Batman, Zur-En-Arrh says as he steps back into the shadows. Bruce opens his eyes and finds himself inside of the medical room of the Batcave, Oracle immediately beeping in on the comms, shocked that he is finally awake, and explains that he has been unconscious for 8 weeks after the Night Terrors event. We think it had something to do with your possession by Deadman, she explains, and Batman nods, walking out of the cave. Oracle, let's talk later so you can catch me up. He then cuts the comms, and in no time he is once again swinging through the rooftops of Gotham City. He has been away for too long. He needs his city to know that Batman is still there, but it doesn't take him long to find a crime. 2 cat burglars who have thought out everything. They cut the alarm so that they wouldn't get caught, and as one begins to cut through the glass of the diamond display, the other keeps watch. He looks up to see Batman approaching them from the shadows. Run! It's him! He shouts, turning to escape, and Batman recognizes them. Marcus Tolliver, Stan Bevington. A bit out of your depth, I'd say. He says, knowing that both men usually act as hired muscle for the colorful villains of Gotham City. Batman chases both men around the corner, finding a grappling hook and an open window. He pulls himself up, and he looks at the empty street below. He then leaps back down into the museum, finding a nearby vent open and the diamond gone. He's surprised that the 2 goons managed to trick him. Something's changed in Gotham, he whispers to himself. Meanwhile, at Selina Kyle's new training facility, she trains the former goons and thugs of Gotham to become the professional cat burglars who only target the rich and don't resort to violent methods. She has just gotten word that Batman has returned. So she gathers her closest lieutenants and warns them. He's awake, she tells them, and panic moves through the group as Selina folds her arms, running through the new rules. I'm putting external training on hold. Newbies stay in the training compound walls and get word out to the graduates to be extra cautious out there, she says as she turns away from her soldiers, pouring herself a drink. Time to call another meeting, she says as she gulps down the liquid. Elsewhere, Maxie Zeus is shouting at the 1 goon he has left, ordering him to destroy the electrical power plant, but a voice shouts from the shadows as Robin leaps down to fight. You are in need of some time at Arkham, Robin says, the thug putting up his hands and backing away while Zeus runs. You're better than this, Craig, he says as he pushes past the goon, rushing outside, finding Maxie Zeus is already down, with Batman standing over his body. Robin, Looks like he didn't even need me, but Robin doesn't even care, rushing forward and hugging Batman. It's good to see you too, son. The two briefly catch up before Tim asks Batman if he's talked to Oracle. I did, but I disconnected my comms. I need to clear my head. Batman explains and Tim nods. She just alerted all of us. Catwoman wants to talk. Masks off. So, a little time later, the extended members of the Bat family begin to sit inside of the Kitty Cat Club. They all look up as Batman and Robin walk through the door. Father, did you enjoy your nap? Damian asks from his table. Before the group can talk, Catwoman steps out into the lounge stage. She greets them all and quickly explains that since Batman has been asleep, she has begun a new mission. She's taking goons and thugs that formerly worked for Gotham's rogues, and she stopped the endless cycle of violence by giving them new skills. She is training them to become cat burglars. Her trainees now have rules, such as only targeting the rich and never hurting anyone. She explains that violent crimes have gone down 75% since she has begun. This is why your streets are quiet. It's why your villains are floundering, and it's getting big enough that I need you all to do something for me. Leave us alone. Dick shakes his head. This isn't a solution. You've just changed the crime. But the group doesn't entirely agree. Duke, Kate, Steph, and Tim all see the differences in the city and point it out. This doesn't sit right with me. I think we need more data. Maybe Selina can show us how she's training them? Tim admits, and Batman steps forward, glaring at Selina. No, I can't believe what I'm hearing. We have a mission. We stop crime. We don't allow some crimes to go because they appear to be more acceptable than others. But Selina becomes angry with him, pointing out that his life is about the mission. That's why they couldn't be married. After all of his years of fighting, it took her to come in and try things a different way for the city to actually improve. Gotham doesn't need Batman, Bruce. It needed me, she snaps. And from the bar, Jason the Red Hood raises his glass. She ain't wrong, Bruce, he calls out, and the rest continue to discuss it. But Batman turns, stalking out of the club. Outside, Tim catches up with them, asking that they at least talk this out instead of him just leaving. Batman shakes his head as the Batmobile pulls up. Everyone in that room is a victim of a crime. And now, you all want to decide who gets to be a victim? There's nothing to debate, he says as he gets into the car, driving away. A short time later, Selina returns to her home, where she finds her security, Dario, sulking on the couch. She walks past him and into the bathroom, where she hears the door creak open behind her. Hey, Selina, Jason says as she turns around. Nice place you got here, but you need a security guard who doesn't mope on the couch, Jason says, and Selina moves quickly, kicking Jason in the chest and knocking him through the door. You followed me? To my home? She growls as she rushes back at him, pressing her attack, but Jason blocks the blow and punches her. Bruce really rattled you back there, didn't he? There's no way that I would have been able to follow you before that meeting, Jason says as he kicks her down, and she spins, kicking him hard in the face, cracking his mask, knocking him to the ground. Get out of my house, Jason! But Jason puts up his hands, telling her that she's gonna need more than her crew to make this work. She's going to need someone whispering in Batman's ear. He tells her that he gets the plan and he wants to be a part of it. She looks at him for a moment before handing him a note, pointing him to her lieutenants. And I don't think I need to say this, but no killing. The last thing we need is an even angrier Batman. Elsewhere in the city, Roland slips inside of a high-rise apartment. He's been training with Selina's crew, learning the ropes, and he's gotten good at it. He cased the place, made sure the family was out of town, and cut the silent alarm. He slips inside, working the safe, getting it open in a matter of moments. And then he pulls out the jewels, staring down at them in surprise. He knows they'll allow him and his daughter to live well for months. But there's a sound behind him. He turns to find a young woman aiming a pistol. Don't move, she shouts with fear in her voice, her hands shaking. It's later that the police lights bathe the street in red and blue. Batman stands amongst them. He walks over to the body, looking down at it, a frown crossing his face as he recognizes Roland as one of the thugs of the city. You know him? Guy broke into a condo on the 20th floor, owned by Hannah Zhang of the Zhang Chemicals. Her family's on vacation in Central City, but she couldn't join them because of work, the lead detective explains. But Batman has stopped listening. He knows Roland. He knows the cycle of violence the thug was a part of to make ends meet, to care for the daughter that is now an orphan. He grits his teeth with anger. In his mind, he can hear the voice of Zur-En-Arr. The mission has been tainted. We stop crime because we're Batman. The doorman opens the front door of the high-end apartment building, thanking the electrician for coming so quickly. They've gotten a lot of complaints about air conditioning. Any idea how long? The doorman asks as he leads the two electricians to the power box, and they shut everything off. 1 hour, 2 tops, they explain, telling him that they'll work as quickly as possible, and they both step into the elevator, allowing it to close. Hoops pulls out the keyring that she made from the doorman, and Carlos explains that he shut down the alarms on the top 3 floors, just like Selina taught them. But when they slip into the apartment that they're targeting, they're surprised as Batman steps out of the shadows. Roland Garner, dead in the streets, my streets. Nobody dies today. He launches forward, slamming Carlos into a door before whirling on Hoops. It doesn't mean you won't feel pain. Later that night, Fright looks up from her own job, firing off a blast of fear gas, but Batman swoops in, coming through it like it has no effect. At her hideout, Selina sits at her desk while Marquise explains all of this to her. After that, he hit the Iceberg Lounge. He picked up Scorpina and Vox. Marquise looks at her boss, asking what they're going to do about Batman. We distract him, Marquise, with his biggest mistake. Call Jason. Elsewhere in the city, rain is plummeting from the sky as Batman nabs another thug turned cat burglar, slamming him into the ground and tying him up. Going pretty hard, don't you think? Tim calls out, and Batman looks up at Robin. By my count, that's 8 of Catwoman's people that you've rounded up. You just got through Failsafe, Red Mask, Insomnia. Maybe you should take it easy, Tim says as he leaps down to his mentor. But Batman shakes his head. Someone in Gotham needs to do their job. Are you here to stop me? Tim tries to point out that everything isn't black and white, but Batman stalks past him. Death is. You're alive and then you're not. Roland Garner is dead. His child is an orphan. We do our best to save everyone. I radioed the police to come and pick this criminal up. If I find out that you helped him get away, I'll arrest you myself, Batman says as he leaps off the building, gliding into the night. Throughout the city, the Bat family are on comms, discussing Batman's rampage. Some of them side with Selina, believing that her methods are making the city safer. If Selina asks for help, I'd be inclined to give it, Barbara says, and Jason nods, chiming in that Selina is doing the right thing. With every thief that he stops, he's just driving them back to their old ways. He's driving them to be henchmen, to violence. So we have to stomp him, or at the very least, stay one step ahead of him, Jason says to the group, and then Dick gets on the line, asking that Jason just lay low. Don't worry about me, Dick. I won't do anything rash, he says, looking up at Marquise, who's standing next to him. That night, Jason checks his watch. He set up several traps in the high-end house on the edge of Gotham, preparing for Batman's arrival after setting off the silent alarm. In the city, Selina looks down at the prisoner transfer that's about to leave GCPD. Remember, we just need you to keep him occupied, Selina reminds Red Hood. Jason readies himself as he sees a shadow swoop past the window. He's here, Jason tells the comms, meaning that Selina is prepared to start her escape. Jason watches as Batman swoops towards the window, smashing through it. The traps all go off, targeting the drone and shooting it out of the air. It crashes to the ground and Jason walks towards it. Freaking drone! Marquise is also on the comms, asking for a report from their hideout. But the wall suddenly explodes inward, throwing the trainees to the ground, and Batman stalks in, his cape billowing in the smoke. This is done, but I'm giving you a choice. Go home now, start a new life, otherwise. He then drops into a combat stance, motioning the criminals forward. Most of them choose to rush Batman, who swings, kicking his way through the group, noting that they're all better now that they've been trained by Selina. But you're not the best, he thinks as he whirls, punching another across the face, blood flying through the air, but someone else rushes through the smoke. Look at you, stopping the betterment of others. Sorry I'm late, Jason jokes as he leaps into the fight, armed with a knife and a crowbar. Batman whirls around, blocking the knife easily. Sometimes taking someone in and training them just leads to better criminals and murderers, Batman notes as he shifts, blocking another incoming attack. I'm so sick of you being the grand arbiter of what's right and wrong. You never gave grief up after your parents were killed, so you have the outlook of a 10-year-old! Jason snaps right before Batman shifts, punching him in the throat before slamming him into the wall. If you think one death is fine because it stops more deaths, then why shouldn't I kill you? Batman growls, but Tim is suddenly there, grabbing Batman from behind. Batman twists, knocking him away, turning on his former partner only to see the rest of the Bat family arriving. Batman, you need to step back, Dick Grayson tells him, his escrima sticks already in hand, and Batman prepares himself. No, he growls. Cassandra is the first to move, rushing forward, throwing batarangs, but Batman avoids them, kicking her hard in the stomach. Duke is next to go down. Batman knows that Duke's powers would be a problem. He whirls around on Stephanie, her eyes unprotected, and a few flashbangs blind her. Nightwing then rushes forward, but Batman uses his new hand to send out a smoke screen. But Dick is good. He rolls through it, cracking Batman across the face with his weapons. Jason is next, kicking Batman in the stomach, launching him through a window. Batman plummets to the pavement below, slamming into a car, and Jason follows him. But he's then punched out of the air by Damian. "It's going to be okay, father," he says as he pulls his father into the Batmobile. Elsewhere, the prison escape was successful, but as Selina and her lieutenants are escaping, Marquise calls and tells her about Batman's assault. "He hit Alleytown, destroyed our home. Everyone's scattered. What should we do?" Marquise asks, and Selina looks at her phone in anger before throwing it to the ground, screaming in rage. Back at the brownstone, Bruce is tending to his wounds with Damian nearby. Damian's more interested in Batman's new hand than anything else, but the pair are interrupted by the sound of the doorbell. Bruce answers it, playing the hungover bachelor routine, but he's surprised to find someone from the bank, who hands him a letter explaining that the brownstone is being seized as Bruce's finances are out of whack. Someone just purchased Wayne Manor. Later, the Batmobile roars into the Batcave. You can hear Zur-Anar's voice in his mind, ordering him to seal the cave away from the manor, that they can still do good work, that they need to push Bruce Wayne aside and become only Batman. As he stalks through the darkness of the cave, Batman realizes that the clock is open as someone is already down there. Suddenly, a voice speaks to him from the shadows. "Pardon me. I don't mean to be rude, but you're in my home," the voice calls out. Batman whirls around to find a richly dressed man leaning against the wall. "The name's Vandal Savage, and I presume you're Bruce Wayne." Batman was slowly losing his hold on Gotham, including the very home that he lived in for most of his life. There's no denying that the city has been far safer in his absence, with Selina digging her heels in. Batman swore that he would take back control, that there would be no further death. But as Batman makes this promise at his mother and father's grave, Selina is watching. Marquise asks Selina how he looks. Selina tells her not good. Vandal Savage is in the city, and he has his sights on Batman. Marquise asks, what now then? Should we have mercy on him and invite him to the 78th floor? But Selina says no. Batman is coming apart. It's happened before. He wants a Gotham that is good instead of a Gotham that is healthy. However, they have other things to focus on right now. But Batman, he doesn't know what he's going to do. He lost Wayne Manor to Vandal Savage. He lost most of his fortune, and he has no idea why Vandal Savage is even in Gotham City. But he'll find the answers. Inside of her safe house, Selina cracks her whip, calling attention to all of the thieves, telling them that from here on out, they have to be careful. A lot of them are getting snatched up off of the streets because some of them are being too bold. Because of it, they've lost their training camp. Batman won't kill them, that's true. But he won't hesitate to stomp them, to break their bones. And hospital bills are a lousy way to spend their score money. Batman thinks that they're at war, but they aren't an army. They're a thieves guild, and they're responsible for each other. At that moment, another set of boots walks onto the stage. Heavy boots. Selina turns to Jason, telling him that he has perfect timing. He'll be guiding a team outside of a gala for the arts. You wouldn't happen to be a fan of the arts, would you, Jason? Jason laughs. Actually, yeah. She tells him that it's a shame that he'll be outside running valet then. He asks, cars? Those are going to be some pretty big scores. She goes on to explain that the people here need to learn the art of Grand Theft Auto. You're good at that. I hear that one time, you even tried to steal the wheels off the Batmobile. She cracks her whip once more, telling everyone that some of them will be inside keeping an eye on things, and that she too will be inside, but she'll be in disguise. If they happen to see her, pretend they didn't. And lastly, this is for their future. Make sure to not forget and smile. You never know who's watching. It's later that night inside of the theater that some of Gotham's wealthiest guests arrive, and they take their seat at the Turandot Ballet, while Jason directs several of the outside thieves on preparing cars. But something is off. Jason tells the thieves to go ahead and get the first set of cars ready. He'll catch up with them in just a moment. As he reaches down for something, he casually says that he appreciates him waiting, while he sent the students away before they did this. He begins to pull down his mask to deflect a batarang. You know, it really sucks when your students don't respect you, right? Batman jumps down swinging. You're more of a criminal. You have the potential to be good, to be a smart man, Jason. And Jason scoffs. You still trying to save me from the streets, Bats? Over the comms, the thieves announce the show is starting, and Jason jumps down into the alleyway telling them, go on without me. Batman watches, thinking to himself that Jason is playing distraction from the scene of the crime. But he's a good one, because it's working. I won't lose him. After a quick change into the Red Hood outfit, Jason races down the streets on his bike, telling his team that Group 1 just hit the docks and they're on their way back to pick up the next round. Good job, team. I had to step away to handle something, but I'll be back shortly. One of the men asks him if it's the Bat. Yeah, don't worry. He can't catch me short of sticking that grappling gun right on my back and yanking me off the bike, which might kill me, so I don't think. But at that moment, his sentence is cut short as he's hit on the back and he's ripped off his bike. He goes tumbling onto the street, getting scraped up from the pavement, jumping back to his feet. What was that? You could have killed me! Batman walks up. I won't let you die, ever again. But I also won't watch you destroy yourself. You don't have to fight alongside me. But please, do not fight me against this. Jason pulls up his hood. You want to get personal about this? I have a lot more in common with Catwoman than you. I'm with her because I believe in her, not in spite of you. Violent crime is way, way down. You've lost it! Chasing down your own interests at the moment instead of stopping crime? Batman blocks a hit with a crowbar. You are not an interest. You're my family. We both know a life of crime's going to kill you. Jason swings around. Come on! I'm just a distraction. Wait, where did you go? As Jason lands, he doesn't realize the subtle shift in Batman's steps, and suddenly he's grabbed from behind. He struggles to break free, but Batman tells him, I'm sorry for this, Jason. I can't take the risk. You've always been a good soldier. He sticks him with a needle and then lets him go. Jason falling to the ground. Batman tells him to rest. We're gonna talk more about this later. Back at the play, Selina steps out to get some fresh air. She speaks out into the open. I know you're there. You can come out now. I would assume that you're here to spy on me for someone. But it's Nightwing that climbs down. Would you believe I just wanted to find somewhere neutral to talk? How did you know I'd be here, Nightwing? It's your favorite ballet. I got to see it with you and Bruce, remember? It was one of the first times that I was allowed to tag along. You let me sit with you at the bar. I got a Shirley Temple. I felt super grown up. You told me that it was your favorite, and then you asked me what mine was, like I'd have one at that age. I think I said something embarrassing, like the Nutcracker, or something along those lines. Selina turns to him. When you talk like that, it makes me feel stupid that we're all fighting, Nightwing. And Nightwing climbs down. Yeah? Maybe chew on that for a bit and get back to me. She sighs as she heads back inside, thinking that Dick doesn't know what it's like growing up poor. She can't be someone's rich wife, while the girls out there can't even feed their babies. It doesn't matter what they call her. They don't take anything that anyone needs. But at that moment, a large man walks out. May I cut in? And as he grabs Selina, the man tells her, You are quite exquisite. Were you his wife, I'd have claimed you with the house. As Selina is taken, she asks if she knows him, and Vandal Savage grips tighter around her back, telling her not to play games with him. She is hereby warned. Stay out of my way. She asks what does he want with Wayne Manor, and he tells her that it's the finest cave in the finest city. She scoffs. We both know that's not true about this city. Vandal then tells her that this city has treasures to offer unlike any other. After all, isn't that why you're here? If you want the bat brought to his knees, I might have a position to interest you. I'm in need of a powerful lieutenant. She walks away asking if Vandal thinks that he can actually hurt the bat. I'm just disagreeing with him. I have more friends. You might want to consider it. You might find yourself short on good help very soon. With things starting to slip, Selena changes and begins to radio to Jason, but realizes she can't get a hold of him. She takes off, declaring that she needs to find him. If something were to happen to Jason, Bruce would never forgive her. Elsewhere, Marquise begins to put in contacts, stating that she's not happy about helping him. He attacked her, he betrayed her, he almost killed her woman, and her new team, but he is her father. On the monitor, Vandal laughs. I hate to see you cover those lovely brown eyes, Scandal. So much like your mother. You've been embedded with Miss Kyle for so long. Certainly you can wait a bit longer. Marquise turns. I'm almost there. And refer to me as Marquise. Don't ever call me here again. 2 weeks ago, the thug crashes through the window, slamming into the ground below. He looks up as Red Hood leaps down, standing over him. Where's the Joker? He growls, reaching down, grabbing the thug by his collar, demanding to know where the Joker's hideout is. I told you, man. I don't know, I swear. I haven't worked with him in a couple of years. The thug gasps, and Red Hood lifts him off the ground, tossing him into traffic. Then you're useless to me. But a whip lashes out, wrapping around the goons, pulling him out of traffic and to safety. And Catwoman smiles down at him, ordering him to run off. She leaps down, blocking the Red Hood's path. I wasn't done with him. Jason growls at her, and she points out that the thug seemed a little clumsy to be one of her new thieves. And Catwoman admits that she hasn't recruited him. I'm having a meeting that I think you might be interested in, she tells him, but Jason shakes his head and turns to leave. I think you've got me confused with Nightwing. Jason growls, getting on his bike, but Selena follows him, explaining that her plan will weaken the rogues of Gotham City. And if my plan works, that scary old clown won't have anyone to stand by his side by the time you find him, she points out. Jason finally sighs, telling her that he'll think about it before riding off into the night. We now go to the present day. Jason is standing in Selena's criminal headquarters. He paces in front of 3 of the other recruits. He explains that he'll be breaking them down so that he can build them back up, better than before. But he points out that he thinks that they're going to fail and head back out to the streets to hurt people. And I'm here to get to know all of you real well, so that when I'm right and you do screw up, I can find you and kill you, Jason tells them. One of the guys can't take Jason's speech and begins to run away in fear, but the other 2 stay. So Jason leans in, close to their faces. And then there were 2. He says to Bash and Simpson. Welcome to the program, gentlemen. Let's get to work. What follows is weeks of training, with Jason beating them in the ring, bringing them up to the heights of Gotham's tallest buildings to teach them to move without fear, and he teaches them to hide in the shadows and avoid confrontation altogether. Later, after the pair have gotten much, much better, Jason brings them out to Flunkies, a former goon bar turned into another dive bar since all of the goons have started flocking to Catwoman. You guys look nervous. Never been to a dive bar before? Jason asks as he sips his beer, but Simpson points out that this is where Gotham's rogues used to come to hire their goons. They don't want to run into any of Scarecrow's henchmen since they fled his employ. Oh yeah, you all worked for Scarecrow. Yeah, don't worry about Crane, he's not scary, Jason says nonchalantly. He finally leans back and brings up why he brought them out. We trust each other now, right? We're all on the same team? And he leans forward just a little. The cheer leaves his face as he glares at the 2 of them, demanding to know where the Joker is. I have no idea, the pair says, but Jason doesn't believe them. They explain that they haven't worked with him in years, that they wouldn't know where he would be hiding out right now. A lot of bad people in the world, man. Why do you care about the Joker anyway? Bash finally asks, and Jason takes another sip of his drink. He killed me. I'm going to return the favor, Jason tells them. And he puts the beer down and looks at them with a slight smile. Are you ready for your next test? He asks, standing up, collecting what few weapons the pair have, telling them that they have to get out of the situation without killing anyone. He then turns around to the biker gang that surrounds the pool tables. Hey, you guys are the Brotherhood of Broken Bones, right? Those guys in the table behind me said their club was gonna kick your asses later. Thought you should know. The bikers rush the pair and begin to beat them down. Remember the rules, boys! Jason calls to his trainees as he walks out the door. Outside, he meets a Selena, who isn't happy about how he's training Bash and Simpson. I'm done with your little games, Jason. If you haven't gotten them killed here, they're going on a mission. She hisses in his ear as he finishes that beer. Behind him, the window shatters outward as Bash and Simpson are thrown into the street. Jason looks down at the battered bodies. Hey, not dead. Good job. Now go home and get some rest. Big day tomorrow, Jason tells them. That night, Bash lays in his bed, trying to recover, but he stirs in his sleep as a glowing green fog begins to drift through his apartment. Scarecrow steps out of the shadows and up to the bed of his former henchman. It's the next day that Bash is sitting at a table, his eyes wide as he stares at nothing. You know the rules. Only take what you planned on. No weapons, no improvisation. Nobody gets hurt, Jason says as he leans down to Bash's shoulder. Hey, are you listening to me? He growls, and Simpson steps forward explaining that Bash merely had a bad dream last night and can't sleep well. So that night, the pair are breaking into the art museum. But while Simpson is happy that everything's going well, Bash is jumping at every shadow and noise, and he spins his flashlight around the room. Something's wrong. I can feel it, man. Simpson tries to calm his friend, but Bash suddenly makes a run for it, dashing to the door, pushing through it, tripping the silent alarm. Bash, you set off the damn alarm, man! We gotta go before... Simpson snaps as he catches up with Bash, but the pair are then stopped by a security guard with his pistol raised. Don't move! The guard shouts, and Bash's hand drifts to the pistol that he brought with him. The guard's finger twitches, but Red Hood is suddenly behind him. Lower your weapon, officer. The guard whirls on him, but Jason remains calm, explaining that if the guard puts down his weapon and leaves, no one has to know what happened. Sweat begins to bead and drip down the guard's head, and he finally lowers the pistol. You promise no one's gonna find out about this? Jason nods and promises, but Bash is suddenly there, beating the cop across the back of his head and dropping him to the ground. What the hell did you just do? Jason snaps. Bash leans over the guard's body, ready to fire on him. He was gonna kill us, man! The Scarecrow sent him! Bash shouts, but Jason slams into the man, slamming him to the ground, pummeling him with his fists until Simpson pulls him off. Breathing heavily, Jason orders Simpson to put everything back and drag Bash's body out of the museum. What? Simpson asks in surprise as Jason moves towards the exit. If I wasn't here, you'd both be caught or dead. You failed. Put back the stuff that you stole. Catwoman will deal with you both tomorrow. It's the next night that Jason is confronted by Selena, who demands to know what he was thinking. You were only here for your own agenda, you lying brat. You used me and my people to get information on your little obsession with the Joker. But Jason points out that all she is doing is training these henchmen to be better. That one day they'll return to their old ways, but now better trained on how to hurt people. When your plan falls apart, someone damn well better know who they are and how to stop them. Well, your self-fulfilling prophecy came true, Jason. You already chased one of them off. She explains that they haven't been able to reach Bash. Jason finally pulls himself free and heads out into the night. It doesn't take him long to arrive at Bash's apartment. As he slips through the window, the lights come on to reveal Stephanie Brown standing there. Steph, what are you doing here? Jason asks her. She motions to the wall. Jason's eyes widen as he sees the bloodied body of Bash pinned to it. Get your own toys. Red Hood is smeared in blood over him. There are traces of fear toxin still present in the air. It was Scarecrow. This is bad, Steph tells him, but Jason shakes his head and sighs. I'm afraid it's about to get much worse. Vandal Savage has lived hundreds of lifetimes. He is immortal, but that wasn't always the case. In the beginning, Vandal witnessed the sky light up as meteors fell from the sky, and they were magic. As he got closer to them, he could feel his body growing stronger, his mind expanding, growing sharper. He was smarter. Smart enough to know that something so precious needed to be protected at all costs. The fragments landed across the world, and a few others who encountered them became immortal like himself. He never cared about their origins, only the power in all forms. Ra's al Ghul had his own method of immortality. With every soak in the Lazarus pit, the effects started to fade. Vandal too felt the fading effects of his prolonged life, but that was before he lacked the stones that made the meteors. And right now the largest piece of it is sitting inside of Gotham City. But during Vandal's search, there was another family in the midst of a fight. Batman versus the entire Bat family. In their battle, Batman had barely bested Jason Todd, and he won by injecting him with something. As Jason woke up in Batman's hideout, he felt something he wasn't accustomed to. Fear. Jason's body trembles. He asks Batman what he did. Batman tells him, "Relax, take deep breaths." "Did you inject me with fear gas?" "No. Years ago, I created a personality backup, Zur-Anar, to take over if I ever failed. And I'm using techniques I learned from an old mentor. This machine won't change your personality, but I can add something to it. A small thing. Your failsafe. Now when you have heightened adrenaline, when you're about to do something dangerous, this fear is going to kick in. I'm sorry, but this was the only way. I love you, but you're a murderer. You're a bull in a china shop. This will heal you." Jason stumbles back. "Heal me? This isn't you. You're a controlling piece of crap, but you're not like this." Batman turns, kneeling down, taking off his mask. "I've given you a new identity. A place in Metropolis. You can live a normal life now. This isn't a punishment, Jason. This is a gift. I'm saving you from yourself." "If that's so, then who's saving you from yourself?" But in his silence, an alarm goes off. Batman simply turns back towards the monitors. At another location, Nightwing is climbing into an apartment, telling somebody that he has reached the location. Barbara asks if they're really doing this. Did Batman really kidnap Jason? Nightwing responds to her, "I'm not sure. I've never seen Bruce like this before. He's always been driven, a control freak, but it feels like he's at a point where he feels we are all a mistake. Like his one-man war on crime should have stayed a one-man war." Barbara quietly says, "Bruce said he had Zur-Anar in check, but..." Nightwing touches a picture on the wall. He doesn't. But whether it's Bruce or Zur-Anar, we need to stop him before things get worse. Batman may have created Failsafe in case he went too far, but it also made him who he is. And he gave me access to this. As a small beep can be heard, a wall shifts, revealing a large server, and Nightwing goes on explaining that this is where his parents first lived together. This is where Thomas Wayne was able to go to medical school. Bruce bought it and made it his secret heart. Just then a voice yells out, "A heart that you betrayed, letting criminals run the city? And now, what? You're gonna shut down the one man besides you that could stop them?" Nightwing turns back to see Damian in the window. "Damian, Bruce isn't himself. He trusted me to know when to do this. He gave me the keys to stop him." Damian launches himself into the apartment, swinging right away. Nightwing blocks him. "We have to do this together. He kidnapped Jason. And what if he did? Todd made his decision, sided with the criminals, just like you, Dick." Nightwing feels a sharp sting in his cheek as he's being sliced. And at that moment, Tim tackles Damian to the ground. Tim grabs a hold of Damian, hooking back outside, pulling Damian with him to give Nightwing the time that he needs to disconnect Batman from all of his tools. First check is a retinal scan. Second is a voice phrase. "I vow to help, to make the world a better place, and I swear that I will fight against crime and corruption and never swerve from..." But before he could finish, another voice ends the phrase. "The path of righteousness." Batman walks forward. "I'd remember the words, but I'd forgotten the meaning. Allowing criminals to do what they like isn't righteousness. And abusing your access to the Bat Box won't stop me from fulfilling my oath to make the world a better place. I planned for everything, but I never expected this." Nightwing turns to him. "Is kidnapping a part of your plan to make this a better place? Where does that fall in your damned oath?" "Jason needed help. I'm giving it to him." "Ha, yeah. I'm sure Jason was a willing participant." Nightwing gets into his fighting stance, and the Batbox begins to play a message from the Riddler. Oh, Batman, there's a new player in your game. Ahem. His canvas was once stone and he defies the dirt. Who is he? Really? You're working with the Riddler? Nightwing cries out as he lunges at Batman. Batman catches him. Edward is feeding me information. I'm tracking him down while he does it. This isn't you. This is Zur-En-Arrh. But Batman snaps one of the sticks with his robotic hand. This is me. This is the Oath. With a powerful backhand, Batman knocks Nightwing to the ground. But as he starts to walk away, he tells him, "You're all losing sight of that. You're killing the city with compromises and excuses." Nightwing rolls over and fires his grappling gun into the back of Batman's head. Not everything is so black and white. Meanwhile, outside, Tim and Damian continue to battle, with Damian declaring, "You're all useless! You know you can't win this fight!" "Yeah, I know, so I'm making it a fair one," Tim tells him. He points his staff at Damian, and seconds later, an electrical bolt jumps out, shocking Damian, giving Tim the time he needs to cuff Damian to a parking meter. But as Tim explains that he's trying to save him, there's a loud crash, and Batman's body is flung out of the apartment down into the street. Nightwing jumps down, charging. "I'm not gonna let you do this! I'm not gonna let you destroy the peace that Selina has made!" Batman reaches back, ripping the door off a car, hitting Nightwing with it. "This is not peace! It's an illusion while your lines fall away!" But before he can finish, Batman feels himself being wrapped up and then kicked by Tim. Batman looks at him. "Stopping me is going to kill people. You know this, Tim!" "What I know is that you're lost, Batman. That's why I became Robin in the first place. Because you were slipping into darkness. Why can't you see that?" Even bound, Batman jumps to his feet, attacking with his legs. "All I see are criminals!" As Tim is pushed away, he yells, "We can talk about this!" And Batman frees himself from the bindings. "We can talk when you've all come to your senses." He punches so hard that he breaks through Tim's staff, knocking him down. Just seconds later, Nightwing jumps in using both fists to punch him. "You're a monster! You kidnapped Jason, infected his mind! He was your son!" Batman looks at him. "I am saving him!" And he calls out for his car. But Nightwing continues to punch him. "The Batmobile isn't coming. I've disconnected you from everything." But before another swing could be made, Tim grabs him. "This isn't the answer, Dick! Batman needs our help!" As the two of them begin to argue which method is the correct way to deal with Batman, Batman snares them in a net. "You have no idea how much I protect you. How much I give to allow you to do what you do. You think I give a damn if the world knows my identity? I keep it so you can have a life. Now with the police arriving, you're going to see the repercussions of what you've been doing." As the sirens begin to get louder, Batman fires his grappling gun into a nearby roof, and he looks down at the two of them struggling. He realizes that this is the end if they get arrested. But in the back of Batman's mind, Zur-En-Arrh tells him, "They've all done good. They've saved the city. They won't go to jail. They'll just be forced to live normal lives after they're identified. You'll be free. You'll just be Batman." Batman continues to watch, but seeing the two have no escape, he throws a batarang beside them and leaves. Damian begins to shout out, "Come back, Father!" But soon, when his cries go unheard, he realizes that he too has been left behind. Tim hugs him. "There's something wrong. We're gonna help Dad." Meanwhile, back at the first hideout, Jason rocks back and forth, telling himself to get up when there's a sudden explosion. He screams as Marquise walks in. He asks how she found him, and Marquise tells him that there's always tracking methods that a man of science like Batman would never notice. She holds out a small rock, and Jason asks what is it. She says it's a small fragment of a tremendous opportunity, something her father is seeking out. She's here to free Jason, to offer him something. Immortality, a life with the length needed to get it right. Her name, her real name, is Scandal Savage. Her father is Vandal Savage, and Vandal can unlock powers for them. She has watched him. He's better than the rest. He understands life. He understands death. And what she needs from him is to help her. Jason looks up, shaking in fear. I can't. Batman, he did something to me. I'm scared. I don't know. Please help me. Please. She looks at him. "I'm sorry. Time is of the essence. I need warriors." As Marquise fades into the shadows, Jason begs again. "Please. I'm so scared." But back in the city, Batman tries to get some distance between him and the others as he stops over at Crime Alley. He tells himself that this has all gone wrong. The whole plan, the promise he made to his parents, he's done so much. The things that he's built are out of control. They weren't supposed to allow crime like Selina wants. They're letting the Joe Chills of the world do what they want, and the worst part, the part that he can't seem to reason his way out of, can't fight against, is that he loves them. Batman falls back holding his head. How can I stop loving? And then footsteps can be heard as Batman looks up at Catwoman. She tells him that they need to talk. Elsewhere, Vandal continues telling his story. He explains that the power of that meteor was scattered across the world, the power of immortality scattered across the world. Some people made them into simple rocks, unusual weapons, life-altering obstructions of power, jewels that decorated clueless people, stones that glistened and drew them together. Most knew they were special, they just didn't realize how special. However, one man did, Ra's al Ghul. When the Lazarus Pit couldn't help him anymore, Ra's said that he knew that it wouldn't work for Vandal Savage. And while he is certain that the fragments of the stone could renew his brilliance, his life, he has spent too long keeping them apart only to have them back together. Vandal shouted, asking why would he keep the stones separate? And Ra's said because power is a target that could create a world of immortals. He spent years figuring out a way to keep that from happening, to dissuade their natural inclination to be together. He is sorry, but his light must fade so the world doesn't end up forever. Then something happened. In his darkest moments, Vandal was alone, going insane, and there was a light from his daughter. Ra's al Ghul died in the Shadow War, and with him, the safeguards in place that he put to keep the fragments from being one. They're all drawn to the largest piece, which resides in Gotham. That is why Vandal Savage is here. That is why all of them are here. This is their fate. Marquise says her father has promised them something far greater than coins and jewels. They aren't just thieves. They aren't disciples of Catwoman. They're a league of shadows. And as Vandal steps before all of the thieves in Selina's guild, he tells them that they are a league who will steal immortality from Gotham. Selina leaps through the darkened rooftops of Gotham City until she finds Bruce crouching in the darkness. "We need to talk," she tells him. Bruce looks up at her with tears in his eyes. Selina is shocked, pulling him in close. Their embrace is short as he pulls away, putting back on his mask, becoming Batman once again. "Forgive me. You came here to speak?" he asks her, and Catwoman begins to shout, telling him that she doesn't understand what he did to Jason. "I'm worried that I need to protect him from you. Worried enough to come here and talk to you myself. Enough to try and come here and force a ceasefire with whatever we are," she says. But their argument is interrupted as an explosion rocks the city in a distance. The two of them stare in surprise before another explosion goes off even closer, throwing them both off of the rooftop. They manage to grab each other, and Batman shelters her as they plummet to the ground below. They hold each other close for a moment before Batman sits up. "We need to go. Someone's got to see about those fires," he tells her, but Selina shakes her head, asking what Bruce did to Jason. "I gave him his life back. I cured the rabid sickness within him that I've exploited for far too long," Batman tells her. But her phone buzzes and she turns away. When she turns back, Batman is gone. She goes back to her phone call. "Did you find Red Hood?" "He's accounted for," Marquise tells her before explaining that she needs Selina to return to the headquarters. Selina quickly arrives, shocked to find Marquise in the company of Vandal Savage. But Marquise explains that she is actually Scandal Savage, the daughter of Vandal Savage. Vandal steps forward, giving Selina his offer. There are several artifacts made from fallen meteors, and Savage would like to hire her to acquire them. In acquiring these weapons, they will also be granted immortality, including yourself, of course, Vandal Savage explains, but Selina refuses, telling Vandal Savage that she didn't train these new thieves to be hired out by other people. Savage reaches for his blade, informing Selina, "I was not asking." He dashes forward, slicing through her throat, sending her head spinning as she falls to the ground. Scandal whirls on her father. "You fool! You want Batman to come down on us?" she snaps, but Savage waves her off. "A loose end is a loose end. Get the body, we'll store it in the cave," he orders, but when they turn back to the body, they're shocked to see the head is still moving. "Oh, man! You're gonna let him talk to you like that? Lady Clayface asks, and in shock, Savage kicks the head away, allowing Clayface to escape. No, you idiot! Where's the rest of her? Now she's on her way back to Catwoman to tell her everything, Scandal snaps. A short time later, Vandal Savage arrives at the meeting of Gotham's rogues, demanding to know who set off the explosions in Gotham. That was me, Mr. Savage, Firefly says, raising his hand. Some of my former hires signed up with the Cat and were operating out of that building. It was a show of force, he explains, but Savage slams his fist on the table as he stalks amongst the powerful villains of Gotham. He explains that they should not waste their time on the former goons, that they need merely to take out Batman and Catwoman, and the goons will come crawling out of the chaos and back to their former employers. Vandal then promises to give them equipment and weapons, the ones that he acquired recently when he bought Wayne Manor and therefore bought the Batcave to help them in their battles. The villains all agree with a smile, and Savage leaves the room, ordering them to kill the Cat and the Bat. Elsewhere in the city, Jason Todd comes up from the sewers, his body choked by fear from what Batman did to him. He stumbles through the night until he comes to one of the burning buildings. Inside, he hears the screams of a frightened child. He leaps inside, grabbing a hold of the girl. Hey, I got you. It's okay, kiddo. I'll just get us out of here somehow. It's okay to be scared. I'm scared too, Jason tells her. Meanwhile, Selina has heard of Vandal's plan. She knows the Immortal is up to no good and then goes and steals one of the pieces that he wants, knowing that if she has it, he does not. But outside of the museum, she is confronted by Scandal Savage, and after a brief fight, Scandal explains that she just wants Selina to take the deal, to work with her. I really don't want you dead. Take it. Immortality. Kyle. Scandal says that she kicks Selina away, but Selina shakes her head. You gotta get out of here, Scandal, or I can't promise you'll live long enough to enjoy your immortality, Selina says, so Scandal sighs, turning away. Nice knowing you, Catwoman. I guess I'll see you in hell. Unless this immortality thing works out, she says before disappearing. So a short while later, Selina arrives at Bruce's brownstone, the new location that he's living in. He lets her inside and she tells him that they need to come to terms to end this war, and that he needs to let her see Jason so that she can know that he's all right. He isn't here, Selina, Bruce tells her. She's shocked. You mean he's still out there with whatever you did to him? She demands as she grabs Bruce's arm, but he shakes his head. No, I tracked him hours ago. He must have evaded me somehow, Bruce says, and in a few moments, the two of them are suited up, heading back into the city to find where Jason went, following Bruce's tracker until they reach the burning building. And it's inside that they find Jason has become trapped under a burning beam. Batman pulls the beam off of Jason, and the four of them head out into the night. Selina brings the young girl to the arriving firefighters, and Batman leads Jason away. After Selina joins them, she fills them in on Vandal's plan to gain immortality, to gather all of the pieces of the meteorite and do something. The only way this ends is if we share everything that we know, Batman tells them, and he looks at both Red Hood and Selina. All three of us, he continues. Nearby, the police and the EMTs are arguing with some local villains, who don't seem to believe that the police are doing a good enough job. But everyone suddenly looks up as a group approaches them from the shadows. The police look up in fear as some of Gotham's rogues approach them, now armed with the gear taken from the Batcave. Two of Catwoman's burglars crawl down from a heist and they get into their getaway car, talking about how if they ever see Red Hood again, they're going to kill him. Hell yeah! A voice calls out from the back seat, and they both turn in shock to see the Joker sitting in the back, enjoying a milkshake. Both criminals look at the clown in fear, but Joker just holds out a piece of paper. I'm told you know where to find the Red Hood. He used to have only eyes for me, but I fear that he's been a little distracted as of late. Can you be a dear and give this to him? I worry what he's getting up to. Elsewhere, Red Hood slams another goon's face into the table, breaking a chunk off as he demands to know where Scarecrow is. But the goon doesn't know. Gotta do better than that, or I'm gonna start getting angry, Jason growls, grabbing another goon, flipping him over, slamming him into the ground. More of the bar patrons rush him, and Jason easily fights them off, grabbing a hold of a beer bottle and preparing to smash it over someone's head. But a whip cracks out, smashing the bottle first. That's enough. You can kindly stop joking the gentleman now, Red Hood, Catwoman says from her place at the bar, and Jason tosses the guy away, turning to Selina. Anyone ever told you that you really know how to ruin a party? He asks her. She motions him outside, explaining that they need to talk. Outside, she quickly explains that one of the men that he has trained came to her and said that he had a message for Red Hood, and that he'll meet him in Gotham Park. So later, Jason waits there with Ravager, the two talking for a few moments before Jason finally sighs, admitting that the goon probably stood them up. But Ravager stands, beginning to poke around in the nearby bushes. Hey, what does this guy look like? Because I'm trying to figure out if he's the guy I just stepped on, she says. Jason comes over and looks at the goon's body that was hidden in the bushes. Yeah, that's Brinks. Ravager begins to go through Brink's pockets, and she finds a note for Jason and a wad of cash that she stuffs into her own pockets. Jason opens the note, his eyes widening in surprise. It's a list of locations the Joker wanted me to have, he says, handing it back to Ravager, asking her to take it to Manhunter, the superhero from LA, and try to find the Joker's location. Then he needs to continue his hunt for Scarecrow. Just give me about 48 hours to sort out the Scarecrow thing, and then I'll meet back up at our usual spot to track down Joker, Jason tells her as he prepares to leave. But 24 hours later, Jason has agreed to help Selina again, promising that he will help her fight against Batman as long as she helps him find Scarecrow. 48 hours later, Ravager is waiting for Jason at the Big Belly Burgers sign. 49 hours later, Jason is confronted by Batman. It's the battle in which Batman rips Jason off of a motorcycle. They fight it out, and Batman injected him. I can't watch you destroy yourself, Batman growled at him. It was 50 hours later that Batman was working on Jason, giving him something that will heighten his fear whenever adrenaline kicks in, something that will prevent him from being a hero. I'm sorry, Jason, but there's no other way, Batman told his former sidekick as the fear begins to pulse through him. It was at that 50-hour marker that Ravager decided she had no choice. She called Marquise, an associate of Selina's, asking where Jason is. Marquise agreed to look for him and hung up. But Ravager didn't realize is that Marquise was actually Scandal Savage, the daughter of Vandal Savage. Scandal turned to her father, informing him that Red Hood is missing. I believe the Batman has taken him, she explained, and Vandal nodded. Then you go take him back. The boy could be very useful, Vandal tells her. Meanwhile, Joker hides in his hideout with Grundy, mad that Red Hood hasn't arrived. Where is he? I told him all the potential places I might be. I practically drew him a map. Maybe I should have drawn him a map, Joker hisses, but Grundy informs Joker that he heard that Batman had captured Red Hood. So Joker grabs his hat and heads out the door. Batman can't have him! He's the key to my plan! I need him! I will save Red Hood! Joker bellows as he heads out the door. Days later, Red Hood has escaped. He moves through the sewers, his body still racked with fear. He manages to pull himself up to the street where he discovers a burning building from a bomb that Firefly set off in Gotham as a part of a larger plot. He then falls to his knees as he watches the flames. He's too afraid to move. The sight of the fire pumped his adrenaline, and Batman's plan is working. That's when Jason hears a young girl crying inside. He decides to push past the fear, to rush inside, unaware that Scarecrow is watching from a distance. As the building begins to burn around them, Jason finds the girl, grabbing a hold of her. It's okay, kiddo. I'm gonna get us out of here somehow. It's okay to be scared. I'm scared too, he says as he clutches her close, trying to find an exit. But as he stops short, it's Scarecrow who steps through the burning door. Don't you dare use that word, Red Hood. You haven't earned it, but you will. Let's begin, Crane says as he stalks forward, reaching down, taking a hold of Jason's face, preparing to inject him with even more fear toxin. Your terror, it's real. And it isn't mine. There's no thrill in driving terror into the heart of a baby bird. No joy in making a little flower wilt in the face of its own worst fear. This is my moment of triumph, and it was snatched away from me by him? Scarecrow is angry, stepping away from Jason. Never say that the Scarecrow has no pity. I will quickly finish what your daddy started. but a voice calls out as Joker comes through the flaming door. "Step away from the vigilante!" The clown calls, Joker drawing his knife, rushing forward, locking into a battle with the Scarecrow. Scarecrow grabs him by the throat and begins to inject fear toxins into the Joker's veins, but the clown just smiles. "Oh, silly man, we've known each other long enough that you should know by now. Nothing scares me." He reaches out, pulling the mask from Crane's face, hitting him with a blast of Joker toxin. Crane begins to cough, rushing away, leaping for the nearby window. Joker turns back to Jason, who's lying on the floor, the crying girl nearby. "Is this real?" Jason is gasping for breath, unable to cope with what is going on. And the Joker giggles. And he holds the wounds on his neck. "Now it's just you and me and your daughter? Did you have a daughter?" Joker asks, leaning in. "Don't worry, my sweet boy. I'm gonna find a way to fix you. Nobody's going to hurt you. I won't let them. I need you." But that's when the ceiling cracks above them and a beam falls down. Weakened by the fire, it slams into Jason, pinning him. And Joker stares in shock for a moment. Well, I didn't see that coming. You really are quite unlucky, aren't you?" He tells him. He tries to move and help Jason, but stops as he hears Batman and Catwoman's voices coming from inside the building. I think that's my cue, but have no fear. Overbearing help is on the way," Joker says as he slips out the window, promising Red Hood that they'll see each other again. Scandal Savage reaches for her phone, ordering the thieves they've hired to strike quickly and acquire the ancient artifacts that Vandal Savage requires. Gain the fragments and you'll live forever, and if you fail, don't bother coming to the Nexus Point. She hangs up the phone and joins her father in the limo. "You'll soon taste forever, daughter. I will be reinvigorated, and then Gotham will be ruled by the Immortals," Vandal says to his daughter as they pull away. Meanwhile, Tim Drake is leaping across the rooftops of the city, alerted to an attack in Gotham. He leaps down into the streets where he's surprised to find the civilians trapped by the weapons taken out of the Batcave. Tim looks up to see Batman's rogues stalking towards him. But before he can react, he's grabbed by Black Mask, Firefly, and Professor Pig. Tim tries to warn the rest of the family, but he is stopped by Two-Face. "Go ahead. Scream. Scream for your friends. Scream for your life." Elsewhere, Batman, Catwoman, and Red Hood find themselves in the Brownstone, with the group quickly figuring out that Vandal Savage is after the weapons created from the meteor that gave him immortality. These fragments can make people immortal? Selina asks, and Bruce nods. "I believe so. And possibly enhance them." He begins to explain that if the thief army becomes immortal, they'll end up ruling the city of Gotham. Bruce then tells them that he has the largest piece, believing that it may have been the source of the Lazarus Pit. But the discussion is interrupted when Selina sees the reports of the rogues' attack on the city, armed with weapons from the Batcave. "This can't be a coincidence. It's a distraction," Batman growls, and Selina turns to leave, promising to try and herd her thieves. Batman then turns to Jason, who has started to be able to overcome and control his fear. What are we waiting for?" Jason asks, still sketchy, still angry at Bruce for what he did to him. Bruce finally puts back on his comms, tying him to the rest of the Bat family. "I'm here. One of our own is in danger. The city is in danger. And I'm tired of fighting each other when there's too much to be done. So many people to save. We're family. We disagree. I can make peace with that. I don't expect you to trust me. But I trust you. Go save Tim. I'll stop Vandal Savage," Bruce tells the family. Dick comes over the comms, confused by what is happening, and Bruce quickly fills him in on the situation. "Now let's get to work," Batman says as he pulls on his mask, heading for the exit. He pauses for a moment to look back at Jason, who hasn't left his chair, fear gripping him again. "I'm sorry, Jason. One day I hope you'll understand," Batman says as he turns away to leave. He heads over to the cave, hoping to track Vandal Savage's movements. He was able to track Vandal moving the weapons and meteor fragments to the front of the manor, where Barbara was able to track the large van the Savage's people are loading everything into. White Van headed to Gotham Observatory 4 nights ago, she tells him, so Batman moves quickly with Barbara asking if he needs backup. "No, Savage is mine." Meanwhile, back in the city, the rogues are causing havoc, preparing to kill Tim Drake, but the rest of the family arrives. Saving civilians is the priority. Let's subdue these monsters, Nightwing says as he brings his motorcycle to a screeching halt, slamming into Black Mask. But the doors of the GCPD van burst open to reveal Scarecrow, who has infected the officers. Nightwing moves quickly, ordering the rest of the team to subdue the officers before they can hurt anyone. I've got this, Nightwing says as he draws his Eskrima sticks, rushing at the rogues. Elsewhere in the city, Selina has followed one of her former thieves, tailing him with his stolen bit of the meteor. She leaps onto his car soundlessly and holds on as he drives into the night. In a short amount of time, they all arrive at the observatory, where she sneaks in through the shadows until she finds Batman watching from the rooftops. Hey, she says with a smile, Batman giving her a glance. You're late, he whispers. They continue to look inside, where they see the thieves have gathered a large chunk of the meteor. But Batman can't figure out why the savages are using the observatory telescope until he finally realizes the truth. My God, the fragments aren't a source of power, they're a homing beacon for a larger meteor. It's too large, it's coming in fast. It'll turn Gotham into a crater. Catwoman looks at him, telling him that they have to save the day together. The Bat and the Cat. Moments later, the two have leaped down into the observatory, ordering Vandal to stop what he is doing. That he's going to destroy the city and everyone inside of it. Lies. I survived the same eons ago. Batman, enough talk. Kill them, my army, and live forever. Batman orders his group and his daughter. Back in the city, Nightwing is holding his own against the villains, but a venom-powered Professor Pig hits him hard, knocking him away. Back on the GCPD roof, Two-Face prepares to kill Tim Drake, but is hit from the side by an invisible Duke Thomas, knocking the villain out. He moves to free Tim. Tim thanks him and leaps into the fray. He orders the group to use the freeze and heat guns to stop Scarecrow's fear gas from becoming airborne. He then leaps down, grabbing a hold of Professor Pig, using his knowledge to unlatch the venom tubes and leave the villain struggling on the ground. He then whirls around to where the others are pinned down by fireflies, telling them that the freeze gun he's using has a delay between shots. Realizing this, Batgirl and Robin leap in, hitting him with batarangs. In moments, with the help of Tim Drake, who's finally freed, the entire group of rogues is defeated. Oh man, how'd you do that? Nightwing asks as he joins his brother. Tim smiles, explaining that Batman told him to study. Tim took that seriously. It's the only way to become the second best Robin, he tells Dick. But back over at the observatory, Batman and Selina are fighting through the goons. That's when Vandal Savage charges forward, grabbing Batman by the throat. You would deny me the power that is rightfully mine. Vandal snarls. But Selina is there, kicking Scandal aside, snapping her whip around Vandal's neck, pulling him away from Batman. Stumbling away, Batman gets to the comms, warning the rest of the family that there is a meteor approaching Gotham City, and he orders Barbara to try and get a hold of Superman. Justice Leaguers aren't responding. I'm putting the word out, but I don't know what else to do, Barbara says. Back at the brownstone, Jason is struggling to his feet, turning his fear-filled gaze until it falls on the Batwing. At the observatory, Batman is trading blows with Savage when Barbara warns him that the Batwing has taken off and it is barreling towards the meteor. That's impossible! I haven't finished the auto! Jason. He realizes with realization that Jason Todd is aiming the Batwing towards the meteor as his voice comes over the comms. Don't sound so surprised. He stammers, fighting through the drugs that Batman has pumped through his body racked with fear. I need to concentrate, so I'm gonna go. You can sit with the fact that you were wrong about me, he tells Batman before he cuts off the comms. Over the city, the family watches as the Batwing slams into the meteor, blowing it into smaller pieces. The pieces begin to rain towards the observatory, as Batman leaps to grab a hold of Selina and rush them both to safety. As the smoke begins to clear, the two begin to pull themselves from the crater. But below they watch as Vandal and Scandal are sliding towards the large chunk of meteor that is glowing at the bottom. Give it to me, old man, like you promised! Scandal is snapping at her father, but Vandal pushes her away. Stop! We don't know how much power it contains, so I should go first, he tells his daughter. She begins to argue with him, but he pulls her close, and he stabs her in the stomach. I haven't stayed alive this long, Scandal, by playing fair. He pushes her away, and he turns back to the meteor, putting his hand on the glowing rock, energy beginning to spark as his eyes widen in surprise. Wait, the power. It's different. he gasps as the meteor begins to shake and the ground rumbles beneath everyone's feet. Up above, Jason is watching as he slowly parachutes to the ground. And Scandal can't escape the crater as blood begins to pour out of her wound. Selena refuses to let her former friend die. She may be Scandal Savage now, but she was Marquise. She was the one that helped build all of this. Selena leaps down to save her friend, but Batman joins in pulling Scandal to safety. The ground begins to rumble again, and Selena slips. She loses her footing, dropping into the green liquid that has begun to form at the bottom of the crater. Selena! Batman yells out, still holding the wounded Scandal. Another blast of energy throwing Batman and Scandal up and away, with Selena disappearing into the green glow below. Batman stares into the destruction of the crater. Selena, I'm so sorry, he whispers, but a hand suddenly is on his shoulder. He turns to find Jason alive and well standing over him. It's 2 weeks later that Batman stands on a hill, overlooking the government camp that is studying the meteor. Dick joins him, asking if there's any signs of Selena Kyle, but Bruce shakes his head, explaining that Waller isn't interested in looking for survivors. She's gone, Dick, Bruce says as they return to the car. Dick looks to the man who helped raise him, telling him that everything that happened, especially with Jason, was going too far. Bruce finally agrees. He tries to explain that it's not Zur-En-Arrh infecting his mind, that he has contained Zur-En-Arrh again. But he does agree that he isn't the person who should be leading the family. And that's when we see in the back of his mind somebody affecting that decision, somebody telling him what to say. Zur-En-Arrh is in fact there. Bruce continues. This life is just mounting tragedies. I'm okay with me not having happiness, but it kills me in the soul that none of you have it either. Bruce tells Dick, but Dick disagrees, explaining that everyone in the family does this because they want to, not because Bruce forced them. And you're wrong. I'm happy. Barbara and I are happy, Dick tells him. Bruce nods and agrees, explaining that that's why Dick should be the one leading the Bat family. He gets up into his car and he starts it up again. Take care of them, Dick. Give them every opportunity to leave this life before it's too late. That night, Batman slips into an abandoned apartment where he finds a Riddler puzzle that comes to life, revealing Nigma's face. What do you want, Riddler? Nigma smiles. I wanted to thank you for undoing that dreadful League of Thieves. Several ex-employees have already come crawling back to me. I also wanted to present you with another mutual goal. The Joker. He's causing all kinds of grief, so I have a riddle for you, Batman. But Batman stops him and picks up the device, shutting it off. I already know that there are 3 Jokers, Nigma. He puts the device away and walks back outside, heading off into his city, where he thinks, possibly, he catches a glimpse of Catwoman in the shadows. Elsewhere, not all of Selena's thieves have returned to the life of a goon. One is still stealing from the rich, using the training that Selena gave him. And he slips into Bruce Wayne's brownstone, eager to see what he can take. But what he finds is something that surprises him. Holy shit, Batman is Bruce Wayne? The thief gasps as his flashlight falls on the equipment in the basement. The apartment building was brightly lit for a late night in Gotham. Lenny put his key into the lock, locking up as the old lady walked towards him. Late night? She asked him, and Lenny nods, smiling. Yeah, clocking in overtime at the docks, he explains as she nods and reminds him to stay off the drugs, tottering away. Lenny enters his apartment, the smile immediately dropping from his face, so Bruce pulls off the fake mustache and gets to work on his gear. It's better this way. The brownstone still feels like a target for the family, but they still mean to get in the way of his mission. This is better. No distractions. Bruce works on his equipment on the table, listening to the police scanner, and finally hears it, a 720. He stands looking at his board of the city, looking at the images of the Joker. The clown is so common in Gotham that the GCPD have their own code for him, 720. The rain pours from the dark sky as the cops work the crime scene, and then they suddenly look up in fear as the balcony doors slide open to reveal the Bat. No one says a word as he stalks past them, beginning to study the scene. He finds a man hanging from the ceiling, a baby doll strapped to his chest, bats pinned to the wall, and he quickly realizes that they're not pinned randomly. The entire scene is actually an elaborate map, and the victim is Wilfred Lammuller. heir to the Play East Toys Company. The map is of the world, and it pinpoints the places that Bruce Wayne traveled to train. The largest point on the map pointing to Paris, where Bruce was trained by Grey Shadow, a cat burglar named Lucy Chesson. It is then that the Bat realizes that the Joker must have kidnapped Lucy and has taken her to the mansion of Rosa Lohmuller, owner of Play East Toys, an old recluse who never leaves her home at the edge of Gotham. In short time, Batman is stalking through the night, arriving at the mansion. Inside, he finds a darkened home littered with dolls. He moves through the shadows, his flashlight falling on the eerie scene. "Oh, you got my little message," the Joker calls out from the darkness. "How I've missed you!" Batman turns as the doll comes to life, its mouth opening, spitting a fluid on him. Thinking it's Joker acid, he throws up his cape to block the attack, but the doll's mouth suddenly spits fire, igniting the lighter fluid that doused the cape. Not wanting the house to burn down, Batman moves quickly. He throws a pellet that extinguishes the flames. But at that moment, another doll suddenly comes rushing at him, slamming into his body, knocking him to the ground. Batman rolls, using the momentum to throw the doll away. He rushes in, using the gas pellets in his new hand to bring the doll down, the massive toy coughing, pulling off the doll head, revealing it to be one of Joker's goons. But the Joker toxin in his system quickly kills him, and he falls to the ground. Another life, Zur-En-Arrh says in Batman's mind, but Batman pushes him back. He will not let Zur-En-Arrh win. Zur-En-Arrh already caused problems at the Gotham War. Batman needs to ignore it, and he promises that this will be the last life that the Joker takes. He continues to move through the dark house until he finally arrives in the bedroom, voices coming from beneath the sheets. Batman pulls them away to reveal a TV, and on it, the Joker is trying to torture Lucy Chesson. The old cat burglar criminal managed to escape, and the TV goes blank. "Oh, you and your feisty women! Cat Grandma fled the scene, sadly. But what do I care? Now that the main attraction is here!" Joker calls out. Batman looks up to see the murderous clown watching him from a crack in the ceiling. He fires the grappling hook, destroying it, leaping into the attic. "I worked so hard for you! After all these years, I just don't think you appreciate my art! My craftsmanship! You know how long these things take to set up!" Joker calls out. Batman stares in surprise as the attic lights up, revealing several scenes from his life arranged with dummies. The death of his parents, the death of a Robin. He moves through them, looking at the night his parents died. He sees the day that Jason was killed, the death of Alfred, the death of Selina. Joker keeps talking as Batman moves into the next room. "Isn't it funny, Brucey? When someone holds you back, they just disappear!" Joker says, and in the next room, Batman finds the Joker sitting on a throne. The room, surrounded by dolls, dressed as the members of the Bat family. Joker smiles down at Batman. "Who's next? Aren't they all in your way now? All of your little Bat chums? Don't you just want them to disappear? So you can finally exhale and be yourself?" Joker asks with an evil smile. Batman doesn't hesitate, stalking forward. "No more games. No more victims. Just you and me, Joker!" He growls, and the Joker nods, standing, beginning to roll up the sleeves of his white suit. "Oh, I couldn't agree more, Brucey. But here's the thing. I don't want to fight you. I want to fight the real you," he says, walking down the stairs. Batman suddenly stops, his body beginning to shake. "Wait, what did you do to me?" He gasps as he falls to his knees. He looks up as his vision begins to blur and the Joker gets closer. "What did you do?" He gasps, and the Joker shakes his head, pointing out. "Oh, I didn't do anything. This is all you, Brucey." Suddenly, Batman is in a black void. He can't move anymore as Zur-En-Arrh walks past him. In the real world, the Joker is leaning ever closer. "Don't fight it. Come on out," he whispers, and Batman suddenly smiles. He lashes out, smacking the Joker, knocking him away. "Tonight, Joker, I'm going to kill you, Zur-En-Arrh says, now in control of Batman's body, standing up as the one true ultimate Batman. But back in the void of his own mind, Batman tries to take control. He tries to battle against it, but something is holding him back. Something more than just one Zur-En-Arrh. Because as he looks up, he's surrounded by the Zur-En-Arrh of the multiverse. You're no longer in control. We are. Zur-En-Arrh of Batman 89 says. Batman rises up and the Joker smiles at him, wiping blood from his lips. Oh, I've waited a long time for this, Brucey. To see you unleashed again. To hear that edge in your voice, the real Batman, he says with a slight giggle. But Batman is glaring at him now. Bruce is gone. Shut up. I'm going to end your prattling once and for all, Joker. Joker begins to laugh, but turns, dashing for the exit. Meanwhile, inside his mind, Bruce is facing the Zur-En-Arrhs of the multiverse, those versions of Batman that he came into contact with during his multiversal trip. The Dark Knight Returns Zur-En-Arrh smiles at him, explaining that Batman never needed a family. He needed an army. An army of yourself. Back in the real world, Batman is chasing after the Joker, dodging around the traps the clown has set up to slow him down. But Batman then leaps out of the window, firing his grappling hook. He swings through the air, crashing through a window, quickly catching up with the Joker. Outside, Lucy Chenson is shocked at the Dark Knight, recognizing the anger of a young Bruce Wayne. Inside, Batman crashes through the window, slamming into the Joker. Coward! There's no running away from me! It ends now! He says, slamming the Joker into the ground and beginning to pummel him, his fists coming away bloodied by the man's face. But inside his mind, the Zur-En-Arrhs are rushing at Bruce, slamming into him, trying to drag him down into the darkness of his mind, making sure that he can't escape and take control of his body again. Outside, Batman continues to wail on the Joker, but finally grabs him by the throat and begins to squeeze. Maybe I don't kill you. Maybe I just snap your neck just right. Snap it so that you can't move. So a machine needs to breathe for you. But the Joker reaches up, zapping him in the face with the joy buzzer. Batman staggers back and the Joker struggles to his feet, beginning to limp away. I love it! Now this is a fight! He wheezes through broken teeth. Inside, Bruce continues to fight, holding off the army of Zur-En-Arrhs, but there are too many and they are too skilled. He begins to slow and struggle, and outside, Batman gets to his feet. I'm going to kill you! He bellows, but Lucy appears behind him, stopping him in his tracks. Bruce, it's you, isn't it? She says softly, and then she reaches out for him, asking what has turned him into this, and Batman stares at her. I'm better. Stronger than when you knew me. I'm doing what I was supposed to do, he tells her. She reaches for his face, touching him gently on the cheek. You had a darkness in you, even back then, but not like this. Batman reaches out, grabbing her hand, reminding her, you're a thief, and I don't take advice from thieves. But Bruce Wayne struggles to the surface, his body collapsing for a moment with sheer exertion. Lucy, you need to run away from here. The Joker, he's going to kill you, and I'm trapped within my own mind. Lucy kneels down next to him, cradling his body. If there's one thing I know about you from all those years ago, it's that you're never trapped. You know every way in and every way out, and if you don't, you make a new one, she tells him as she helps him to his feet. But Batman stands tall once more, Zur-En-Arrh in control. No, you need to go. I'm right where I need to be. Inside his mind, Bruce Wayne is knocked to the ground by the Dark Knight Returns, the old man offering his hand to Bruce, though. It doesn't have to be like this. Join us, we want the same thing. An end to crime. Bruce looks up at the elderly version of himself and he remembers what Lucy told him. That he's never trapped. That this is his mind. Suddenly the landscape shifts from a black void to an immense memory palace, filled with locations that Bruce has seen over the years. The manor, the cave, the Tower of Fate. The Zur-En-Arrhs are all confused, allowing Bruce to spring to his feet and slip away. Fight him! The Dark Knight Returns orders. Meanwhile, outside, Joker continues to flee through the mansion, but Batman arrives and slams into his back, driving him into the ground. Inside his mind, Bruce is hunted, but in his mind, he leads the Zur-En-Arrs, taking them out one by one. Zur-En-Arr of 66 gadgets are defeated. Zur-En-Arr of 89 is defeated when he can't turn his head in a fight. Zur-En-Arr Red Rain is defeated by the Bible and Thomas Wayne's nightstand. But outside, with Zur-En-Arr in control, Batman is lifting Joker over his shoulders, driving his knee into his back, a loud crack echoing throughout the Dark Mansion. Inside, Bruce is up against the Dark Knight Returns. The old man isn't enough to defeat Bruce, but Bruce isn't just Batman. He dodges several blows, and he knocks the old man to the ground, and standing victorious, he yanks off the cowl. "I'm more than Batman, which is why you'll never beat me," Bruce says, light beginning to fill the void as Bruce looks up in surprise. "Where am I?" Suddenly, he awakens in a hospital bed, his body racked with pain, but he is alive. He looks around, unsure of how much time has passed. A voice calls out of the shadows. "It wasn't supposed to be the plan for a long time. We were supposed to activate the Terminus Project once your body was weak, unable to go on," the voice says as something shifts in the shadows. Batman looks up as the cloaked figure steps into the light, his eyes widening as he sees the Failsafe robot, but Zur-En-Arr's voice is coming out of the robotic body. "But I need somewhere to go, don't I? Somewhere for the superior Batman to call home," Failsafe says. In the past, Zur-En-Arr stands in his secret base, putting the finishing touches on Failsafe's protocol. The robot lifts its head, staring at its creator. "I have found an error in the new system. There is a security gap where additional programming can be uploaded," the robot states. Zur-En-Arr smiles, explaining that this is no error. "It's a part of the failsafe. If you're not needed for your prime purpose, if Batman doesn't go too far, then there's another reason for you to exist." We now go to the current battle, with Batman struggling out of the hospital bed, staring at Failsafe, Zur-En-Arr's voice coming out of the speaker box. "You seem surprised. Isn't this what you would have done?" Zur-En-Arr says, his mind now inhabiting the robot body. Zur-En-Arr looks down at his new body, explaining to Bruce that this is so that there can always be a Batman, always be a Dark Knight, to continue the mission. "Don't pretend you don't know what I'm talking about," he says, offering Bruce a final choice. "I could throw you in a hole, broken and beaten, to live out your days, or you can walk away and live for once," Failsafe says, telling Bruce to finally rest, to finally enjoy life, to marry the woman that he loves. Bruce's heart skips a beat as he thinks of the prospect for a moment, but then he shakes his head. "There's only one problem with this plan, sir. You're not Batman." "I'm Batman!" he growls, moving fast, his robotic hand shooting smoke around the room. Zur-En-Arr moves to stop him, but Bruce takes a swing, using his new hand to hit the robot hard, sending him into a wall. But Zur-En-Arr recovers, and he backhands Bruce away, sending him out a window and into the snowy forest. Moving quickly, Batman heads for a nearby car, driving off into the night. He knows he can't escape Zur-En-Arr, but he refuses to make his defeat easy. As he floors the gas pedal, he looks in the rearview mirror, seeing the robot chasing him, moving at top speeds, running behind a moving car. Meanwhile, back in Gotham City, Nightwing has answered Barbara's call and is shocked to find Lucy Chesson waiting for Oracle. "It's been too long, little bird. Come here and give me a hug," the old thief says with a warm smile, embracing the hero. Barbara is confused until Dick explains that he studied under the Gray Shadow when Bruce sent him abroad as Robin. Lucy tells Dick what happened in the mansion, about how Batman became more dark and he attacked the Joker before the mansion burned down. She didn't see either of them afterwards, and she made her way to the Oracle's tower. After relaying these details, Lucy waves goodbye, heading for the exit. "I'm not one for heroics, Richard. You know that. I simply train the ones who are, it seems," she says in explanation before leaving. Alone, Dick Grayson turns to Barbara Gordon. "What are we going to do?" he asks her quietly. But Barbara shakes her head, looking at him. "I honestly don't know, Dick." But back in the forest, Batman steers the car through the snowy night. Zur-En-Arrh leaps into the air, smashing through the back window. He reaches out for Batman, but the Dark Knight tosses 3 pellets leaping out the window. Those pellets explode, filling the car with a rapidly expanding foam that will hold the robot. At least he hopes. Firing his grappling hook, Batman swings to safety as the car careens off a cliff, exploding in on itself. He knows this won't slow the robot down long enough to help him, and he begins to run through the woods. He has to think like Zur-En-Arrh, predict what the robot will predict him to do. He has to think like Batman, thinking like Batman. Zur-En-Arrh assumes Bruce is going to head back to Gotham. He'll assume that Bruce is going to gather the Bat family to try and stop Zur-En-Arrh. But Bruce turns back to the cabin in the woods, to Zur-En-Arrh's secret hideout. He enters it, finding various pieces of equipment, things that he can use to fight against the robot, things that he may have created in another lifetime. At the crash site, Failsafe steps out of the destruction, flames licking his body and makeshift cape, but he doesn't care, because he's invincible. He leaps onto the cliff and he turns, looking at the lights of Gotham in the distance. He knows how Bruce thinks. He knows that he's going to try and plan for Zur-En-Arrh. So Zur-En-Arrh turns back to his secret cabin, accurately predicting what Bruce predicted he would predict. Zur-En-Arrh charges through the woods, reaching the secret base, kicking in the door. Bruce, your flesh is weak. Of course you would come back here. You need your toys more than ever now. Zur-En-Arrh whispers, but in the distance, Batman smiles. He presses the detonator. The cabin explodes around the robot, bathing him in flames. As Zur-En-Arrh walks out, there's not so much as a scratch on him. Remember, he's an invincible fighting robot. I won't let you stand in my way, Bruce. I don't want to hurt you, but I will. Zur-En-Arrh says as he scans for the Dark Knight. But Batman leaps out of the trees overhead. Fine, give it your best shot. He growls at the robot, now armed with a combat exoskeleton and energy blades. He slashes against Failsafe, but the blades aren't enough, and Zur-En-Arrh kicks him away. Batman doesn't slow. He rolls out of the attack, tossing grenades that explode against Zur-En-Arrh's chest. He then charges at him, slashing against the robot again, trying to sever its limbs. But Zur-En-Arrh attacks with an electrified net that knocks Bruce Wayne to the ground. Gasping, Batman tries to get to his feet, but Zur-En-Arrh stalks forward, slamming him back into the ground. He grabs a hold of Bruce. He lifts him into the air. I'm forever. You're just meat, Zur-En-Arrh says, ripping Batman's mask off to reveal Bruce's bruised and battered face. Your dream is coming true, Bruce. You've stopped crime through eternity with my creation, Zur-En-Arrh tells him. But Bruce continues to struggle, shaking his head. No, you're just a criminal, and I stop. Bruce gasps, but Zur-En-Arrh's fist flies out, and the world goes dark. Bruce awakens with a gasp. He sits up and sees that he's laying in a cot in a cell. He reaches up to his face, rubbing the beard growing there, and he realizes that he has been out for a couple of weeks. He stands looking around at his surroundings, trying to figure out where he is, but his thoughts are interrupted by a voice in the next cell. Oh, good morning, sunshine. So nice of you to finally join us. Bruce turns to see the clown is in a back brace. His neck is bound, and he's still healing from his fight with Zur-En-Arrh. Bruce stalks forward, telling the clown that he is through with his nonsense. You know about Zur-En-Arrh. You knew about my mentors. It's time you told me exactly how you are involved in all of this. Bruce growls at him. Joker smiles wickedly and nods slightly. You know what, Bruce? I think I'll do just that, he says with a grin. Sometime in the future, Batman stands over the body on his operating table. The face is white. The lips are red. The hair is green, but this isn't the Joker, and he knows it. He cuts into the man, removing the red pill. A clue, but it's empty. He looks down at the two halves, and he recognizes the red helmet once worn by the man, now known as the Joker. But only two. He doesn't know why. Batman confirmed years ago that the red mask meddling created 3 versions of the Joker. We now go to the past, to the beginning of it all. The Joker remembers Batman coming at him. He remembers the vat of chemicals, and now he stands on the hill laughing maniacally into the downpour, changed into the Joker. But someone comes up behind him. It's a second Joker. The second Joker grabs the first, throwing him to the ground and beginning to strangle him. But then, there's a third. He grabs the second Joker, and the first Joker is watching, tears in his eyes as the life is choked out of him. Elsewhere, a woman comes out to throw her trash bag. But the Joker is behind her suddenly. "Shh, it's me!" he hisses as he covers her mouth. Her eyes widen in shock as he whirls her around. There's a concern on the Joker's face. "Sally, I know how I look, but you gotta believe me. It's all because I love you," he tells her. He looks around nervously before turning and running away into the night. "I can fix this! Just wait for me, Sally! Wait for me!" he calls out to her as he disappears. The woman stands there for a moment before her husband comes out onto the porch. "Jody, are you okay? Who is that?" he asks as he holds his wife. She shakes her head in disbelief. "I don't know," she whispers. 6 months go by and the Joker is sitting in a dark apartment. The owner's long dead on the floor nearby. The Joker finally stands and he steps over their body as he walks into the bathroom. The light clicks on and he stares at himself in the mirror. With a sigh, he begins to apply makeup to his skin. But the face that looks back at him is one of the original Red Hood. "It wasn't my fault. I must have been betrayed. Someone in the gang must have talked to the cops, to that Batman," the Red Hood says. Joker nods, smiling. "Finally, you and I are on the same page." Back at the GCPD building, Lieutenant Gordon is sitting at his desk, staring into his coffee cup. Bullock walks over, nudging his partner, informing him that the acting commissioner would like to see him. Gordon walks into the office, and McLobe motions for him to take a seat. "I know I'm only in this role until the mayor picks someone else to replace him, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to run a clean ship," McLobe says as he throws Gordon's report on the Ace chemical case on the desk, pointing out that it reads like Gordon is a fan of the new vigilante they call the Batman. Gordon shakes his head. "Sir, I just wrote the truth. Batman saved everyone, saved the Red Hood gang from killing thousands." Gordon begins to state, but McLobe stops him and orders him to write it again. "And this time, remember you're a cop." He snaps at him and Gordon storms out of the office as the acting commissioner watches him go. He steps out into the hall with his cup of coffee, stopping by another detective. "Detective Gabrus, Gordon is a problem for you and me," McLobe says quietly. "We've got to solve this problem for good," the acting commissioner says. Gabrus nods in understanding and smiles slightly. We now go to sometime in the future, jumping ahead in our story. The Joker is caught again, and this time Commissioner Barbara Gordon believes that they should lock him away. But this time, in his own mind, the Joker is brought to Arkham and hooked to a machine. It's here that he's trapped in his mind, endlessly fighting against Batman and terrorizing Gotham. But there's a doctor that couldn't help himself, wanting to study the most malevolent mind that ever lived. Barbara and Batman found the body with a note hanging above it. "See you soon" is all it said. We now go to the past. The Joker is disguised. The world doesn't know him yet. He sits at a bar listening to the tough guys crack jokes. And when he cracks one of his own at their expense, the tough guy stomps forward, grabbing Joker by the shirt, lifting him into the air. "Oh, you're dead!" the tough guy snaps. Joker just smiles, trying to fight down a fit of giggles. "Like your love life, big boy?" He chuckles. The man throws the Joker to the ground as the rest of the tough guys surround him. They begin to kick the Joker, relentlessly hitting him again and again. "Hey, guys, had enough," the even bigger guy says as he pulls the thugs off of the disguised Joker. But Joker is already on his feet. He grabs a bottle, smashing it over the counter. "They say someone gets stabbed in Gotham every 30 seconds. Poor guy." Joker laughs as he stabs the bottle into one of the goons' throats. Hey, that's enough, the guy that saved Joker says, stopping the Joker's attack by grabbing his hand. Joker whirls around at him and is shocked that he recognizes the man. 22? You weren't, Joker says, recognizing the man from his time in the Red Hood gang. But 22's eyes widen. Boss, is that really you? 22 shakes his head, and he explains that they took off in the getaway van when the cops showed up at Ace Chemicals. Sorry, I should have. 22 begins to state, but the Joker smiles, tossing the broken bottle away, patting the big man on the shoulders. 22! It's all good. The two leave the bar, and one of the other patrons gets on his cell. Hey, it's me. I can't be sure, but I think I just heard a ghost. The man whispers into his phone. Back at their secret hideout, the number 2 of the Red Hood gang stares at his phone in shock, surprised to hear about the survival of their old boss. He turns to the rest of the gang. Yeah, our old boss just poked his head up. I think we'd best kill him, number 2 says. Elsewhere in the city, another masked gang is knocking over a jewelry store, storming out of the door. Hopping in their car and speeding away at the sound of approaching police sirens, a masked gang is speeding through the streets of Gotham. They finally round a corner and find Batman standing in the street, waiting for them. The goons try to swerve out of the way, but Batman leaps onto the car and begins to repeatedly punch through the glass. Moments later, the GCPD catches up to the criminals, squad cars screeching to a stop and Gordon jumping out, readying his weapon. But he finds the thugs have already been tied up and are waiting at the hood of their car. One of the other officers steps up next to Gordon. This is the Batman, isn't it? Should I call for backup? He asks quickly, looking up at the shadowy rooftops in fear, but Gordon shakes his head. No, I think I've got this, he says, and the officers then finish the arrest on the robbers, with Gordon stepping into the alleyway, climbing a nearby fire escape. He stops halfway up where he finds Batman waiting like a gargoyle. You know, would it kill you to stick around for once? Gordon asks, and Batman shakes his head. Not as long as Commissioner McLobe has me at his sights, Batman growls, looking at Gordon, pointing out that they've had 3 separate gangs copying the Red Hood gang's tactics. The Red Hood gang is still out there. They need to be our focus. Batman hisses and Gordon nods. Sure, but are they even a threat anymore? I mean, their leader is dead, Gordon points out. Batman stares at him for a moment, not answering. He is dead, isn't he, Batman? Gordon finally asks, and Batman looks away, explaining that he couldn't find the body. The chemicals weren't strong enough to dissolve a body that rapidly. Gordon sighs, rubbing his eyes. Great, we're battling copycat gangs and just recovered from the Riddler, and now we have to possibly worry about some mildly corroded genius gang leader, Gordon whispers. But when he looks up again, Batman is gone. Meanwhile, Joker and 22 are walking through the streets of Gotham. 22 is talking, but the Joker is barely listening. Suddenly, there's a sound of fluttering above them, and the Joker looks up to see Batman swoop by, his cape blocked by the moonlight for a moment. Fear runs through the Joker, and he rushes away, finding himself at the edge of Gotham Bay. The Joker can't stop smiling, even as fear races through his body. He falls to his knees and he looks down into the waters, seeing the man that he used to be. He reaches out and begins to strangle this man, choking the man he used to be and beginning to laugh. Don't you understand? I am chaos! The Joker shouts in fear. Suddenly he stops. The body of his former self is floating away, and he turns to find somebody watching him. Chaos, that fear, isn't really chaos at all, the man says, and Joker glares at him, stalking forward. I've been following you for months, and I'm impressed. The Joker reaches out, grabbing him by the throat, demanding to know who he is. I am the man that can teach you how to harness your mind and never fear again. To be the greatest force this world has ever known. The man gasps. Joker pushes him to the ground. And what makes you so qualified? The man smiles at him. Because I'm the smartest man in the world, and I trained Batman. Sometime in the future, Batman has begun to hunt the Joker again, but it isn't easy. Gotham has become a nightmare of darkness. Duke has been infected, and his powers are absorbing all of the light in the city, plunging Gotham into an eternal night. Everyone is infected by the audible virus, the spread of laughter. The world is the Joker now. Batman pulls himself back into the streets, the shadows shifting as people turn to look at him with glowing red eyes, their mouths pulled into hideous grins. a world of Jokers. Batman moves through the dark and decaying city of Gotham. The virus is spread by laughter. Everyone is already infected, and the auditory signal triggers the physical changes that turn them into Jokers. Batman has designed earphones that will filter out the sound, but it's too late for the city of Gotham. The city is already gone. He moves through the shadows, following the clues that the Joker left behind, heading towards the bay. Now we cut to the beginning, to Joker Year 1 again. Batman is continuing to work on what happened to the head of the Red Hood gang. Alfred sits at the Bat computer taking notes as Batman stabs a corpse with a syringe of chemicals from the vat that Red Hood fell into. Interesting. At 2 minutes, all pigmentation is neutralized from a Caucasian sample, Batman notes, and Alfred nods as he looks at the computer. So bleaching skin white. Sir, perhaps you should take a look at this incident downtown, Alfred says as he motions to the news monitors. Meanwhile, back in his apartment, Daniel Capito sits in a chair. He begins to think about how he approached the Joker, how he was going to use this to get his revenge on Bruce Wayne, but also to see what happens when a force like the Batman goes up against its exact opposite. If he was able to train Bruce Wayne into becoming the Batman, could he train the Joker to be the exact opposite? And he smiles as he continues to write in his journal, knowing that his new student will be unstoppable. Elsewhere in the city, a man goes flying through the bar window, shattering it and tumbling into the street. And Batman whirls around to the final thug still conscious. One last time. Fingers! Batman growls as he grabs the thug, lifting him up. I don't know! Fingers stammers, and Batman pulls him close. Wrong answer! The man with the white skin, where did he go? Batman growls at him. Fingers closes his eyes as Batman throws him to the ground, stammering that the man left with Brian boggling. When Fingers opens his eyes, Batman is gone. Nearby, Joker opens the door to Brian's apartment, still looking at the card that Dr. Capito gave him. Honey, I'm home! Joker calls out as he enters the apartment, looking up to see Brian tied to a chair nearby. Joker twists quickly, knocking the gun out of the Red Hood member away as it goes off. Sorry, boss. No hard feelings, another says as he leaps in with a knife, driving it into the Joker's arm. None taken! The Joker laughs as he pulls the blade free, punching the goon away. More Red Hood gang members pile into the room, driving Joker back, striking him down. But the window suddenly shatters inward as Batman leaps into the apartment. As the Red Hood gang whirls around on Batman, Joker rushes for the exit, his eyes wide with fear. Batman continues his battle, but a big member of the gang throws him through the window and into the fire escape. The big man wraps his hands around Batman's throat, squeezing tight as the hero is struggling, but a gunshot sounds behind them, and the rounds hit the Red Hood gang member in the shoulder, dropping him to the ground. Batman gets up, finding Brian holding the smoking pistol. But we now go to that future storyline. Batman is arriving at the shoreline, finding a body with a pistol-issue revolver and a GCPD ring on its finger. Batman turns back to the water as the Joker rises up, water red around him as he stands. A red robe wrapped around his skeletal body. Hello, Bruce, my sweet, simple man. Are we ready to end this? The Joker asks with a twisted grin, and Batman picks up the revolver and he takes aim. But the Joker's smile grows as he explains that should he die, a device attached to his heartbeat will send out a signal for all of the infected to kill themselves. Batman pulls the trigger and a bang echoes along the shoreline as a flag comes out of the gun. I saw the flag down the barrel, Joker. You're as predictable as ever. The Joker shakes his head as he steps out of the water. Oh, but it's different this time. I want to watch you, Bruce. I want to watch the gears turn as you piece it together. I want to watch you scramble with your failing mind until it's too late. Until they're all dead. In the past storyline, Gordon stands over the interrogation table, demanding to know if Detective Blair was a member of the Red Hood gang. The steely-eyed detective just glares at him. Lawyer, now! Gordon grunts with anger, storming out of the room. Give him his call and put him in a cell. Gordon snaps at Detective Manny. The man nods, stepping into the room where Blair recognizes his old friend. "Can you get me out of this?" he asks quietly, and Manny shakes his head but explains that he might get one of the older, slower beat cops to bring Blair down to the cells. Blair nods and smiles. Moments later, he has the beat cop's pistol and he's pushing it against his head. "Nobody moves or I splatter O'Toole's brains!" Blair shouts as he pushes into the main room of the GCPD. He looks around, glaring at Gordon. "Now we're gonna walk out of here nice and slow, and you're gonna get me a car." But his speech is interrupted as a gunshot echoes through the room, the round ripping through Blair's head, bringing him down. Everyone turns in shock to see Manny standing nearby with his smoking pistol. "Is everyone all right?" he asks, and Gordon rushes across the room, punching Manny hard, shouting that he set up Blair so that he could kill him, silence him before he could say what he knows. "Are you in the Red Hood? You piece of crap, are you?" Gordon shouts as the other cops pull him off of Manny, but the commissioner storms out of his office, shouting at Gordon to knock it off while they deal with the shooting. "You want to go on your own, Gordon? Enjoy doing it from the sidelines. You're suspended!" the commissioner shouts, punching Gordon in the face, leaving him on the floor as he turns, storming back into his office. Meanwhile, Capito is sitting in his apartment. He's pouring tea. He doesn't flinch as a knife is pressed into his throat from behind as Joker steps out of the shadows. "Give me what I need," the clown demands. Capito nods his head, and he motions for the Joker to sit. "Of course, we can start immediately." The Joker is still confused why Capito would even approach him. "I'm a scientist of human behavior. Batman wrongly thinks that he can be a force of order. I'm interested in what happens if he meets an equal force of chaos." They begin immediately. Capito first teaches the Joker to ignore pain, compartmentalizing it in his mind and pushing it away. The Joker excels at these lessons. Capito then moves on, teaching him another thing that he taught Bruce, creating alternate personalities in his mind, other people to allow him to reach goals the primary self could not. Joker excels at this too. He creates the clown, laughter and devilishness bursting forth. Next, he creates the demon, a dark creature that enjoys the torment of humanity, and next, a man as calm and black as the ocean, cold as death. The three Jokers. Capito watches all of this in awestruck. The Joker is the perfect mind. Meanwhile, Gordon heads out of his car from his apartment with the intent of going to the store. He jumps as he looks at the rearview mirror and finds Batman waiting from the back seat. "How long have you been there?" Gordon demands, but Batman ignores the question. "Nick Loeb suspended you," Batman asks, and Gordon sighs, nodding, explaining that Blair is dead and they have no more leads on the Red Hood gang. "I'm starting to think that I should have taken that job in Metropolis," Gordon says, but Batman is still there. "We'll get them, Jim. We'll smoke them out. We just have to give them a target they can't resist," Batman whispers. Now we cut to our future storyline. Batman is moving through the city disguising himself as one of the infected. He's colored his face in white. He's smiling, and he's laughing. And he hates it, but he knows that it gives the Joker a perverse joy. He finally arrives at the GCPD building. It's dark and shadowy. Debris has been strewn about the floor. Moving through the destruction, Batman is suddenly attacked as a whip snaps out of the shadows. "Don't you move!" Catwoman shouts. Batman whirls, seeing Selina. He calls out to her, but she can't hear him. "I'm not going down, damn it!" she shouts. And Batman realizes that she figured it out, that she blocked her ears. He pulls the whip off and begins to sign to her, explaining that he isn't infected. "Bruce," she says with a single tear in her eye. She crosses the room and they embrace, sharing a kiss. Finally, she pulls away. "I couldn't find you. It seemed like the best place to keep them safe," she tells him, and Batman doesn't understand, but Selina leads him into the holding cells. His eyes widen in shock as he looks at the entire Bat family all infected. "I couldn't let them stay out there. I couldn't let them become..." She begins to say, but the Joker steps out of the shadows, pulling the plugs from Selina's ears and giggling gently. Batman whirls quickly, but it's too late. Selina has already begun to laugh. She slashes at his face, and nearby the Joker hits the button to open up the cell, releasing the infected Bat family members who begin to laugh as they stalk closer to Batman. But now we cut to the past again, where our story began. The Joker's training is done. He no longer fears anything, not even Batman. Joker steps into the kitchen of Capito's apartment and pulls a knife. Turning on the doctor, he points out that since Capito trained them both, he and Batman are like brothers. So I suppose that makes you our father. He smiles wider. I hated my father. He hisses, moving fast, the blade flashing as it cuts into Capito. The doctor falls to the ground, his mind racing as life leaks out of his body, questioning whether the Joker has played him all along. But as he watches the Joker pull on a suit, he knows one thing. The Joker is coming for Bruce Wayne. And he is perfect. Laughter echoes through the abandoned halls of the GCPD as the infected Bat family stalks forward. They were Batman's family and he didn't want to hurt them. So he turned. He ran. He threw every smoke pellet that he had at his disposal and he fled from the holding cells. They were some of the deadliest people on the earth, but the infection changed them. Batman allowed them to chase him outside, but he had already hidden in the shadows. Moments pass as Batman crouches, but the infected don't return. Alone again, he turns and ascends the GCPD, but he's still being stalked by death. The Joker quietly follows up behind him, his red robes dragged on the ground behind him. But we cut to the past where this story began. Bruce Wayne is holding a gala to support Gotham's opera. He pulls himself away from several potential donors as Alfred holds up a special phone. Bruce takes the call and once again drops his voice. Jim, so far the Red Hood gang hasn't taken the bait. They have a history with Bruce Wayne, so I'm still hopeful. Batman says, and Jim nods, relaying that he is heading back to the GCPD to keep an eye on Manny, who just had a major drug bust. Are you certain he's a member of the Red Hood gang? Batman asks. In his car, Jim nods. He murdered a fellow member of the GCPD before they could rat him out. So yeah, he's one of them. I'm gonna head in and keep an eye on him, Jim says as he steps out into the rain. Hanging up the phone, Bruce sighs. Sir, are you perhaps needed elsewhere? Alfred asks him, and Bruce shakes his head. He's using the socialites as bait and wouldn't feel comfortable leaving them alone if the Red Hood gang shows up. Inside, Gordon walks by the front desk sergeant, explaining that he needs to collect some things from his desk. He walks by another officer who's taking a statement from a frowning clown, who keeps explaining that the kids are tormenting him. His complaints are really just thinly veiled jokes. Inside the evidence vault, Manny and his compatriots are still proud of their drug bust. Last chance to take a bump before I weigh it in, the officer on duty says, but Manny shakes his head. Nah, I want to be level-headed when I take it all. Manny hisses. One of the other members holds up a stun gun, shocking the officer, sending him to the ground. Let's get this party started, Manny says as everyone begins to pull on red hoods. He smiles, tapping a button on his phone, shutting down all of the security cameras in the precinct. In the hall, Gordon notices the camera go dark. He pushes into the security office and sees that everything is shut down. He reaches out, tapping a few buttons, but is interrupted as the door swings open and a Red Hood gang member opens fire on him. In the main bullpen, the Red Hood gang floods in, keeping the cops at gunpoint and ordering them all to hit the floor. One pistol whips the clown, sending him down. From his office, the commissioner angrily gets to his feet. Damn it, Manny! You were supposed to wait until I was out! He grumbles, but he reaches for the gun on his desk, and that's when he's shocked to find a note from Batman. I know everything, it says. In the security office, Red Hood is wrestling with the Red Hood gang member. You just can't let go, can you? The Red Hood shouts. Gordon, ignoring the wound in his shoulder, wraps an arm around the man's throat. Danny, is that you? You don't have to, Gordon shouts, the gun thundering in the small room and the Red Hood member dropping to the ground. Gordon stumbles against the wall, now covered in blood that isn't his. I'm so sorry. While Manny and the others load the drugs into their van, the other Red Hood members are keeping the hostages calm. But that clown, that creepy little clown from before, he begins to laugh, releasing the balloons that he was holding, letting them float to the ceiling. Outside, the commissioner is joining his men on the loading docks, but Gordon has caught up to them. Drop it, he shouts, raising his captured pistol. Upstairs, the balloons hit the ceiling and they detonate, filling the bullpen with smoke and fire. As the smoke swirls around the room, the Hoods turn in shock to see Joker rising from the floor. now armed with a rifle and grenades. He laughs as he begins to toss them, the explosion rocking through the GCPD, causing Gordon to become distracted long enough for the commissioner to bring up a pistol and fire. But back in our future storyline, the world in which the Joker has overrun everyone with an infection of laughter, Batman moves through the shadow of the GCPD, his flashlight falling on pictures of past commissioners. And he stops at Commissioner McLeod. You see, they had learned that he was the second leader of the Red Hood gang, and he disappeared shortly after his release from prison. Batman moves through the building, trying to find clues to what the Joker led him here for, but something moves behind him in the shadows. Red Hood steps forward, a smile on his face as he laughs. He was the third Red Hood. Once again affected by the Joker, Batman refuses to hurt his son again, whirling around Jason, wrapping an arm around his throat and injecting him with a sedative. Jason falls quietly to the floor. Opening up the filing cabinets, Batman pulls a file on McLeod. Inside, he finds a laughing box. "Why don't you open it? My little parting gift to you, Bruce." Joker wheezes as he steps out of the shadows, activating the box and sending a sonic pulse that calls forth a bat. The creature bursts through the window and lands on the desk. "I could have killed you at any point over the years. You know that, don't you? You lived because I let you live. Because I love you." The Joker whispers. Batman turns, glaring at him. "You lived because I let you, even though I hate you." Now we go to the past to wrap up our story of the Red Hood gang. Manny shouts for the commissioner and the others to leave, but the commissioner refuses, moving to chase after Gordon. He storms onto the loading dock where Gordon is waiting. "Stop! Drop the gun!" Gordon snaps. McLeod smiles, lowering his weapon, pointing out to Gordon that he's the only one who knows the truth about the Red Hood gang. "You're the only one who knows I was leading the gang. Half the cops are with me. Surveillance is shut down. You got nothing, Gordon! We're gonna waltz back in on Monday morning like nothing happened." Commissioner McLeod tells him smugly, but Gordon shakes his head, pointing up. "The cameras. I turned them back on." McLeod bellows with rage, rushing Gordon, knocking the gun aside as it thunders in the confined space. Manny and the others speed away in their van, unaware that one of the bags of drugs is ticking. It suddenly explodes, filling the van with a strange gas. At the loading dock, the commissioner and Gordon trade blows back and forth, staggering back into the bullpen where they are surprised by the carnage. "Where do you think you're going? There's nowhere to hide," McLeod says as he follows Gordon, but James nods, preparing himself. "I just wanted the rest of them to see me kick your ass," he grunts, and McLeod rushes forward, but Gordon is prepared. He blocks the first blow and hits the commissioner hard, knocking him to the ground. Standing over the dirty cop, Gordon promises that he's going to clean up the city. But later, Manny wakes up in a strange mirror funhouse. "Hello, Manny! Good news! My antidote worked! The bad news, I just didn't have enough time to give it to the rest of your crew." The Joker laughs from somewhere. Fear grips Manny as he tries to make his way out of the funhouse, only to stumble on Benny, number 22. A vicious smile pulled across his face. "Red Hood 22. Nice guy, but I really needed someone to test my toxin on," Joker says, so Manny continues to run, while Joker promises to keep experimenting on the Red Hood gang, especially McLeod, when he gets out of jail. Manny tries a mirror door, but Joker kicks through it, sending him to the ground. Manny looks up in fear as the Joker steps through the broken glass, a large knife in his hand. "Don't worry! I'm not going to do any experiments on you. I'm just going to have some fun," he says before filling the funhouse with laughter. Back in the future, Batman has figured out the cure for the infection. The screeches of bats counter the laughing disease, the clue the Joker gave him. He leads the bats through the streets, allowing their cries to cure Gotham City of the Joker disease. And the Joker himself has disappeared again. But as the sun comes over the horizon, Gotham is saved. Batman returns to the manor where he finds Selina Kyle waiting for him. But he knows that he only saved the city because the Joker allowed him to. And he wonders, all these years, Could the Joker have simply won? The Joker finishes his story as he and Batman sit in their cell beneath Blackgate. "You're a liar," Batman says simply after hearing how the Joker was trained by the same man who trained him. The Joker shrugs and smiles. "But I'm a liar in a prison, and the truth shall set us free." Before laying back in his bed, Batman stands pacing the cell. "So you've known about Zur this entire time?" Joker nods, commenting that facing the pure Batman, "Breaking you is easy. Breaking him, that would be a true triumph." He giggles, and he glances at Bruce as he paces. "I love this, being here with you as you spiral, because you're here, and he's out there. Your city is finally receiving true justice." Meanwhile, over at Gotham City at the docks, several criminals are loading crates into the truck. The leader shouts for them to hurry. "Come on, move it! Gotta get these to Bloodhaven by morning!" He snaps, when suddenly 3 rockets launch from the shadows, slamming into the truck, detonating it, throwing the criminals to the ground. "It's Batman! He's been gone for weeks!" one of them shouts, and they struggle to their feet trying to run, but bolo lines grab them, pulling them into the air. One makes for the nearby alleyway, running as fast as he can, but he stops short as Batman stands before him, his eyes glowing with purple light. "Prison is no good for you," Batman snarls as his hand snaps out, grabbing the thug by the throat, lifting him into the air. "I'm going to drop the rest of these scum in a hole, but I want you to tell your friends about me. Scream it through the streets. Yell it in every dive bar you come across. Batman is back," Batman says as he drops the thug to the ground, stalking away. Nearby, Red Hood steers his motorcycle towards the carnage. "Oracle, I'm almost at the warehouse," he reports, but Barbara is worried about Jason, pointing out that he is still suffering for the effects of the fear toxin that Batman has injected him with. This means that his fear spikes along with his adrenaline. "Once the fear is triggered, I can push through it. Joker gave me a bit of the Joker toxin, and it's working," Jason promises her, but he screeches to a stop as he comes across the carnage left from the exploding truck. "Oracle, did one of your merry band of vigilantes get here before me?" Jason asks, but the comms have gone dead. Jason turns as Batman appears in the shadows nearby, his voice familiar but electronic at the same time. "Hello, Jason. I was hoping you'd be the first that I'd encounter," Batman says, his helmet shifting back, revealing a screen. In a moment, it solidifies, looking and sounding like Bruce Wayne. "It's me, Bruce," Batman says. But Jason draws his knives. "Nice try, Failsafe! I know your Tin Man oil stinks anywhere," Jason snaps, pushing through the fear that is already overwhelming his body. But the robotic Batman shakes his head, explaining that he was able to defeat Failsafe, but the fight broke his body beyond repair. He was forced to upload his consciousness into his robotic body. Jason takes a step back as Batman explains that he is sorry for what he did to Jason during the war with Selina's forces, and he wishes that he could take it back. But he promises that no one else needs to be put in danger now that he's like this. "No one needs to suffer. I can fight forever," Batman tells him, and Jason nods, rushing forward. "Good news, Bruce!" he snaps as he slashes at the robot. But this robotic Batman easily disarms him, grabbing Jason by the throat. "This is a fresh start for us. The slate wiped clean. I swear I won't hurt you anymore. Unless you break the law," Batman says twistedly, as he drops Jason to the ground, rocketing off into the night sky. Moments later, the comms come back on. "Jason, what happened? Can you hear me?" Barbara shouts, but Jason stares off at the robotic Batman. "I can now, Oracle, but I don't have any good news to share," he admits softly. Meanwhile, back beneath Blackgate, Batman has no choice. He knows that he can't stay here with the Joker. He has to keep going, reaching beneath the Joker. He stands stalking forward, going towards the Joker, pulling him up. "Oh, are you going to finish the job?" Joker cackles, but Batman pulls a few pins from his neck brace and he heads back to the cell door, using them to pick the lock. "Ah, clever little bat." Joker laughs as he watches, and Batman steps out of the cell, using the bandages on his body to create a makeshift mask. He moves through the prison, surprised at how many criminals Zur-En-Arrh has already locked away. And then he pauses at one cell, staring at Vandal Savage, the man who bought Wayne Manor and took over the Batcave. "Well, now I don't have to feel so bad about my hasty eviction," Vandal notes as Batman steps up to his bars. "Vandal, so he's taking control of the mansion, the cave?" Batman asks, and Savage smiles. "For now. But I expect the law will help me regain what's mine," Savage says with a shrug. Batman narrows his eyes at the Immortal. "What is your game, Vandal?" But a high-pitched whine reaches Bruce's ears, and he whirls around in time to avoid a blast from Zur-En-Arrh's drones. He recognizes them as the same drones that Failsafe used to secure Gotham while he was lost in the multiverse. He leaps to fight them, but is quickly blasted from behind and knocked to the ground. Back in the city, Zur-En-Arrh has finally announced his return to Gotham, broadcasting on every screen that he can. Zur declares that Batman has returned to Gotham City and will hunt crime and evil wherever he finds it. The Bat family watch in shock, not believing that this is really the same Bruce that they have lost. Down in his secret lair, the Riddler watches with amusement. Well, well, when the technology-aided vigilante goes from A to B to A, what did he receive? Riddler muses, but the door slams open behind him. An upgrade, Zur says as he walks into the room. Riddler tries to escape, but Zur-En-Arrh grabs a hold of him, leaping out the window, standing on the streets below. Zur-En-Arrh holds Riddler for all to see, and the phones immediately begin to livestream. Edward Nygma, the Riddler, responsible for dozens of deaths, millions in property damage, in and out of Arkham Asylum's revolving doors. No longer. He belongs to me now. To true justice! Zur-En-Arrh says to everyone watching, but he looks up and sees Damian Wayne watching from above. He rockets up, landing on the rooftop next to Robin. Damian, son, are you here to fight me just as Jason did? Zur-En-Arrh asks, but Damian stares at the robot. If that is really you, prove it, father. Zur-En-Arrh moves forward, kneeling before Damian, telling him about the first nights when Damian came to live with Bruce. I'm back, son, Zur-En-Arrh says with his fake Bruce Wayne persona and voice. Back in the Bat Tower, the rest of the Bat family are watching the feed from Damian's mask. So the big question is that actually Bruce or something else? Tim finally asks. Jason points out that it sounded like Bruce, but Dick shakes his head. Either way, we're gonna need to get to the bottom of what's happened before it's too late, Dick says. Beneath Blackgate, Bruce slowly wakes up and finds himself now tied to a chair. He shakes away the grogginess to see Daniel Capito, his former mentor, standing before him. The years haven't been kind, Bruce, though I suppose the same can be said of me, Capito says, the scars in his face evident. Your other self, the better you, made me the warden of this fine institution, Captain Capito says as he moves through the room, finally stopping before Bruce. Confused, Detective? Well, let me shed some light for you, Dark Knight. Capito stands before the recaptured Bruce Wayne in the prison far beneath Blackgate Penitentiary. He smiles, highlighting the scars on his mouth that were given to him by the Joker, explaining that the Clown Prince of Crime was behind it all. Everything that has happened is because of the Joker. You see, everything that the clown did over the years, every atrocity that he committed, was designed to draw out the purity of Batman's persona. But every time that Zur-En-Arrh came to the surface, he would retreat, and Bruce Wayne would take control once again. It was when Joker finally kidnapped Alfred that he learned the truth. Zur-En-Arrh had created a failsafe program for if Batman ever went too far. A powerful robot that was designed to defeat him. But Alfred was supposed to shut down the robot if it was activated in error. Capitio had been Joker's captive for some time when the clown revealed this information to him. If Zur indeed created a failsafe, this mistaken activation would undoubtedly bring Zur-En-Arrh out to try and stop it, possibly supplanting the main personality of Bruce Wayne once and for all, Capitio had suggested. After Pennyworth's death, Joker made his move. He manipulated Penguin into wanting to get out of Gotham, to fake his own death and start over, to make the city believe that Batman had finally crossed the line. But Capitio still wanted his freedom. He lied to the Joker and gave him a phrase that he thought would put Zur-En-Arrh to sleep. But the mentally implanted command phrase made Zur-En-Arrh protect Capetillo. The pure Dark Knight found him and freed him from Joker's cell. He finally put him in charge of the new prison in Blackgate. And now, here we are, Capetillo says with a smile. But Bruce glares at him. Don't make me laugh, Capetillo. You're here for the game. Joker and I are your sick experiments, and you want to see where this is all going to lead. Batman snaps at him, but Capetillo shakes his head, returning to his desk. Oh, I know where it's going to lead, and I can't wait for you to experience it all, he says as he activates Zur-En-Arrh's drones to return Bruce Wayne to his cell. He pulls a cowl out of his desk and slips it onto Bruce Wayne's head. Don't forget this. I know how much you rely on your secrets, and as your warden and therapist, I don't want to cause you any more trauma, Capetillo says with an evil smile. Meanwhile, back in Gotham City, Killer Croc is thrown out of a window. He bounces along the pavement, slamming into a parked taxi. Think you can take down Killer Croc? Wayland growls as he gets back to his feet, wiping the blood away. But Damian is already moving, punching the criminal one final time, bringing him down. Zur-En-Arrh picks up Killer Croc, bringing him towards the Batplane. But the pair are then stopped by Stephanie. Robin? She calls out, and Damian turns to her in surprise. What are you doing? This isn't Batman, you have to know that. She tries to reason with Damian, but Damian disagrees, shouting that the Bat family has always held his father back. Stephanie motions to the fearful citizens that are running away. Batman created fear in criminals. Can you really see your father doing this to everyone else? Zur-En-Arrh turns to her. I accept fear. It means that they're safe, he says in his robotic voice. Damian glares at Stephanie for a moment before turning and joining what he thinks is his father on the Batwing. Meanwhile, back at the clock tower, Barbara Gordon and Dick Grayson are speaking with the members of the League, explaining that they still don't know if the story that Bruce Wayne uploaded his mind into the Failsafe robot is true. There's a very high chance that Bruce is in there, so what do we do? Barbara asks the powerful heroes. We see Wonder Woman and Superman on the monitors agreeing that this Batman is doing everything that Bruce wanted to do for years, taking full control of the justice system and even assigning those he arrests with court dates. Dick nods his head. Yeah, but this is different. It's Bruce with the power of Failsafe, a robot that beat all of us. If we decide that he's crossed the line, how do we even stop him? Dick Grayson asks. And Superman looks at him with concern and doesn't have an answer. Back beneath Blackgate, Batman has returned to his cell with the Joker, where the clown is endlessly prattling away with jokes. But Batman isn't listening, realizing that without Zur-En-Arrh in his mind, he can peer inward and see the memories of what Zur did. The room darkens around him as he looks into Zur-En-Arrh's memories and sees him working on the drones. Batman's eyes flash open as he realizes he now knows their weakness. I created these drones. I can defeat them. Batman thinks to himself as he gets to his feet and begins to make his second escape. He rips a pipe off the wall, creating himself 2 fighting sticks. He pauses as he hears the elevator approaching and the door slides open to reveal 2 drones leading Punchline to his cell. Leave it to Gotham cops to hire robot fascists, Punchline snaps. But Batman releases smoke from his mechanical hand, drawing the drone's attention. It rushes forward, but Batman leaps out of the smoke, knocking it aside. He gets to it from behind, stabbing it through its main power source, dropping it to the ground. Punchline stares in shock, but her head then turns as the Joker calls to her. Oh, Punchline! How I've missed you! He calls as he waves from his bed, getting to his feet and walking out of the cell, untying her as she promises to get them out of there. Of course you will, but first we should have some fun, Joker says with a smile. Meanwhile, back at her apartment, Harley walks into her bedroom to find Bud and Lou unconscious on the floor. The window suddenly shatters inward and Harley reacts quickly, leaping for her bat as she whirls around on Zur-En-Arrh in surprise. What? Bats? You could have knocked! I'm practically a Justice Leaguer! She snaps as she leaps forward, swinging her bat, but Zur-En-Arrh easily catches it, grabbing her by the throat. Harley, did you really think that I'd allow you to go unpunished for all of the lives that you helped end when you worked for the Joker? Zur-En-Arrh demands, and Harley gasps for air as she struggles. I'm a hero now. You said. She gasps, but Zur-En-Arrh shakes his head. That was then. This is now. Gotham has come to Gotham, he growls with his robotic voice, though Damian looks at him with a little bit of concern. Back in Blackgate, Batman continues to fight against another drone, knocking it to the ground. He breathes heavily, but turns as he sees Punchline release all of the cell doors. The doors slide open around him, and Batman at least knows that only the unpowered criminals are held here, so it gives him a bit of a chance. As the crowd begins to gather around him, he sighs, dropping into a fighting stance. "Well, all right, let's do this," he says with a slight smile, but the criminals don't get a chance for a fight as the prison is suddenly filled with drones. The drones immediately try to quell the riot, so Batman uses that chaos to slip away, moving through the shadows of the prison until he can climb his way to freedom, unaware that Vandal Savage is following him out. As he gains access to the prison's roof, rain pours down as lightning flashes overhead. Batman knows that he has to do this alone. Zur-En-Arrh will be monitoring the others, that he has access to everything Batman had. Well, everything except Batman. With this final thought, Batman leaps off the roof into the bay, disappearing. Back in the bunker, Damian has started to investigate and is shocked to find an Amazo robot. Zur-En-Arrh stalks up behind him. "I see that you've been exploring the new Bat bunker while I dropped Punchline off," Zur-En-Arrh says. He explains that he is working on the Amazo bot so that he can build an army to control Gotham. "So no one will die," he says, when suddenly the computer activates and the news reports of a riot at Blackgate. The comms in Zur's head activate and Capetillo comes on the line, informing him that Bruce Wayne has escaped. At that exact moment, a light flashes on the Bat computer, and Zur-En-Arrh turns to leave, informing Damian that he has to meet someone. Meanwhile, back at the mayor's office, Mayor Nakano is informed that an escapee from the prison is seeking asylum. "A man named Savage," the assistant says, and Nakano collapses on his desk. "That's who. It's happening," he whispers. Meanwhile, Superman and Zur-En-Arrh are meeting on a rooftop in the city. Superman finally confronts the robot, demanding to know if he's the real Bruce who uploaded his mind into the robot body. "I know it's a lot to take in, but this has always been my plan. The failsafe for my aging body, for the eventual enemy that I could not withstand," Zur-En-Arrh says, explaining that this and the prison were necessary, that someone is moving in the shadows, setting things in motion. "Dark forces are always at play here, pulling the strings. People will die unless I am at my best," Zur-En-Arrh says. Superman looks him up and down, wanting to know what happens if he goes too far. "You'll try and stop me. You'll try, but you'll fail, because Batman always wins," Zur-En-Arrh tells him. Meanwhile, Bruce makes his way through the city as the rain is pouring down upon him. He slips into a truck, starting it, pointing the vehicle out of the city, leaving Gotham. Damian Wayne walks into the room, discovering his robotic father sitting in front of a holographic display. "Father, what are you doing?" Damian asks, and Zur-En-Arrh doesn't turn, explaining that he has turned every electronic device in Gotham City, and they allow him to hear everything. He then stands. "There's so much pain, so much anger, so much crime," Zur says as he overhears a murder plot. "It never ends, but luckily, neither will I," Zur-En-Arrh says as he stalks out of the room. Meanwhile, across town, Vandal Savage has been elected the new commissioner of the GCPD after he was freed from the prison. He stands proudly before the media, proclaiming that he will bring an end to crime in Gotham City, and that the vigilantes that are claiming that they are doing the right thing are over. Suddenly, someone charges forward in the crowd, a gun in hand. "Screw you! You killed my friends!" the man shouts, firing the weapon. But in a blur of motion, the bullet bounces off of Zur-En-Arrh's robotic Batman body. The shooter looks at the Dark Knight in fear. Oh God, he whispers, trying to run, but Zur-En-Arrh's tendrils reach out, snagging him, pulling him in close. "Jimmy Hughes, 4 priors for assault and weapons possession while working for Victor Fries. Last seen working for Catwoman," Zur-En-Arrh reports, turning back to Vandal Savage. "I should just put you in prison now, Savage," Zur growls, the new commissioner smiling. "Then why don't you? Would your superhero friends see you throwing the appointed police commissioner into your personal prison as the moment that you went too far?" Vandal Savage asks, and Zur-En-Arrh steps forward, his unblinking eyes glaring down at Vandal Savage as he expresses interest in watching him fail in the front of the public. "So they can see who you really are," Zur-En-Arrh says, glancing at the mayor. "Mayor Nakano, we'll be talking soon," Zur says before turning and flying away. Elsewhere, Amanda Waller watches the exchange on television, happy that Zur-En-Arrh is showing the world what can happen if the heroes go too far, though she is still unsure if the new robot is the real Zur-En-Arrh. If he is, I know where to find him, Waller says before turning to her lieutenant and ordering him to put together a strike team. Meanwhile, far away from Gotham, Bruce Wayne is driving an old pickup truck through the night. He can't go anywhere that Zur-En-Arrh would suspect. Zur-En-Arrh lived in his mind. He knows everything that Bruce knows. He has to work outside of his normal plans and preparation. He finds himself at Happy Harbor, the old base of the Justice League and several other teams. Memories of old friends fill his mind as he moves through the shadows and the dust. He stops, sitting, gathering his thoughts, once again unsure if he can defeat Zur-En-Arrh, feeling old, broken. Back at the prison, Zur-En-Arrh watches a video of Bruce escaping and he looks at Capetillo. He means nothing to me. He's broken, on the run, unable to turn to anyone for fear of what I'll do to them. Bruce Wayne is finished, Zur-En-Arrh says, and Capetillo smiles at the words, pointing out that Zur-En-Arrh is underestimating Bruce, just like Bruce has underestimated what every other villain has been able to do throughout the years. I don't like what you're implying, Capetillo, Zur-En-Arrh points out, and he finally leaves. Try to keep your prisoners in the prison, Daniel. I have someone trying to reach me. Zur-En-Arrh growls as he stalks out of the office. Back at the manor, a strike team is moving in, the exact calculations of Clock King moving them into position. One team moves through the darkness of the manor's halls, but a shift in the shadows moves behind them. Who's there? One of the soldiers gasps, swinging his light around. A world of pain and you're trapped in it! Damian hisses as he leaps out of the shadows, attacking the soldiers, dodging gunfire and bringing them down. Back at their base, Waller listens as her soldiers report in. It's not him! It's one of the kids! The soldier screams and Waller leans back in her chair as her eyes go wide. If that's the case, she begins to state, as the window explodes inward and Zur-En-Arrh leaps through it, showering Waller and Clock King in glass. You disappoint me, Waller. If Clock King is a part of your new Suicide Squad, the suicide part is extremely accurate. Zur-En-Arrh growls, and Waller motions for Clock King to leave the room, standing to brush herself off. I had to be sure. Your new look seems to be coming off with a new attitude, Zur-En-Arrh, she says, and Zur glares at her, ordering Waller to leave him alone, or he'll drag her back to Gotham and lock her away. We want the same thing, Zur-En-Arrh. Loose cannons get people killed. Your friends are going to come for you, and then you'll have to decide who exactly are the loose cannons, she tells him, and Zur-En-Arrh stares at her for a moment before leaping out the window and landing in the Batwing. You've been warned, Waller, he calls out before flying away. But nearby, Bruce has arrived at the old family cabin, a place his father built with his own hands, which holds some of the few happy memories of his childhood. He hopes that Zur-En-Arrh won't think to come here as he begins to unload the supplies that he took from Happy Harbor. Memories of coming here and training Tim fill his mind. Images of Tim learning to shoot a bow and arrow, unhappy that he wasn't perfect with it from the start. Inside, Bruce begins to unpack. He needs to get to work. Back in the cave, Damian joins the robot that he thinks is his father, who is still working on the holographic computer. Was Waller surprised? Damian asks, and Zur-En-Arrh shakes his head. Nothing surprises Waller, he says, standing, disconnecting himself from the computer and informing Damian that he needs to accelerate his plans for the world. What do you mean? Damian asks, unsure of what Zur-En-Arrh is planning. Zur-En-Arrh leads him into the next room, explaining that he needs an army to help him complete his work. In the next chamber, Damian is surprised to find a small army of Amazo robots, all dressed like the Justice League. But father, we can't trust Amazo. I'm uploading variations of Zur-En-Arrh from across the multiverse. I've collected them on my travels. With their aid, we will provide safety to not just Gotham, but the world. Zur-En-Arrh explains, and Damian thinks about this for a moment, not believing that Bruce would leave the multiverse Batmen brain dead in their own worlds. That would just leave Batmen's bodies throughout the multiverse with no one in them, or with Zur-En-Arrh. Damian gasps, realizing that this is a move that Bruce Wayne would never do. Zur-En-Arrh moves fast to dodge Damian's attack as the boy wonder realizes that the robot is not his father. You collected the Zur-En-Arrhs! Versions of yourself! The rest of the family were right! What did you do to my father? Damian demands, leaping at Zur-En-Arrh, but the robot's tendrils snake out, grabbing him. It's okay, son. I knew this was a possibility. In another world, maybe I could have trusted the others to do what's right. Total control is my only option, and I can't trust or control a Robin unless I make him myself. Zur-En-Arrh turns to a stasis tube as it opens, and Damien's eyes go wide as another version of him steps out. Back in the cabin, Bruce Wayne has begun his work, but he hears a noise outside. He grabs a batarang and steps out of the cabin only to find Tim Drake standing there. "No one got your back?" Tim asks with a smile. Bruce is shocked by his former sidekick and points out that Zur-En-Arrh could track him here. "I know. He's infiltrated everything with some kind of a system called the Echo. I ditched my phone," Tim tells him, explaining that it took him a little bit to figure out that this is where Bruce would go. He reaches into his bag, pulling out some food. "I also assumed you wouldn't be taking care of yourself," Tim says with a smile. Bruce pauses for a moment and smiles back, putting his arm around his son. "Batman and Robin," Bruce says, and Tim nods. "Batman and Robin." After dinner, Tim cleans up while Bruce explains everything. That he's figured out that all of his doubts and odd decisions to push away the family recently have been because of Zur-En-Arrh doubting him in his own mind. This caused Bruce to question his mission and his family, believing that they would just get hurt. Tim nods, but explains that all of them chose this life, that Bruce saved them all and trained them to be better. Bruce nods as he pulls out the suit and the weapons that he's been working on, his mind now clear. "I can't do this alone. More importantly, I don't want to do this alone. Zur-En-Arrh never understood that you are all my strength. I need my family. It's time to put the monster down," Batman says as he turns around in his new battle suit, ready to go. Tim lowers himself into the cave. His feet touch the ground as he moves through the shadows until he finds Bruce, finishing his preparations. Bruce, are you ready?" Tim asks. Bruce pauses for a moment before nodding and turning to his sidekick. "Call everyone, Tim. Call the family. It's time," Bruce tells him. Meanwhile, at the manor, Damien is pinned to the wall. Zur-En-Arrh's new Robin robot is smiling at him. "I'm going to kill you. I'll be quick, I promise." Damien growls at him, and this new Robin smirks, pointing out that that's what's wrong with Batman and his family. "It's all out of control. This city of murderers, we're gonna stop it, make it right," this Robo-Robin says. But Damien just smiles, pointing out that Zur-En-Arrh and his sidekick are already doomed. He begins to tap in Morse code, trying to warn the family, but he's suddenly hit by a blast of electricity. He turns to find Zur-En-Arrh has entered the room. "Remember, his soldiers are more than their utility belts," Zur tells his sidekick, explaining that the taser should have fried all of the electronics in Damien's suit and belt. But the two of them are interrupted as Capetillo enters the room. "It's time to test the machine. What do you say, Batman?" Capetillo says, and Zur-En-Arrh nods his robotic head. "Let's cure Gotham." Elsewhere in the city, it has begun. The Failsafe drones have locked down the tunnels and bridges leading into Gotham City. Mayor Nakano is shouting at Commissioner Vandal Savage on the phone, demanding the new commissioner do something about it. Well, apparently, Batman's child soldiers are attempting to stop him. Savage points out, explaining that he has taken the full might of the police force to Zur-En-Arrh's prison. At the prison, Edward Nygma is looking up at the machine that he is strapped into. "I don't like this riddle," he says softly, but Zur-En-Arrh shakes his head. "No riddle, Nygma. We're going to cure you of your constant desire to prove yourself through malice," Zur-En-Arrh explains, Capetillo smiling as he activates the machine. "You should be proud. We wanted to test it on someone with a strong mind," he says as Edward begins to scream, with energy coursing through his mind and body. Back in the manor, Damien and Robin are watching on the screen. "It won't work. Curing these monsters?" Damien snaps. Meanwhile, at the hidden cave, Dick and Barbara question whether they can trust Bruce Wayne, since they're undecided if after everything that has happened, they can follow Bruce again. But Jason steps out of the shadows. "You're not the one he brainwashed. If I'm willing to hear him out, I think you can too," Jason says, dropping into a hole. Tim stands before them all in the cave, explaining that the robot in Gotham isn't the true Batman. "None of this is Bruce's fault," Tim explains, but Bruce calls to them from the shadows, stepping into the light, revealing himself and his new suit to his family. "Bruce, is that really you?" "It is, Dick, and I'm so sorry." He explains everything to the family, telling them how he created Zur-En-Arrh in his mind as a failsafe to protect his mission, but Zur-En-Arrh began to influence him, forcing him to push the family away, believing that they were what was weakening Batman. But I need you all, not just for my damned mission. You're my family. You give me hope when the darkness creeps in, Bruce tells them. He then looks to Jason with an apology, but Jason puts a hand on his shoulder. It's all right, Bruce. None of us can change the past, but we atone. We work on ourselves. We move forward as a family, Jason says, the rest of the family gathering around him telling Bruce that they are in. I'm assuming you got a plan, Dick says to him, and Bruce nods. I'm Batman, aren't I? They move quickly, Savage and the police heading towards the prison, now aligned with Amanda Waller and the full might of the US military. Oracle is parked in the city, hacking into Zur-En-Arrh's systems to give the family a chance to get into place. Tim moves to rescue Damian, while Jason and Dick are slipping into the prison. Be safe out there, gang. Let's pray our distraction works, Dick says over the comms. The police screech to a halt, setting up a perimeter outside of the prison as the rain pours from the sky. With the flutter of a cape sounding into the night, Batman lands before the entrance. He doesn't look back. But Savage watches as he enters the prison. Batman stalks through the shadows, unobstructed before reaching Zur-En-Arrh, the robot holding out his arms, motioning to Capetillo and the villains that have been plugged into the machine. Welcome. It's fitting that you watch this in person as I fix all of your mistakes in a single moment, Zur-En-Arrh says. Batman doesn't say a word. Red Hood leaps out of the shadows, his blade cutting along Zur-En-Arrh's metal skin. Surprise, Batbot! Red Hood snarls. Deeper in the prison, Nightwing is plugging Oracle into Zur-En-Arrh's systems, giving her full access. Hopefully I can shut down Zur-En-Arrh's security and kill his whole experiment. When you're done, get to Bruce as quickly as you can, Dick. He's going to need all the help that he can get, Oracle reports. Meanwhile, Tim has arrived at the manor, slipping through the window and crossing the room to Damian, ripping off his gag, expecting a thanks. You idiot! He's behind! Damian shouts at Tim. Robo-Robin whirls through the air, kicking Tim hard, knocking him to the ground. Tim Drake rolls up, looking at Robo-Robin in shock. Oh my god, you're him. Zur. He cloned Bruce. Tim gasps, and the young Bruce Wayne leaps across the room, and the two Robins begin to trade blows. Who else could he trust but himself? The young Bruce Wayne sneers. At the prison, Bruce and Jason are fighting off Zur-En-Arrh, trading blows with robotic Batman. But as Jason moves in for the killing blow, Zur-En-Arrh whirls, kicking him away, his metallic tendrils lashing out, cracking Bruce across the face. He staggers away, and Batman realizes that Capetillo is activating his machine. Red Hood, stop Daniel! Batman shouts as he throws a grenade, throwing himself back at the robot Batman. Over in the manor, Tim is quickly losing to this new Robin. I'm the best part of Bruce Wayne. His training, his skills, his relentless pursuit of justice. The young Bruce Wayne gloats, and Tim takes a kick, but manages to throw his Robin throwing stars, one slipping through young Bruce's defenses, cutting through Damian's bonds. Breaking free, Damian launches himself across the room, tackling the clone of his father. And his unending need to talk things through! Damian growls as he begins to wail on the clone. He staggers with the clone, and Tim rushes in, kicking him hard in the jaw, knocking him out. The two young heroes look down at the fallen clone. Two Robins against one, he never stood a chance. And Damian glares at Tim. I didn't need saving, Drake. I had 3 plans I was working on. Damian explains as Tim ties up the clone. Back at the prison, Jason rushes forward, but Capetillo suddenly whirls on him, kicking him hard in the face, knocking Jason back. Capetillo then presses his attack, gloating that he isn't a mild-mannered psychiatrist. But Jason blocks the blow, punching Capetillo in the face, shrugging. I'm just here to shut you down, or at least keep you busy until someone else shuts you down. Suddenly, the machine stops working and Capetillo stares for a moment. Huh. The handiwork of Miss Barbara Gordon, I assume. Are you so truly against curing your enemies? Is that really where you should be focusing your energies while your father is murdered? Capetillo asks, motioning to where Zur-En-Arrh is continuing to hit Bruce again and again. Red Hood launches himself at the Batbot, but Zur doesn't hesitate. He whirls around, hitting Red Hood hard in the jaw, hard enough to break his mask, knocking him across the floor, slamming him into the wall. Hard enough to kill him. Bruce gets to his feet, rushing across the room. Jason! No, my boy! My son! Bruce whispers as he looks into Jason's lifeless eyes. Zur-En-Arrh stalks forward, his victory assured. This is your weakness. who you've surrounded yourself with. Soldiers in a way they've never understood, and now one is dead because of you. Zur-En-Arrh stops, his last words stuttering as his eyes glow. Because of me, Batman must stop, must. Zur-En-Arrh begins to state. Batman stands, turning to the machine. Welcome back, Failsafe. Batman growls. Capetillo is confused, backing away. Batman explains. Batman doesn't kill, and if he does, he has to face the consequences. Batman says as he launches forward, kicking Failsafe in the chest, bringing the machine down for good. He reaches down, pulling free the wires, deactivating the Batman robot. He turns to Capetillo, explaining that when Zur-En-Arrh took over the robot, he did not rewrite the original Failsafe coding, instead placing his consciousness over it. So when Zur-En-Arrh took a life, the Failsafe program reasserted itself. Capetillo looks almost impressed as he stares at Batman. The Bruce I knew would never sacrifice one of his own for the mission, and yet here you are, finally making the tough decisions. All I have to say is Vespertilio expurgris grimi. Capetillo says, the words ripping through Bruce's mind as he falls to his knees. Capetillo punches him in the face, explaining that he put the safe word in Bruce's mind during their training years ago, never sure when he would need it, just like with the Joker. And when Batman rolls over, he's smart. Because Bruce, he planned for this. It was back in the cave when he explained everything to Jason, that he was going to get Zur-En-Arrh to kill him in hopes that his suit would revive him with the last of the Lazarus resin that he had discovered. Jason shook his head, explaining that it was too important for Bruce to leave it up to chance. It had to be him, so Bruce could bring him back without chance. Behind Capetillo, Jason gets to his feet. Capetillo whirls, looking at him in surprise as the rest of the Bat family gathers. Oh, don't act so surprised. After all, I've had some practice at dying, Jason explains with a smile. Nightwing rushes forward, punching Capetillo hard, bringing him down. There's a moment of peace as Damian rushes to his father, hugging him. Bruce smiles at his son. I'm so damn happy to see you, son, Bruce says softly, but the building suddenly shakes as the ceiling explodes inwards. Comms crackle to life as Oracle warns them of Savage and the military's approach. All right, head out to the laundry room. 6 doors down on the right. The ventilation shaft there will give us an exit, Bruce says to the others, and they rush to the room. He turns to join them, but Capetillo calls to him from the floor. This was nothing. This was a slip. You think you've stopped the storm, but I can see it all, Bruce. I know what's coming. It's a storm like you've never experienced, Capetillo says with a smile. A storm isn't made of one thing. It's an idea, made up of parts working together. You lost today because you were fighting all of us. We're the storm. Batman growls, rushing from the room to join his family as they leap into the shadows of the night.
The man is thrown into a pile of garbage. He looks up at the goon in fear. Tell the Cobblepots I'm good for the money, he begs. But the goon shakes his head and draws a pistol. Time for that was last week. This week is about your hospital stay, the goon says as he takes careful aim. But a shadow appears behind him, growling for the goon to drop the gun. He whirls to fire, but a fist comes out of the darkness and drops him. Rain pours from overhead as Robin stands over the fallen goon. But a new voice calls out, and Batman steps out from the shadows, looking at the young clone of himself. It's okay, son. It's over, Batman tells the clone. It's been 2 weeks since the defeat of Zur-En-Arrh, when the clone Bruce had escaped into the night. 2 weeks of hunting him down, trying to end the last of Zur's plans. But the clone whirls and rushes forward for a fight. Batman easily dodges the blow. You killed my father! I'm all alone! The clone shouts in anger, but Batman doesn't fight back. He pulls the clone in close and holds him tight, letting him pour out his anger. I don't know what to do, the clone whispers into the night as the energy leaves his body, and Batman holds him tight. It's okay, son. I've got you, he says softly. They return to the brownstone, where Bruce can run tests on the younger him. His scans reveal that Zur gave the clone all of Bruce's memories, but partitioned them off so that he could control his attitude. Now, they would slowly begin to surface. With a sigh, Bruce turns away from the computer and reveals what else he discovered. Zur accelerated your aging in order to have you fighting ready, but he didn't have anything in place to stop it. You're getting older at a rapid rate. I'm sorry, son, Bruce says. But the younger man just nods, knowing that Zur never cared about him, that all he was just a disposable Robin. But Bruce shakes his head. You're not a Robin. Your name is Bruce, he says. The door to the bunker opens to reveal Damien, who asks his father for a private talk. Bruce joins his son upstairs, not surprised to see that Damien doesn't agree with this current course of action. There's too much to do to hold that clone's hand. We stopped Zur, but the military took Failsafe's body from the prison, Damien reminds him. Bruce shakes his head, reminding his son that Zur's mind was wiped from Failsafe's body, and that they need to help the aging clone. I can't just let him die without trying my best to save him, Bruce tells Damien, putting a hand on his son's shoulder. Damien finally sighs. Fine, I'll continue to investigate the missing robot on my own. Time passes, and Bruce continues to work on his clone. The clone looks up from his hospital bed in the bunker. I think I'm as old as you are now, he whispers. Batman nods as he looks up from his work on Bruce's blood. Almost, minus the injuries, Batman points out. Bruce looks at the robotic hand that Batman got from the multiverse, questioning how it happened. Batman shrugs and looks at the black hand. I was slow, and the other guy wasn't, he says simply. Bruce nods and lays back. That's how it ends, isn't it, for Batman? These bodies just slow down, he says softly. Batman nods as he looks back at his work, explaining that he's tried many things to extend his mission, but realized that the only thing that you can do is surround yourself with friends and family who can carry on after you're gone. Finally, he leans back and rubs his eyes. Damn it! I thought I had it, but your cells are still accelerating too fast, Batman says with a sigh. Batman stands, believing that the way to fix Bruce is somewhere locked in his memories from Zur, from his time when Zur was in control. Batman has an idea. Heading out into the city, he heads to Wayne Enterprises. Everyone is shocked to see him since Lucius has taken control, but he walks by them into his office. Standing there, he lets the memories of Zur flood through his mind, returning to him from when he wasn't in control. That's when he remembers a secret panel in the wall. A small bat computer reveals that Zur had been making financial moves, reacquiring the vast Wayne fortune in secret. Batman returns to the brownstone to find Tim and Damien waiting for him on the front stoop. What's going on? Batman asks his two sons. Tim looks at him. There's been a small incident. He's alive, but he did something, Tim begins to say. Batman charges past him, calling for Bruce as he rushes down to the bunker. Downstairs, he finds the aging Bruce sitting on his bed. His right arm now ends in a bandaged stump where he cut off his hand. It's okay. It's all okay, Bruce says. Batman tries to explain that he secured money, that they are going to fix this. Bruce stands. Maybe you will, but right now, I'm dying, and in a couple of weeks, no part of me will be worth saving. Consider this a trade, Bruce says as he motions to his hand floating in a stasis pod. More time passes, and the family gathers as the end nears. In the bunker, Batman sits watching as Bruce slowly wastes away. The old man looks at him. I'm sorry. I can only imagine how strange this is for you. Watching yourself die, he says weakly. Batman smiles. I've seen stranger, he says softly. Bruce smiles at the memories. I suppose we have, he agrees. He looks at Batman and says that he doesn't want it to happen in the bunker. I need to be home. I need my own memories of it, he whispers. Batman nods. Sounds like a plan, he says. Later, they stand on the hill overlooking the manor, the graves of their parents before them. Strange, but I feel distant being here. Like being in a museum, Bruce says, unsure if that's because his memories are planted instead of lived. But Batman explains that he feels it too. But no matter, they're all just memories now. And this place is just a shell without people living in it to make new ones. Batman sighs as he looks to the manor in the distance. Bruce begins to lean forward in his chair, his voice growing weaker by the moment. It would have been nice to make new memories with you all, but I'm happy for the ones I have. Opening your home and heart to the boys, trading barbs with Alfred, Mom sneaking us treats after bedtime, he whispers, slumping forward. It's a good life. A life of helping and being helped. He sighs as the last breath leaves his body. Bruce nods and smiles as he looks down at his past clone. It really is, he says softly, as he puts a hand to the man's shoulder. Thank you, Bruce. Thank you. That night, the bat signal shines in the sky over the city, and Batman answers, and he finds Vandal Savage waiting for him. Excellent! The bat can still be beckoned, he says. Batman leaps down to the rooftop as the new commissioner explains that he'll let the bat and his allies continue their crusade unimpeded, even allow them to return to the manor and cave, as long as Batman does Savage's bidding whenever he calls. Batman responds by throwing pellets into the signal, destroying it. He launches forward and punches Savage hard in the face, bringing him to the ground. I'm going to bring you down, Savage, and you can keep the house, he growls before launching himself into the night. The next day, the family is given an invitation to a new home. They gather on the street to see a rundown mansion, unsure why Bruce called them all there. But they are surprised to see Bruce working on the house. Dick steps forward as Bruce nails a board into the roof. Things that bad that you're picking up reno gigs? He calls out with a smile. Duke looks around with a grimace at the building and grounds. This is rough, he points out. Does Batman need a project? Stephanie asks. Bruce steps out the front door and greets them all. No, but he needs a home. He explains to them about Zor's money, that he bought this home and the surrounding blocks, that he's going to convert them to affordable housing, and he motions to the large home. And in the center of it, Pennyworth Manor. My new home, and hopefully yours, Bruce says, explaining that being in the city was always better than living in the manor, and that the doors will always be open to the family. So let's be a family and build something new together, he says as he leads them inside. Tim smiles and leans into Bruce. Big question though, is there a cave underneath? He asks. Damien immediately rushes off into the decrepit building to find the best bedroom. That night, Bruce is continuing to work, burying the clone on the grounds, near the family where he should be. A shadow falls over him, and he looks up to see Selina standing over him. Hope it's not anyone I know, she says. Bruce steps out of the hole and explains the clone to her. Your life, Bruce. Can't you ever have a normal experience? She says with a smile. As they walk through the grounds, Bruce explains everything that's happened since their fight, telling her about Zur and the clone, and how he bought the house for the family. It could be good for us. Everyone under one roof. An actual home, he says. Selina kisses him on the cheek as Bruce glances at her. Did you really think you could tempt me to live here with more people under the same roof? She says with a smile. Bruce takes her by the hand and leads her inside. Worth a try. At least, let me show you what I have planned for the future, he says. She nods. Lead the way. The dark streets of Gotham City. A young family moves through the back alleys, trying to find their way. I told you to just use the parking lot, the young wife says. But her husband shakes his head, reminding her that the parking lot was $50. He glances at his phone again and directs his family down another alley, but they are stopped halfway down as a man steps from the shadows. "Looks to me like you're a little lost," the man whispers. The husband reaches for his family to try and protect them, explaining that they are heading towards Palmerston and 5th, but the man shrugs. "Yeah, pal, you ain't getting there from here," he says as he steps into the light. The city fenced off the other side of the alley. "You need to head down 1 block, then take a left," the man explains with a big smile. Above them, Batman watches in mild surprise as citizens of Gotham City actually help each other out. "Everything good?" Gordon calls from the other side of the roof. Batman turns back and nods. "It's strange, isn't it? I can't remember the last time the city felt calm," Jim notes as he sips his coffee. The two sit, sipping on their coffee and discussing Wayne Enterprises' old Gotham revitalization projects, providing free healthcare and affordable housing. "Everything just feels possible right now. Gotham is getting better, and so are its people," Jim notes. Batman nods and looks up at the cityscape, staring at the new Nigmatech building. It wasn't that long ago that the news was discussing Edward Nygma being released from Blackgate Prison. A technicality had exonerated the Riddler from his crimes, and now he seemed to have turned over a new leaf, starting his own cryptocurrency and beginning Nigmatech, setting up shop in Gotham City. While many people seem to be giving Nygma a second chance, it is Mayor Nakano who doesn't trust the former villain. "Edward Nygma is a murderer, plain and simple. He's buying good publicity. I believe people deserve a second chance, but Nygma is free, not because he served his time, but because of a technicality," Mayor Nakano had said during an interview. Now, the mayor finds himself once again working late in his office. His faithful assistant, Sandra, stayed by his side, but they are interrupted when a distinguished-looking gentleman walks through the door. "Hello, Chris. A word in private?" the man asks the mayor. Sandra tries to protest, but Mayor Nakano holds up a hand and tells her to head home for the night. "I'll see you at the park opening tomorrow," he promises. When the two men are alone, Nakano stands tall, anger flashing across his face. "I know why you're here, Leonid, but I'm done. I put Vandal Savage in as police commissioner. I pushed through all your rezoning applications. If you want Nygma to have a free ride in this city, you're just going to have to run against me in 2 years, Nakano says. "I thought your Court of Owls was smarter than inviting a madman like Riddler in," Nakano finishes. Leonid smiles at him, pointing out that Nygma is good for Gotham City. "Well, I thought your #1 priority was your marriage. Do you really want the press finding out about the indiscretions?" Leonid asks. Nakano takes a step forward in anger, reaching for Leonid's tie. But they are interrupted before the heated argument can get worse. The door opens again to reveal Mrs. Nakano and the mayor's son. "Am I interrupting, or?" she begins. But Leonid shakes his head and pulls away from the mayor, stepping past Koyuki. "Not at all, Mrs. Nakano. Your husband is finished with me, apparently," Leonid says as he steps out. Koyuki looks at her husband, asking why he hasn't come home yet, but the mayor is tired. He takes his son and walks out of the room. "I can't do this right now," he whispers to his wife, who just stares in sadness at him. Meanwhile, Edward Nygma is sitting in his office, going over the paperwork for his business, unhappy with how the mayor has slowed the process. But he looks up to see Batman standing by the window, his cape flowing in the breeze. "Hello, Edward. Burning the midnight oil?" Batman growls, but Edward merely smiles at him. "Are you here to sniff me out, detective? To give me a speech on crime and punishment?" Edward asks, but Batman shakes his head, explaining that he's going through his crypto code. "If you're selling Trojan horses, I'll find out," Batman reminds him. But Nigma smiles, explaining to Batman that he's tired of the game. Instead of trying to prove he's the smartest man in the city, he would just start being one and making money in the process. Success isn't achieved by measuring against another man, is it? I built an empire in 2 months' time, all by myself, Nigma tells him. But Batman continues to stare at him. I went to the 27th floor, took a look at your servers. Impressive. Working at incredibly high speeds, with a familiar bit of technology cooling them, Batman notes. Nigma nods, explaining that he's borrowed some of the tech from some of Batman's greatest enemies. Nigma motions over Batman's shoulder to the large female security guard that steps into the office. After all this time, it's you committing the illegal acts, Detective. Please leave before Rhonda here calls the police. Stay on the lighted path, Nigma, because you know I'll be waiting in the dark. Batman growls before leaping out into the night. The next day, Mayor Nakano gets ready for another day at the office, but Koyuki finally tells him that she's leaving, that she can't deal with his constant distance from her, how cold and angry he always is. Mayor Nakano doesn't say anything, just pulling on his jacket and walking out the door. Across the city, Bruce Wayne has arrived at Wayne Enterprises, passing by the protesters who feel that Wayne's outreach programs only focus on the poor and lazy, and not the hard-working citizens of Gotham. Wayne sighs and walks past them into the offices, where he is greeted by his second-in-command, Mrs. Berkmo. She informs him of the protesters and the conspiracy theorists, but also informs him that Wayne Enterprises has spread itself too thin with these new policies, and that they should possibly think about a merger to help bolster the tech industry and make some profit to cover their new expenses. But Bruce is distracted by a news report about a diamond heist and quickly closes his laptop. We'll figure it out, Rowan, Bruce says as he heads towards the door, apologizing that he's forgotten lunch with a beautiful supermodel that he needs to get to. Alone in the office, Rowan sighs and reaches for her phone. It's me. He still doesn't see the problem, Rowan says to Nigma when the former villain picks up the phone. That's unfortunate. You have to get him into the right headspace for a merger. I need the legitimacy of Gotham's favorite son's favorite corporation to unravel all the mayor's red tape, Nigma tells her. But Rowan shakes her head. I think we need to start considering Plan B, she says. Meanwhile, the diamond thieves are speeding through the city, the GCPD right behind them. The driver swerves around a corner, but is shocked to see a brightly dressed vigilante standing before him. The man suddenly leaps to the side of the van, slashing down the side with his arm blades and cutting through the tires. The van goes out of control and begins to spin towards a group of bystanders, but Batman is suddenly there, slamming through the driver's side window and grabbing the wheel. He yanks it to the side and sends the van careening onto its side, saving everyone standing nearby. The back of the van suddenly swings open, and the thieves begin to run. Don't worry about the runner. I've got him, the brightly colored vigilante says as he lands next to Batman and draws a gun. He fires a round that hits the runner in the leg, dropping him. The Batman whirls, knocking the pistol away. Firing a gun in the streets? He growls, but the vigilante smiles and holds up his hands. Easy, fellow hero, the man says. But suddenly, Commissioner Savage is there with several police officers. Step back, Batman. This man just saved lives, Savage orders. The vigilante turns and salutes the commissioner, introducing himself as Commander Starr. I served my country, and now I intend to serve this city in a time of crisis. With your permission, of course, sir, Commander Starr says. Savage smiles at him and nods, but then glances at Batman, admitting the city probably doesn't need 2 vigilantes, and he orders the police to arrest the Dark Knight for his many crimes. But Batman launches a smoke pellet before the officers can react, and in a flash of light and smoke, he disappears. Savage looks at the new hero and smiles. Mr. Starr, I know we just met, but I believe this city needs you now more than ever, Savage says. Commander Starr nods and smiles back. I couldn't agree more, sir, he says. That night, Edward Nygma enters his server room. He taps a button on one of the servers and smiles. Meanwhile, Mayor Nakano enters his home, but he is not alone. Anger flashes across his face. Words are said. A gun is raised. The weapon thunders, and rounds slam into Nakano's chest. And as Bruce Wayne walks home, he finds Rowan standing in front of his house. There's been a claim filed against you for half of your shares. It's bad, Bruce. Do you have a brother? Rowan asks a shocked Bruce Wayne. The next day, Detective Bullock looks at the murder scene of Mayor Nakano. He steps outside with a sigh and a shake of his head and lights a cigarette. Figured the dynamic duo would be loitering out here, waiting for their turn, Bullock says as he looks up to see Batman and Jim Gordon waiting in the shadows cast by the police lights. He steps over to them, explaining that they haven't found anything yet, and the mayor's wife is already at the station. Bullock narrows his eyes at them both, explaining that he can't let them in. I just got back on the force, and I ain't giving my boss any ammo against me, Bullock says as he tosses away the cigarette. Batman nods. Keep the room clean. I'm going to go over it once your crew is gone, Batman growls. A short time later, Batman is talking to Sandra Tilford in her apartment.
I can't believe she begins to sob.
I'm sorry, Miss Tilford, but as Mayor Nakano's assistant, you'd know best who'd want him dead, Batman tells her. He leans down and offers her a tissue. She thanks him and blows her nose, explaining that Mayor Nakano had been fighting against Nygma and Vandal Savage.
There was also this guy, named Leonid Cole. Strange man, always made Chris nervous, she says between sobs.
Batman thanks her and heads for the window.
I just don't understand. He was a good man. Who looks at this world and thinks it needs one less good man?
She sobs as Batman leaves, but Batman stops and looks over his shoulder. The selfish men, the ones who see the good men standing in their way, he whispers to her. Shortly, Batman watches the surveillance feed from the GCPD interrogation room. Koyuki sits across from Bullock, who is demanding answers for her whereabouts last night. But her alibi isn't adding up, and the police want to unlock her phone. I want my lawyer. Please give me my phone call, Koyuki says quietly. Batman watches until the interrogation ends and comms with Gordon. See what you can get from Bullock. I just pulled up info on a new suspect, a local businessman named Leonid Cull. I'll give him a visit and get some answers, Batman says. Later that night, Edward Nygma sits across from Leonid Cull and Mr. Horgan, former deputy mayor and now official mayor pending an election. Quite the night for you, Mr. Mayor, Nygma says with a smile as he takes a bite of steak. Horgan smiles nervously as he looks at the two men. I know I promised you a pliable government, Nygma, and I'm sorry I couldn't deliver that with Nakano. But luckily, Jacob here knows what's best for Gotham, Leonid Cole says with a smile as he pours more wine. The three men raise their glasses in triumph. An impromptu wake or a celebration of a job well done? Batman asks as he steps from the shadows. Nygma smiles at the Dark Knight. Ah, I was wondering when the entertainment would arrive, Nygma notes. Batman looks at them all, noting that while Nygma most likely has an alibi, seeing Leonid Cull with him is suspicious. Finding you with Nygma moves you up my list of suspects, Batman growls. But Leonid leans back in his chair and smiles. Suspects for the mayor's death? We're businessmen, not murderers. In fact, the only one committing a crime here is you. The restaurant is closed. Private event, Leonid notes as police step up behind Batman. But the Dark Knight moves fast. He whirls and kicks one of the officers away, grabbing another and throwing him onto the table. Another falls quickly. Batman's eyes widen as he reaches for the officer's pin and rips it away, turning and tossing it at Leonid. I heard rumors there was a new leader of the Court of Owls. Now it all makes sense. Batman notes as he motions to the owl-shaped pin. Batman looks to all three men, noting that Mayor Nakano was standing in their way. Now, which one of you pulled the trigger? He ponders. But Leonid holds up the pin and smiles. As I said, I'm no murderer. Though I could have killed poor Christopher a million silent ways, detective. A bullet is loud. Owls are quiet. I'm innocent, Leonid tells him. Batman glares at him for a moment before turning and heading towards the exit. One of you killed him, or both of you did. Every murder leaves evidence. I'll find it. Get your affairs in order, Batman tells them before disappearing. Later, Bruce stands in Wayne Tower looking down on the protesters below. He turns back to Rowan, questioning how they can't see that Gotham is getting better. She nods and holds up a folder, explaining that she's had security look into the case of Bruce's long-lost brother, explaining that his name is William Pureford, and his mother used to work as a nurse at Gotham General alongside Thomas Wayne. Bruce sighs and nods, looking at the paperwork. Bruce, we can litigate this, do the DNA tests, but it'll be a media nightmare. My suggestion? Sign over half your shares, then buy them back like nothing happened. Wrapped up in an NDA, Rowan suggests. She looks at Bruce, asking whether he actually thinks his father could have done this. But Bruce shakes his head. He doesn't know. Later, he enters Leslie Tompkins' clinic, asking her about what she knows of this woman. Leslie sighs and bows her head, closing her eyes at the memories. Her name was Tara, she finally admits, explaining that the Waynes were going through a rough patch at the time, but Thomas admitted everything to Martha, and they managed to work through it. Your father made a mistake, but there's no world where he or your mother would abandon one of their children. They were good people, you know this, Leslie tells him. But Bruce looks at her, admitting that he doesn't really know his parents, that he merely has the memories of childhood frozen in time. But suddenly, the clinic erupts in violence. Protesters outside throw rocks and shatter the window. Bruce rushes outside, ordering the nurses to lock the door as he confronts the protesters. What's wrong with you? They're helping people in there, Bruce shouts in anger. But the protesters don't care, wanting only violence. Someone steps up behind Bruce, a gun in hand. Before things can escalate too far though, Commander Starr suddenly arrives and punches the man to the ground, knocking the pistol away. He knocks the criminal unconscious and turns to Bruce with a smile. It's unfortunate when bad actors infiltrate well-meaning protesters to make them look bad. I'm sure you'll agree, Mr. Wayne. Nobody wants violence. They just want their voices heard, and for the truth to see the light. No good man should be scared of the truth, Commander Starr says, as Bruce glares at him. That night, Batman arrives at the mayor's house, finding Jim already scouring the scene. Bruce walks in and looks around, explaining that he's already seen Mayor Nakano's body and it had been scrubbed with bleach. He looks around, noting that the scene has been scrubbed clean, and that everything points to someone who knew what they were doing. Maybe things escalated to murder. Killer tried to cover their tracks, Batman notes as he looks around. He looks back to Gordon, explaining that he doesn't think it was Leonid or Nigma. Leonid would do it quietly. Enigma would make Nakano's death something spectacular, Batman says. Gordon nods and moves his light around. Sure, but what if it's a feint? Kill the mayor in a way they would never be associated with, Gordon notes. But their conversation is interrupted as Batman's comms beep. Bullock comes over the line, explaining that they finally cracked the wife's phone. I've kept it tight for now while I figure out what to do, but she had texts, a lot of them. It isn't a smoking gun, but it's pretty damn close. Koyuki was having an affair, Bullock explains. Batman's eyes go wide at the name that Bullock gives him. He turns back to find Gordon's flashlight shining on him, his service revolver in hand and aimed at Batman. I didn't! I was defending myself! I don't know how! Jim gasps, but Batman rushes forward, knocking the gun away and slamming into Gordon, bringing him down. A gun? You'd point a gun at me? Batman growls as he knocks Gordon to the floor. But the gravity of the situation hits him, and Batman slides to the floor as well, staring at his old friend. I didn't mean to. You've got to believe me. Jim gasps as he holds his head in his hands, and Batman just stares at him. It was 13 weeks ago that Jim came into the private investigations office that he shared with Bullock, complaining about all they did was follow potential cheaters around. I know we need the money, but all our jobs are either insurance scams or infidelity cases. It's depressing, Gordon tells his partner. Bullock nods and hands him a note. Well, prepare to be more depressed. We've got another one. Prepaid. Woman is using an alias and insisting on talking to you, Bullock tells him. It was 10 weeks ago that Jim met with Koyuki at a dark restaurant, explaining to her that he'd followed her husband and Mayor Nakano wasn't cheating. He was just very dedicated to his job, which Jim understands, trying to explain that jobs such as these take everything from a man, especially if he's truly dedicated. It's going to be okay, Koyuki. You're not alone, Jim tells her, reaching for her hand. 8 weeks ago, the two have grown close and walk through Gotham Park, talking about their children, but their conversation is interrupted. Excuse me, sir. Can you tell me which way to get to the mayor's office? A big thug asks as he steps out of the shadows and grabs at Jim. Another rushes forward and grabs Koyuki, dragging her towards a nearby van. Jim rushes forward as the first thug pulls a gun. Jim manages to knock him away and grab the weapon, bringing it up fast and shooting the second thug in the shoulder, saving Koyuki. Jim! Oh my God! She shouts as she rushes back to his side. Thanking him, she holds him close in the rain. We can run, we can still, she whispers, but the words are lost as the two kiss. Time passes, the two get closer, meeting to take part in their secret affair. But Mayor Nakano finds out. He is approached by Leonid Kull, who has his own pictures. One night after they've spent time together, Koyuki suggests that they flee to Metropolis and start over, but Jim isn't sure. 3 nights ago, Jim had gone to Koyuki's house, but he didn't find her there. Instead, he found the mayor. She's not here, Nakano says as he pours himself a drink, explaining that they had a fight and she had probably left for her sisters. It's safe to say she's not going to run away with you. I told her how that would go. How I would get custody of our son. How all our worlds would fall apart, Nakano says as he turns around. For a brief moment, his face was plastered with sadness. Jim crosses the room, explaining that Koyuki doesn't love Nakano anymore. Your marriage is a sham. Just let her be happy for once, Jim tells him. But Nakano throws his glass, reminding Jim that Koyuki has depression, that Jim is merely a distraction. Why can't you see that you are the reason she's depressed? Jim shouts at him. Nakano lashes out, hitting Jim across the face. Jim blocks another attack and hits Nakano back, knocking him away. but the mayor recovers and grabs a heavy award as a weapon. He stands and rushes forward. Jim pulls his pistol, and everything goes dark. Present day, Jim sits in the GCPD, explaining everything to Bullock. Jim finally looks up at his old partner, explaining that while they did fight, there's no way he could have shot Nakano. He doesn't remember pulling the trigger. Tell him, Harvey. Tell him to find out who did this, Jim says. Bullock nods as he heads for the door. Sure thing, Jimbo. Sure thing, he says softly. On the roof, Bullock tells Batman everything that Jim said. He didn't do it. He couldn't have, Batman growls. But Bullock shakes his head and puffs on a cigarette. He very much could have, Bullock says, pointing out that Jim had motive and means. But Batman shakes his head. He didn't do it, and I'm going to prove it, he growls before leaping off into the night. Batman returns to the bunker, pondering the crime. He doesn't understand how good men can fall. The news plays in the background. The protests have gotten larger, more violent. The news interviews Commander Starr, who promises that the violence is not perpetuated by the protesters who merely want their voices to be heard, but by Antifa factions who have been inciting violence to lessen the message. My sources indicate that they intend to start bombing symbols of capitalism, trying to drag this great city down into a haven for communists and socialists. Gotham must stand against this tyranny, Commander Starr proclaims. Meanwhile, across town at Nigmatech, Rowan is meeting in secret with Edward. I shouldn't be seen here, Edward, she notes as Nigma pours a coffee. He nods and takes a sip. Rowan explains that the new mayor has finally pushed through Nigma's permits, and it seems like he doesn't need a merger with Wayne Enterprises anymore. But Edward shrugs. But with the new Wayne heirs' shares about to come to the market, I'd be foolish not to scoop them up. I'm not going to merge with your company. I'm going to acquire it. Nigmatech is going global, Edward tells her with a smile as he looks out over the city. The next day, Bruce arrives at the address of his potential half-brother. Excuse me, sir. I'm gonna have to ask you to keep moving, a security guard says as he steps out into the street. But Leonid Cull is also there. Surely, Mr. Wayne, you understand that it's wildly inappropriate to approach a newly discovered brother who is suing you for half your company's shares, Leonid notes, introducing himself as the one helping Mr. Pureford. But Bruce shakes his head. Well, Leonid, I don't think it's too much to ask to talk to a man who says that he's my brother, Bruce tells him as he takes a step forward. But things escalate quickly. The guard moves fast, hitting Bruce and knocking him to the street. But Bruce is fast and moves quickly to tag Leonid's shoe with a tracker. The guards kick Bruce again and he plays it up, going fetal in the street and moaning in pain. Damn, didn't think when I woke up I'd be beating a billionaire, one of the guards joked as they walked back inside, leaving Bruce alone in the street. That night, he returns to the scene of Nakano's murder, moving through the darkness and recording everything he sees. Bullock is right. Jim might have done this, but I need to see it. I need to see him pull that trigger before I can bring myself to believe. Damn it, Jim. You're the best man I know. Batman records, but he stops and reaches down for a small piece of plastic. Later, he heads back to the GCPD and speaks with Jim in the interrogation room. Batman managed to find cameras in the street, cameras that showed reflections of Jim leaving the scene, his bloody clothes tucked away in a plastic bag to be disposed of. Jim suddenly breaks down. I did it. I barely remember, like a dream. But it's true, isn't it? I did it, Jim says as he takes off his glasses, tears in his eyes. But Batman stops. He looks at Jim's glasses, noting the broken piece on one side. Your glasses, they broke in the fight? Batman whispers, remembering the piece that he found at the scene. He looks at the glasses, noting the frames are hollow. Suddenly, the GCPD alarms begin to sound. Commissioner Savage has discovered Batman's presence and wants him arrested. Damn it! Block the door! Batman orders. Jim doesn't hesitate and moves his chair to the door, blocking it as the cops try to come in. The two-way mirror suddenly shatters inward, and an officer aims his weapon at Batman. Get on the floor! He orders, but Batman moves fast, kicking the officer and knocking his weapon away. More flood into the room as Jim moves to help Batman, who is still trying to look at the glasses. Hold them off! Batman shouts. Another officer moves up behind him, but Batman twists and elbows him in the face, knocking him away. He grabs the glasses, using his tech to look closer. The glasses are Mad Hatter tech, mind control, but there's something different. Inside is a small symbol, a question mark. Outside, the city streets of Gotham are on fire. Protests and counter-protests have met in the streets. The police are outmatched as violence spreads, and Commander Starr does nothing but watch, a smile plastered on his face as the chaos makes its way to Wayne Enterprises. Inside the GCPD, the officers are calling for backup as alarms and red lights flash. They rush to the interrogation room, where Batman and Jim Gordon are holding off the cops. What did you find? Jim shouts as he whirls and punches an officer. Riddler. Batman growls as he hits a group of officers with a taser in his gauntlet. Batman pushes aside the barricade as he makes his way into the hall, but Bullock is waiting for him, his pistol raised. Jim was set up. His glasses have Mad Hatter designed mind control. It's Enigma, Harvey. Of course it is, Batman snaps. Bullock stares at the glasses for a moment before lowering his weapon, motioning for Batman to flee. Batman whirls and rushes for the exit. Meanwhile, Enigma Tech Tower, Edward is looking down on the burning city and smiling. He's coming? Leonid asks from a nearby chair. Edward nods as he turns and pulls on his Riddler mask. He is. It took him a while to clue in, but he just left Gordon and the glasses, Enigma says, explaining that he's finally happy that Batman has discovered his puzzle. You're insane, Leonid notes as he stands, but Enigma shakes his head. No, I'm rich, he admits. He turns back to his computer screens, thanking Leonid for his part in the game, providing the mayor and Owl Goons for the fight against Batman. I believe we're done here, comrade, Enigma says over his shoulder. Leonid stares at him for a moment. How long have you known? He asks. Edward shrugs. Oh, forever. Now, you'd best be going, Mr. Cull. My guest awaits, Edward says with a smile. Downstairs, Batman moves through the entrance of the tower, but he stops short as he finds Sandra Tilford trapped in a death machine. Riddle me this. I am a helpful pouch of fluid. What am I? Enigma asks as his face appears on a screen. Assist. Assist, Batman growls without hesitation. Batman moves quickly, grabbing Sandra and pulling her off the machine. An easy one, but another life is on the line, Detective, Enigma says, informing that the Mad Hatter is locked away somewhere in the building, while also pointing out that terrorists are trying to blow up buildings throughout the city. Riddle me this. What is Mr. Freeze's favorite number? Riddler asks as he laughs. The monitor flickers and shows images of the city, of the riots and fires, with Commander Starr doing nothing but watching. Run! Get to the police and tell them to evacuate Wayne Enterprises if they haven't already, Batman orders. Sandra nods and looks at him in shock. What are you gonna do? She asks. Batman turns and stalks away. Win the game, he growls. Outside the police station, Jim has been released. He finds Koyuki outside and rushes to her, smiling as he tells her what happened. He reaches for her, but she pushes him away. "Don't touch me. My husband, the father of my son, is dead," Koyuki says, reminding Jim that he still went to her home to confront her husband, and he made this all about himself, just like her husband did. "My son has no father, and you smile. This isn't about you," she snaps and turns away, walking away into the night. Jim sits on the front steps, unsure what to do next. Thunder suddenly rumbles above him as rain begins to fall on the city. Meanwhile, Batman has reached the 32nd floor and found Nigma's guards and Court of the Owl goons, but he moves through them quickly, dodging their attacks and knocking them out. After a moment, he kicks through the door to find the Mad Hatter. "Jervis, listen to me. Get out of here and get checked out. Take the stairs," Batman growls. But the Hatter looks at the Dark Knight with shock and anger.
"Batman, he's perverted my designs, my beautiful hats. He can't have them."
The Hatter gasps before turning and running away in the opposite direction that Batman ordered.
"Here's another one, Batman. Not in pounds, but I measure weight. I won beauty's love, which started as hate,"
the Riddler begins to say over the radio, but Batman has had enough. He begins to snap at Nigma, solving his riddles which point out that Leonid Kull is actually Russian, and that the Court of the Owls is now under Russian control. Nigma smiles in his control room.
"It would seem so. Not a bother to me, but I suspect a bother to you."
Nigma laughs. But Batman points out that Nigma is a fool. If he gave Leonid access to his systems in crypto, that software could give him access to everything. Banks, private data, nuclear weapons, Batman points out. Nigma's eyes suddenly widen as he realizes his mistake. He shouts to Batman that he needs to get to the primary server on floor 21. Batman moves quickly, leaping out of the window and swinging down to the 21st floor. He moves into the server room, dashing between the rows as Nigma directs him. But two owl thugs suddenly leap from the shadows, stabbing at Batman with their knives. Batman grabs one and throws him into a row of servers with a bellow of rage. He twists and grabs another in a headlock as a third joins them.
"Batman? I can't see or hear anything in the room. Are you there?"
Nigma calls over the radio. Another thug tries to stab Batman in the chest. "Gotham is ours," he whispers as he leans in. But Gordon is suddenly there, bashing the owl goon in the back of the head with a fire extinguisher. He reaches down and helps Batman up. "Jim, how did you?" Batman gasps. "The security desk in the lobby is lit up, and I just followed the red ones. Tell me what to do," Jim tells him with a shrug. Batman checks the servers, discovering that Kull has already taken the cryptography code. He turns to Jim and asks him to get to the top floor and get Nigma, while Batman goes after Kull, who thankfully never found the tracker that Bruce Wayne put on his shoe. "You armed?" Batman asks. Jim shakes his head, and Batman hands him his utility belt. "Take this. I've got a spare in the car," Batman explains. Meanwhile, Jervis is still in the building, having retrieved his precious hat, but his eyes widen as he glances over the desk and finds a brick of C4 with less than 10 minutes on its timer. Batman has already moved outside and races for the Batmobile. His phone chirps, and Batman answers it to hear Rowan's voice. "Rowan, is everything okay?" Batman asks in his Bruce voice. Rowan tells him that there were no bombs inside Wayne Enterprises, but explains that this is all her fault. She had been working with Nigma. He is behind the riots, as he was trying to drive Wayne Enterprises' stock prices down. "I helped find your brother. I wanted to make the merger happen, to make the company strong," she gasps. Batman pauses for a moment. Rowan, it's going to be okay. Just tell me, did the police say if there were any other buildings targeted? Batman asks. Meanwhile, Nigma is scrambling in his office, grabbing papers and stuffing them into his bag. But Jim suddenly barges through the door. Nigma raises an eyebrow at him. Clearly you're not here to arrest me, ex-commissioner, Nigma notes. Jim nods and grabs him by the jacket and tie, slamming the villain against the wall. No, I'll leave that to the cops. I'm here to beat you within an inch of your damn life, Jim growls as he punches Nigma hard in the face. He rears back and hits him again. You made me kill a man, he bellows, but Nigma shakes his head. Didn't make you sleep with the mayor's wife, Jim, he snaps. Suddenly, Nigma's bodyguard is there, grabbing Jim and throwing him away. She reaches for a desk and lifts it over her head, bringing it down on Jim. But he manages to roll out of the way and throws 2 smoke pellets from the utility belt. It's too late to run, Nigma, Gordon shouts as he rushes through the smoke, throwing batarangs at the woman and knocking her down. He whirls to find Nigma running for the door, but a well-aimed batarang slices into Edward's leg and trips him up. Jim rushes forward and grabs the criminal. I'm not done with you yet, Nigma, Jim growls, but something catches his eye, and he turns to see a brick of C4 beneath a nearby desk. It's time almost up. Batman races through the city, tracking Leonid to a nearby runway, but something isn't adding up. Who is Commander Starr in all of this? Batman begins to put the pieces together. If Nigma was working with Leonid Cole, that would mean that Commander Starr is a Russian agent, working in the city and helping the rioters. He's well skilled with weapons and hand-to-hand combat. Suddenly, it dawns on Batman. Commander Starr is a former Russian mercenary, the KG Beast. In the city, Commander Starr stands tall as the protests and fires rage around him. He holds up his pistol and looks to his followers. Gotham is ours! He shouts, and his followers echo his cries into the night air. Batman revs the engine of the Batmobile as he screeches around the corner and jumps onto the runway. Ahead of him, he can see Cole's private jet taking off. Batman launches the ejector seat with a tap of a button, and he swoops through the air and fires his grapple gun, latching onto the just airborne plane. Meanwhile, Bullock has arrived at Nigma Towers to find the upper floors engulfed in flames. It's a miracle there were no other bombs, he notes. But the front door suddenly opens to reveal Jervis Tetch leading a group of security guards. Oh, there were, but I convinced a building full of friends to find and defuse them, Tetch says with a smile. The cops immediately raise their weapons, and Bullock orders him to drop the hat. I mean no harm, officer, this time. Batman saved my life, and so I endeavored to save him. A fair game, though not entirely successful, Jervis says as he bows and lowers his top hat. On board his plane, Leonid has dropped all pretense of being American. It went as well as we could have hoped. The driver is with me, but Anatoly is still on the ground, he says in Russian over the phone. But a shadowy figure in Russia doesn't care if the KG Beast is brought home, as he has already done his job. Suddenly, the plane's door explodes inwards, and Batman swoops in. Air rushes past as he kicks the first Russian merc and moves on to the next group, hitting them hard and fast. Turn this plane around, now, Batman growls as Leonid is knocked to the floor. But the Russian agent sees a nearby pistol and begins to crawl towards it. Back in the streets, Commander Starr is still driving the crowds to chaos. Gotham belongs to us! Gotham belongs to the citizens! We built this city, and the elite would give it away. We need to show them that we have the power, he shouts. He turns and sees Rowan fleeing with 2 police officers. Star raises his pistol and fires, dropping one of the cops quickly. He rushes forward and slams into the second, driving him to the ground. They are trying to protect socialist executives like Miss Rowan Burkmo here, Star says as he grabs the woman by the arm and drags her back to the crowd. CEO of Wayne Enterprises, the company that turned Gotham into a haven for undesirables. We'll have to make an example of her, won't we? Commander Star bellows. Back at the top of Nigma Tower, Gordon comes to find the entire floor in shambles. Nigma is nearby and struggles to his feet. He collapses onto Gordon and wraps his hands around the former cop's throat. You should have gone away, Gordon. A nice little vacation in Blackgate. But you just had to wake up. Nigma snaps as his hands tighten, choking the life out of Gordon. A pathetic old man, floundering through life. You have nothing to lose. I have everything. I finally made something of myself. I won't let you take it from me, Nigma growls. But the floor suddenly gives way beneath them, and they both tumble into the dark. Back on the plane, Leonid raises his weapon and aims at the Dark Knight as Batman continues to fight the mercenaries. It would be more symbolic with your Superman, but there will still be much rejoicing when I drag your body through the streets of Moscow. Leonid snarls as he fires, but Batman raises his gauntlet and deflects the round. The bullets bounced back through the cabin and into the cockpit. Leonid looks down in shock at the wounds in his chest. Of course, he sighs as he slides to the floor, his blood splattered on the wall behind him. Batman rushes to his side, glaring down at the dying man. Damn it, Leonid. I understand the play for Nigma's tech, but why Commander Star? Why tear down what Bruce Wayne was building? Batman declares. Leonid smiles up at him, explaining that Russia uses Gotham as a horror story to frighten its citizens. Ruled by the wealthy few from the shadows. It's America. We use it to scare children, to remind the citizens of what's right. A symbol of everything wrong with your country. Leonid gasps before dying. Batman glares at him, realizing this entire plot is about propaganda. But he turns. The plane is going down. The stray bullets have hit the cockpit controls and one of the pilots, and the plane can't climb. They are plummeting into the city. Batman quickly taps his comms. Harvey, I'm in a 100-foot wingspan jet heading for 17th Street. I need the street cleared for 5 blocks. Batman shouts into the radio. On it, Bullock shouts back, working fast in the streets to clear everything. But Vandal Savage gets on the line, ordering his men to stand down, refusing to help Batman do anything. But Bullock and the other officers refuse to listen to the order and move to clear the streets at Batman's request. On board the plane, Batman knows the wings will clip the buildings once the plane comes down. He has no choice but to lash himself to the plane. He tosses out exploding gel and takes off both wings, riding the falling plane as smoke and fire billow around him. On the streets, the protesters are cheering as Commander Star begins to string up Rowan on a lamppost. But the hero looks up in shock as the plane comes barreling overhead. Finally, the plane slams into the ground in front of him, and Batman launches forward. Anatoly, let's go! Batman growls as he swoops through the air, lashing out and punching KG Beast hard in the face. But the brightly dressed merc merely smiles and twists into the blow, whirling and punching Batman hard in the stomach. Gladly, he snarls. Back in Nigma Tower, Nigma is holding onto a piece of rubble. The city is far below him as he struggles to pull himself up.
It would at least be nice if the headlines were, "Tech Genius Kills Ex-Cop Looking for Revenge."
He gasps as he holds on, but Jim is struggling to save the criminal, reaching out for Nigma's hand. Damn it, Nigma. That's just not gonna happen. Nakano's death was one too many, Jim says, but Edward just smiles. Amazing. After everything I've done to you, you're still under the illusion there's such a thing as a good man, Nigma says. But his hand slips and he begins to fall, but Jim refuses to lose. He leaps after the Riddler, grabbing hold of him and firing one of Batman's grapple lines. The two swing back towards the building and slam through a lower window, landing hard on the ground. I'm not a good man, Nigma, but I'm doing my best, Jim whispers. Back on the street, Batman whirls and kicks KG Beast in the face. I'm honestly impressed. The accent, the mannerisms, gone, Batman growls. KG Beast smiles and turns back, punching the Dark Knight in the face. Many months of training by my country's best, KG Beast gloats. But Batman hits him again. So the Russians fixed you up, fixed your neck, your hand, and all you had to do was come to my city and get your ass handed to you. Batman growls, but KG Beast pops twin blades out of his gauntlets and rushes forward, stabbing at Batman. The two trade blows back and forth, with Batman blocking and dodging the sharp weapons. He finally knocks KG Beast away, knocking him into a nearby police car. Batman charges forward and leaps atop the villain, hitting him again and again, cracking his mask and drawing blood. But he finally stops. He looks up to see the protests and riots have stopped. The crowd is silent, watching Batman beat this man within an inch of his life. Batman pulls himself away from his enemy. He stares out into his city. He has won, but it doesn't feel like it. 1 week later, Bruce Wayne goes to Gotham General, finally confronting the man that claims to be his brother. You come to thank me for dropping the case? William Pureford asks after leading Bruce to a private room, but Bruce just shakes his head. That's not why I'm here. I just want to know, why drop the case? Bruce asks. William looks at him and finally explains, saying that he never wanted to win, that he always knew it was possible that he could be a Wayne, but he never cared about the money. Look at you. You're a mess. Billionaire playboy, constantly in the news, and almost never for anything good. A waste of life and a waste of an inheritance. It's great you're doing more now. You seem to have grown up, William says. He admits that he never wanted Bruce's money, just wanted him to know that he could lose it, that he should be doing something more meaningful with it. Bruce nods quietly. I know you can't see it, but I'm trying my best. If you're my brother, I'll see to it you get what you deserve, what should rightfully be yours, Bruce says. William hands him a folder, explaining that they did a DNA test, but he never looked at it. He smiles at Bruce, explaining that he doesn't want any money. I'm just happy being me, he says. Bruce shakes his hand, and the two finally part ways. Outside, Leslie Tompkins is waiting. Bruce hands her the folder as he gets in his car, revealing that William isn't his brother. The two sit there for a moment, and Bruce admits that he doesn't know how to move past this. Thomas cheated on Martha, and Jim had an affair with a married woman. How do you forgive good men for their mistakes? How do I forgive myself for Failsafe and Jason? Jim is one of the best men I know. How do I look at him the same way after this? Bruce asks quietly. Leslie smiles at him, explaining that Bruce needs to look at him as a friend, that everyone struggles, even good men. Jim Gordon is human, so just be human with him, she says softly. That night, Gordon waits on the rooftop with a cup of coffee. Did you save me a cup? Batman asks as he steps out of the shadows. Gordon nods and hands him a thermos. Didn't think you'd show, Jim admits. Batman shrugs. He explains that the Court of Owls have gone back underground. The Russians were defeated, but Nigma is already out on bail. He's insisting the glasses were a setup from the Russians. I hate to say it, but I think he's going to buy his way out of this. Batman growls. Gordon nods and sips his coffee. Such is the world, he says. He looks at Batman and explains that Koyuki is left and refuses to talk to him. He sighs and admits that he knew what he was doing was wrong, but he was happy to feel something again. That he felt like he was saving and protecting her from an unhappy marriage. I'm thinking of reapplying to the Force. It's the only way I know how to help people. And to try and make the system better, I need to prove myself again, Gordon says softly. Batman nods and heads for the edge of the roof. Reports of crime echoing in his comms, but he stops and looks back at his friend. You're not alone. We'll do this together. Mistakes were made. Mistakes will always be made, Batman says as he pulls out his grapple gun. Both of us are human, Jim. Flawed. There's no way around that. All we can try to do is to be good men, Batman says before leaping off into the night, ready to protect his city. And that was the full story for the entire Chip Zdarsky Batman run. This one had mixed opinions from fans, but here at the office, we had many fun conversations about this run, and we enjoyed it a lot. But I'd love to hear your opinion of it in the comments below. And like and subscribe for more amazing comic book content. I'm Dan with Comicstorian, and we will see you next time. Rest in peace, Benny.